"Hey," said generous Flophouse VIP members Mandy and Chris, "Matt, would you want to talk about the Godzilla fighting games?" Why, yes. Yes, I would. Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee, Save the Earth, and Unleashed came out at the right place and the right time. The advent of DVDs, which were cheap to produce and opened the floodgates to foreign films, was a huge boon to fans of kaiju and tokusatsu films in general. And while Godzilla had a fairly prolific career in video games during the 80s and 90s, releases slowed down considerably, especially in North America. Once DVDs hit the mainstream, Sony, due to their relationship with Toho, started releasing much of the Millennium-era films in the early 2000s, as well as most of the Heisei era, which were notoriously hard to find on VHS when they were new. So then, all you needed was a video game company to take advantage of this surge in popularity of radioactive monstrosity. And at around this time, the master of taking advantage of popular trends was Infogrames. Atari, who were able to wrestle the rights to Godzilla and many other famous monsters from the notoriously protective Toho Studios to make a brand new fighting game for the Nintendo GameCube. In terms of a developer, Atari tapped Pipeworks Interactive, who are best known for nothing. I ain't joking. In the early 2000s, the only thing they had produced was early tech demos for the Nintendo GameCube. Yes, Pipeworks' very first title was Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee, which is not a bad way to start off your career in the video game industry. At its core, the Pipeworks trilogy were arena fighters that featured Toho's most popular monsters, and had them brawling in a variety of modes with a story component keeping things cohesive. Well, as cohesive as, kaiju cinema gets.
It's what we do.
Destroy All Monsters, of course, is a subtitle that shares a history with the film franchise, but was also used for the teased but never released localization of Kaiju Daikessen for the Super Famicom. Fuck you, Nintendo Power. The addition of Melee, I have to imagine, was added after the monstrous success of Smash Bros., which released almost 12 months before Godzilla Damn hit GameCubes in October of 2002, and that word association worked a treat. Despite average reviews, it wound up selling more than 300,000 copies, which was incredibly impressive for a third-party effort on a Nintendo machine, as it wasn't the easiest thing in the world to accomplish. Now, admittedly, the lineup of monsters was a bit on the paltry side, but it did lend itself to grow the roster through more sequels. Alright, we got 90s Godzilla, Godzilla 2000, Mechagodzilla 2, Mechagodzilla 3, while his real name is Kiryu, but whatever, Anguirus, Orga, King Ghidorah, Mecha King Ghidorah, Megalon, Rodan, Gigan, and Destroyer! So yeah, that's it. Now, while it is on the smaller side, it's nice to see that Pipeworks included a mix of creatures throughout all the major eras. Damn's story revolved around the Vortek, a cheesy alien race that's straight out of drive-in films from the 60s, complete with drive-in films of the 60s warbling alien music.
Engage teleportation beam.
This is one aspect of the presentation I'm not the biggest fan of. It's weird to add a lot of monsters all the way up to the 2000s, but still adhere to this very distinct, kinda dated theme. Yes, there were a few early Godzilla films that went nuts with cheesy outer space plots, and I'm fine with an antagonist alien race, but maybe going with something less specific and more general wouldn't make it feel a bit misplaced. For example, War of the Monsters used the same drive-in theme, but the entire game and its roster was built around that, so it worked much better. Anyway, bouts consisted of monsters stomping around in a 3D cityscape, where they're able to punch, kick, bite, throw, and shoot various colors out of various orifices. You can also pick up buildings and toss them at your rubbery suited foes. And finally, you can let out all your by grabbing the associated glowy icon, which lets you perform a screen-clearing super move, something Pipeworks would and wouldn't reiterate on in future games. Like mentioned before, there's a good amount of content here, as you'll need to unlock various monsters, arenas, concept art featuring lots of classic Noriyoshi posters through a variety of modes like destruction and team-based skirmishes. Playing the game again, personally, I'm surprised it's still so much fun to control and smack shit around. And when 4 players are on screen, it's a chaotic good time. Although, I have to say, the camera pulls out so much during these 4-player brawls that it's sometimes hard to see just what the hell is going on. Is that Gigan? Who is that? Who am I? As a lifelong Godzilla fan, Damn was a treat to play at the time, and a great early GameCube title. An Xbox version of it released the following April and featured improved load times, graphics, custom soundtracks, do you remember that one? But no meaningful content additions. That version is also the one I recorded footage off of for this video, just FYI. Apparently, Pipeworks had a PS2 build cooking, but it was cancelled as they decided to move it over to Godzilla, Save the Earth. Released in November of 2004, Save the Earth is a sequel in the truest sense. There's honestly nothing too drastically different over what was offered in Melee, especially in the gameplay department. For the returning monsters, their movesets are almost carbon copies, although some rage attacks look way more devastating. However, it's the new additions to the roster that make it the better of the two. This includes Mothra, a step up from her non-playable role in the last game, Baragon, Megagarius, Mogra, and Space Godzilla as the new big bad. Jet Jaga, Jet Jaga, Saga Jaga. Ah yes, and Jet Jaguar makes his long-awaited debut. While within the business-like hallways of Toho, the weird robot seems to be kind of forgotten / ignored, but American fans just fucking love him, mostly due to Mystery Science Theater 3000. Well, on that note, as mentioned earlier, Toho is a notoriously difficult company to work with, and each character is their own separate license. That's why you see a trademark next to every name. So Atari need to get the rights to every individual monster, so big ups to the people who fought for the guy whose head looks like Jack Nicholson. In terms of story, well, the Vortek are still the villains here, but they're played slightly more seriously, or should I say more menacingly, and the FMVs used throughout have definitely seen a bump in quality. Hell, the game even has a super hype opening intro. Oh man, look at that shot! Martin Scorsese, eat shit! The same modes make a return as well, but with the addition of challenges, which were fun little diversions that might be familiar if you've played some other party fighters in your day. Basically, you have a bunch of wacky objectives that spin the rules on the combat a little bit, but also give you some shooting sections and other silly stuff. The better you do, the more currency you accrue, which is used to unlock monsters and arenas and even more concept art. I find it plays faster than Melee by a certain percentage, but I wasn't exaggerating when I say it's almost the exact same game, just with an expanded roster. Now, they did add affinities for each character. Some are weaker to energy moves or slashing attacks, while others dish out more damage by doing them. It's new, sure, but when you're in a furious 4-player match, this minutia doesn't really add all that much. Now, the weird thing about Save the Earth is that it only came out for the PS2 and Xbox, completely skipping the GameCube, you know, the console that helped make this series a thing. This was a curious omission because it was foregoing literally almost the entire fanbase, but it's par for the course for Atari, who excelled in stupid decisions. Producers cited that they wanted to focus on online play, which the Xbox version certainly had via Xbox Live, and the PS2 barely had if you bought the network adapter. Now, the GameCube could do online as well, but of course you needed to actually develop your game to use it, so, you know, maybe don't put an online mode in the GameCube version. I don't know why they just left that money on the table, but that's Atari Grames for ya. 2004 was also an important year for Godzilla in general, as it was the 50th anniversary of the franchise. The gallery mode also had a Final Wars section, which was the new movie for that year. It contained tons of concept art of monsters new and old, redesigns for others, and exciting stuff that, like, none of which made it into the game. Now, the plot of Final Wars isn't even dissimilar to Save the Earth. Just swap out the Vortech for the Matrix goth stylings of the Zillions. Like, why not just make a game based on Final Wars? Then we could have got the Hagar guy in there, or Gino. It's a shame, but at the end of the day, Pipeworks and Atari had their arms tied, as Toho most likely didn't want to play ball. That being said, if you see a copy of Save the Earth, it's probably your best bet to get your sweaty Japanese man action fix, because the next and final entry to the series was Godzilla Unleashed. It is now the futuristic world of 2007. Godzilla films are in one of their dormant phases, as Final Wars was the proverbial nail in the coffin to the Millennium series, being the poorest performing film since the 70s. Between Save the Earth and this, Pipeworks also worked on the PSP port of Warrior Within, the Wii port of Rival Swords, and even Midway's Rampage Total Destruction, so they kept themselves busy. Unfortunately, Godzilla Unleashed, while having a lot of good things about it, is marred by a bunch of bad decisions from Atari. Firstly, it was now a Wii exclusive, which, again, I wish they could have remained consistent, maybe stick with Xbox and PlayStation consoles, focus on that online play, and then release a Wii-specific version maybe later on? Okay, no, let's just lock it down to one console, or two of them. Kinda? What is this, Kingdom Hearts? Yeah, so even though this was 2007 and the PS3 had been out for a year, there was a terrible PS2 version of Unleashed that was essentially just Save the Earth with a new skin. It features none of the gameplay tweaks, lacked all of the new characters except for Batra, who was a PS2 exclusive, but then this version does have new music and stages, so it's this weird hodgepodge that pleases absolutely no one. And it also runs about as well as Hedora on a toilet, meaning very sludgy and slow. Anyway, we need to focus on that Wii iteration, and in 2007 it absolutely was the hottest device in gaming, so I can't fault that. However, Atari felt that since they were putting this out on such a revolutionary system, this fighting game that used pretty much every button on a typical controller should utilize motion controls. Exclusively! Now, one great thing about the Wii is that it let developers and publishers choose from a variety of control methods and then letting the player decide which they prefer.
Jump.
In Unleashed's case, it had one, the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. Now, since the game was built on the same engine as the previous ones, there was no way they could adequately shoehorn motion controls in a natural way. So unfortunately, it comes down to an extreme case of waggling, as you need to shake the controllers for additional attacks, to run, to jump, and to throw, making the game nigh unplayable. To compensate for this, Pipeworks increased the general movement and gameplay speed, because if it had played in the same gear that Damn did, but with motion controls, yeah, no thanks. And the main plot is that these mysterious crystals are wreaking havoc across the globe, and that's it. The story is actually surprisingly bereft of anything, really. And in not better news, the solid-looking FMVs from the previous games have been axed. In their place were frugal-looking comic book-like sequences and text to get most of the story across. Now, fortunately, the additional monsters that were wrangled in more than make up for this. All the previous kaiju return, but with the additions of the original G-Man, Godzilla 1954, Varan, King Caesar, Biolante, Titanosaurus, and finally, Crystalak and Obsidius. Never heard of those last two? Well, I'm not surprised, as both are all original characters that were designed by Pipeworks. There was initially a variety of monsters, but these two were whittled down by fans in a vote. And they're fine, I guess. I mean, I would have preferred more actual monsters from Toho be included, like Kamacuras or Manda, Baby Godzilla, Monster Zero, Hedora, but I guess Atari wanted to hold a contest to generate more fan interest as like a marketing main thing. Regardless, this move wasn't received enthusiastically by the Godzilla community, as there was much grumbling about 2 OCs being added in lieu of fan favorites. Graphically, while Unleashed is more technically advanced, a lot of unneeded visual flourishes were implemented, like bloom lighting and other effects that kinda gave the game a slightly darker, blurrier look. The stages/cities reflect this the most, as since in kayfabe they had all been ravaged by the crystals, resulting in apocalyptic colored lighting, giving the game a slightly more otherworldly feel. Finally, there's critical mass, which puts your monster into an overpowered state, replacing the unique rage moves from the last 2 games. And despite looking cool, I don't think this was an improvement. Now, one nice feature about Unleashed is that it let players completely customize every match. You can add teams, change the winning conditions, the amount of human ordnance being fired at you, their AI and priorities, whether it's point-based, destruction-based, KOs, all of the things. But I mean, when you can't properly grab an enemy because they're close to a building, it doesn't matter all that much. So, it'll be no surprise that Godzilla Unleashed wasn't nearly the success the previous games in the trilogy were. It was completely buried with a torrent of poor reviews, which of course mainly lambasted the controls. Pipeworks would go on to the Deadliest Warriors series of fighting games, porting Devil May Cry to the Xbox 360 and PS3, and eventually even returned to the Godzilla franchise in 2014. Fans might remember the unmemorable Godzilla Smash 3, which was some type of mobile thing. I don't really understand it. As for Atari, well, they went out of business in 2013, I think, but now they make casino games, maybe? But then their name has merged with Natsume? I don't know. Regardless, it's this style of game, the monster arena fighter, that still has its fans today, and Save the Earth and Damn even have their own competitive scene, if you can believe it. In terms of new projects, there's the recently released Override Mech City Brawl, the upcoming 13 AM's Dawn of the Monsters, and Passion Republic's Giga Bash, all of which look like they might capture what makes this style of game so special. Now, while 2003's War of the Monsters came out only a few months after Melee, it's safe to say that it, combined with the Pipeworks trilogy, and if you want to go way back, SNK's King of the Monsters, did a lot for kaijus and video games, and it's nice to see that fans of both genres will be stomping and roaring for years to come. So, thanks again to Mandy and Chris for inspiring this retrospective. And if you have any other games or franchises you want me to take a look back on, let me know in the comments below or smash up the Flophouse VIP Patreon to let me know what you'd like to see. Scream!
Here we go. Taking a kill trip on Death Row.
With the third mainline entry, No More Heroes, set to tear the galaxy apart this week, I felt like it was a great, synergistic, algorithmic time to dive into the series as a whole with a cheeky retrospective. The origins of Grasshopper, the Sword Killer trilogy, and of course, the tender of the Garden of Madness himself, Goichi Suda 51. So grab your beam katana and slip on your most embarrassing anime shirt, because it's time to kill or be killed. After leaving human entertainment and the happy-go-lucky world of Fire Pro behind him, Goichi Suda started up his own indie game development studio called Grasshopper Manufacture, putting out niche releases like Flower Sun Rain, The Silver Case, and of course their big breakout hit, Michigan Report from Hell.
Oh my god!
I mean Killer 7. The bizarrely stylish third-person rail shooter hybrid was a collaboration with Capcom's Shinji Mikami, and while embraced by hardcore fans, wasn't exactly a blockbuster success. What it did lead to, though, was other opportunities for Grasshopper, such as 2 licensed games based on anime properties published by our good friends down at Namkai Bandai. This duo, Blood Plus One Last Kiss and Samurai Champloo Sidetracked, both released in 2006, kicked off Suda's fascination with fast-paced melee combat, so much so that he wanted to reiterate it further with a brand new IP. Since the Xbox 360 was the first HD console out of the gate, and with Microsoft just throwing cash at any Japanese studio willing to support it, Suda's original plan was for this new game, dubbed Project Heroes, to be an exclusive. Unbound by a license, Heroes was designed to be a melting pot of everything Grasshopper had put out up to that point, cramming in all the references and cinematic aesthetics and flair that Killer 7 had hinted at. And by this time, Suda had struck up a relationship with Yasuhiro Wada, the president of
Entertainment,
which had been fostered ever since both companies had teamed up on Contact for the DS at the start of 2006. Wada had been given early access to Nintendo's newest system, then known as the Revolution, and thought Suda would enjoy a quick peek. Seeing the odd but fascinating handheld remote was all it took, as it would be the perfect fit for the sword-swinging gameplay Suda had in mind. Thus, the Xbox version had its spleen slashed in two. Suda wanted to really dive in upon what was started in the Namco anime games, and would later go on to say that this trio, Blood, Sidetracked, and No More Heroes, made up the Sword Killer trilogy. But designing everything around the Wii Remote would require a lot of testing and experimentation, so the team put their all into it. They were focused on making this their most ambitious title yet, unshackled by the rails of Killer 7 and aiming for the game to have worldwide appeal. At the same time though, Grasshopper knew not to over-design or stretch themselves out too thin. Yeah, this was going to be their first open-world game, but they weren't aiming to overthrow Grand Theft Auto or anything. Boss fights, story, and combat were their priority, not scope or interactivity. The game was confined to the borders of the fictional Californian city of Santa Destroy, where our unlikely hero, Travis Touchdown, is wasting away in a local bar. Having just won a homemade beam katana, legally distinct, on an online auction, he bemoans his past in a drunken stupor when he's approached by one Sylvia Crystal. With alcohol running through his veins, he doesn't need much convincing by Sylvia to engage in fisticuffs outside with a mysterious stranger, a stranger who just so happens to be number 11 in the United Assassins Association rankings. Travis actually winds up killing him, which then sets him on a bloody path to becoming number 1, with added encouragement by Sylvia, of course.
Go any higher and I will kill you myself.
This menagerie of maniacal killers includes
Dr. Piscino, Destroy Man, Molly Summers, Let's Take Army, Buster, Batgirl,
and finally,
Darkstar.
welcome to my castle.
navigating your way through the barren, almost lifeless streets of Santa Destroy in your hunt for these bosses is an instantly sobering affair, as you spend long stretches just commuting back and forth between soul-crushing jobs. How the streets of Santa Destroy were depicted and just how little there is to do in them has been defended by some as some type of meta commentary by Suda, but let's be real here, this was Grasshopper's first attempt at an open world, and they were not a big studio. But despite all the blood, sweat, and tears being put into the game, Suda still felt, in terms of combat, it was feeling, a little limp. We found that attacking with only motion controls was exhausting, so that's when we added the use of the A button. We made about 4 or 5 iterations before we nailed the combat. Therefore, killing in No More Heroes has been described quite accurately, I think, as akin to working on a typewriter or keyboard, with big hits of the spacebar as the motion-controlled exclamation points. This is what set the game apart from waggle-centric action fare like everything you see here, which was flooding the Wii at the time. Confident in his creation and leading up to its eventual unsheathing, Suda would say more and more attention-grabbing things to try and get a cheap headline, which absolutely worked. He stated that No More Heroes was going to be more violent than Manhunt 2, the measuring stick at that time, which, when you consider the amount of decapitations and dismemberments by Travis's hands, is technically true. Moreover, when yours truly was testing the North American version of the game, I was tasked with typing up the ESRB checklists for all the violent acts contained therein, which included things like writing, boss character is cut in half by a giant buzzsaw, and the nipples continued to fire long after death. Fortunately, the tongue-in-cheek style in which these events are presented stopped No More Heroes from getting too dark or cruel. What was cruel, though, was despite Suda's protests, the European and Japanese versions of the game would need to be censored to ensure it could even be sold there, so the geysers of blood were replaced with coins and black ash. When No More Heroes hacked its way into stores in late 2007 in Japan and early 2008 for the rest of the world, its sense of humor, style, eclectic roster of bosses, and strangely captivating pro tag struck a chord with fans and reviewers alike, much like how Killer 7 did.
I'll admit you've got potential. If Challenge had a taste, you'd be quite delicious.
Catch up later, okay?
What?
The music was also especially notable, as it was incredibly varied and catchy, containing a little bit of just about everything. On a personal level, this soundtrack also has one of my favorite pieces of music of all time, Shinobu's theme, Season of the Samurai. Now, don't get it twisted though, the city of Santa Destroy had its fair share of rough edges, with some still disliking motion controls, the empty open world, and the required job grinding in between ranking battles. That last one though, I will contend was totally done by design. This is hammered home whenever you talk to quest givers, who are always cutting promos about putting your nose to the grindstone, paying your dues, and other euphemisms for busting your ass. Suda and the team pulled from just about everything. Johnny Knoxville to El Topo, The Stranglers, Memento, anime, Spaceballs, all wrapped up in a distinctive punk rock style. I wanted Travis to be like a big schoolboy who sometimes jokes around and is sometimes deeply serious, and who loves to fight. Travis is a little similar to me. If I had been an American otaku, what kind of life would I have led? Of course, I would have been a top-ranked assassin. He's a very human character, and one that fits within an action game. Even with that said, Suda at one point wasn't all that attached to Travis Touchdown. In fact, he was cool with letting the character be a one-off creation. As the project was wrapping up, the plan had been to kill off Travis by the game's end via Sylvia Crystal gunning him the fuck down. Cooler heads prevailed in the end, obviously, which is not typical for Grasshopper, as they rarely make sequels, but I guess they decided to make an exception for Mr. Touchdown. Remember, Suda loves killing off his pro tags. Even in Blood, he had wanted to kill Saya, or a clone of hers, to shock the player, but this was rebuffed enthusiastically by the Namco employee who was overseeing that particular game. So it was kind of always a 50-50 chance that Travis could befall a similar fate. But it's a good thing he didn't. While sales of No More Heroes in Japan were, embarrassingly low, the same couldn't be said for the rest of the world. It managed to carve out a nice niche in both Europe and North America, and while exact lifetime numbers are not known, the original Wii version sits in the neighborhood of around 500,000 copies sold, which up until then was Grasshopper's biggest success. Travis also started becoming a sort of, mascot's too strong a word, a spokesperson for the Wii, and sort of fit in a weird way with the machine's unconventional style. The game sold better than its North American publisher Ubisoft was probably expecting, and once Grasshopper received the good news that the West liked assassins, beam katanas, and cats, a sequel was immediately greenlit.
No more heroes, it's Kira, the Kira, catch nobody but yourself, nothing less to do. No more heroes, no time to sleep if you're gonna be number one.
Travis Touchdown was going to return, not for fame, money, or even Nookie, but for revenge. 2010's No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle was, in the strictest sense, a direct follow-up, taking place 2 years after the original and adhering to much the same formula. While the graphics, combat controls, and grinding nature of the side jobs were either fixed or improved, the game's boss fights, level design, overall length, and story all took a few steps back. Suda, busy with just having co-directed Fatal Frame 4, as well as still writing and producing Shadows of the Damned, took a back seat on Desperate Struggle and slid into an executive director role, while Nobutaka Ichiki stepped in as the primary. The biggest change to the game was not improving the open world concept of Santa Destroy, but eliminating it altogether, simplifying it to just a list of locations that you choose from a menu. I get that it was the most divisive part of the first game, but I would have liked to have seen Grasshopper fleshing it out rather than just cutting it. In addition, the need for Travis to earn enough scratch to advance to each boss was also overhauled, instead letting the player take on each assassin as soon as they liked. Any money you did earn from the new 8-bit retro minigames would exclusively go towards buying clothes and pumping up Travis's stats. While you could take on bosses without these boosts, it's not exactly recommended. The story, such as it is, sees Travis wanting to exact vengeance on whoever killed Bishop. That's not a spoiler, but this act was done to get revengeance on Travis in the first place for something he did anyway. With Santa Destroy having gone through a resurgence in the last couple of years and with no solid leads, Travis just happens to bump into Sylvia, who then sets up a series of fights against 51 other assassins who somehow leapfrogged over Travis in the rankings despite never beating him. Oh, and the number 1 ranked killer is also the person that had Bishop killed. Again, not a spoiler. That's the basic story setup, and it's not all that concerned with making any sense. The tone is far more serious this time around, but will still dip into straight-up comedy at random intervals, which makes things feel uneven compared to the first game. I can't exactly explain why, but Suda cited the film Battles Without Honor and Humanity: Deadly Fight in Hiroshima as a direct influence on Desperate Struggle's narrative, and while certainly, not bad, the tale presented here just isn't as memorable as the first game. In fact, even though it tries really hard, almost everything about No More Heroes 2 doesn't quite reach the heights of its predecessor, in my opinion. For example, the OST as a whole, while still very good, doesn't have as many bangers. The bosses, which are light years beyond those in a lot of other games, get less screen time and backstory this time around. And while it's certainly quick to navigate a menu, not being able to explore Santa Destroy in a more fleshed out way was a bit of a disappointment to a lot of fans. The combat, though, feels much more polished and flows a lot better. Being able to choose between various beam katanas on the fly, while incredibly slow, is a nice upgrade. And the retro-style minigames are all good fun, except for Tile and Style, of course. It's a game of one step forward, about half a step back, which is weirdly accurate, as both games reviewed almost identically. Despite all that, I own the Japanese Hopper edition, which is the centerpiece of my No More Heroes collection. Thank you very much. By 2010, though, the Wii craze was slowing down, way down, with many third-party titles selling far worse than the milk and honey days of 2006 to 2008. So it's not a surprise that Desperate Struggle sold a fraction of what the first game did, even in the West. While a lot of factors certainly contributed to this, No More Heroes 2 did miss out on a big opportunity by getting bumped off Ubisoft's big E3 2009 stage show. An elaborate trailer featuring Suda51 himself had been filmed, but since the presentation by James I'm Gonna Ramble for 25 Minutes About Blue Cat People Cameron dragged on, Desperate Struggle's big moment never happened. The trailer in question was posted online without much mainstream fanfare later that E3 week. Moving on, the very next year, another wrinkle in the No More Heroes timeline occurred. While not confirmed, it's probable that Marvelous Entertainment was worried about the sequel's performance, so to remedy that, they farmed out ports of No More Heroes 1 for both the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in Japan. Why they even bothered with the 360 over there is anyone's guess, but these versions, well, they were a bit confusing. Heroes Paradise, both released in Japan, had some new content: HD visuals, a few quality of life improvements, pointless DLC, a model viewer, extra bugs, and finally, poorer frame rates. Heroes Paradise was developed by Feel Plus, makers of Ju-On the Grudge, and did not involve Suda or the original creative team in any significant capacity. If you'd like me to spill a bit of tea here, Grasshopper in general, and Suda specifically, didn't seem to be too enthusiastic about these ports, as they seemed to be a pure business decision on Marvelous's part. Then, Konami, of all companies, stepped in to publish just the PS3 version for the West, as I'm assuming Ubisoft had long stopped caring about the franchise. This version, also called Heroes Paradise, was set to receive even more content, added minigames cobbled together from existing assets, move support, online leaderboards, and 5 bosses from No More Heroes 2 shoehorned in as bonus cage matches. Since they were never designed for this game, they just happen every so often and lack any sort of context or cutscenes explaining their presence. Now, again, Konami didn't even bother to release the Xbox 360 version overseas, even though it was fully completed and just sitting there. Why is this? Well, by having the PlayStation Move controller, it's much easier to keep the interaction true to the original, so going to the PS3 was a pretty natural choice. We have, and are still, tossing around ideas for linking No More Heroes with the Kinect for Xbox 360 gamers, but since the Kinect is such a unique device, it's a bit more difficult. This isn't to say that the Kinect is a poor interface by any means, citation needed, but more that in its uniqueness, it requires a bit more care and planning to bring Travis to the Xbox 360. So if we were to do so, we need more time, which I guess they never got. Moreover, the PlayStation 3 version had DualShock 3 compatibility, so there was literally no reason not just to do a quick port of the 360 version for other territories, but this is Konami I'm talking about here. You try to make sense of their 2011 madness. The North American PS3 version was then re-released in Japan under the Red Zone moniker and put back in the blood and gore that had always eluded the franchise in its home country.
You're a junkie for blood, old man.
While technically the game's a messy hodgepodge and the new content is pretty lackluster, Feel Plus did add in a few smart tweaks, like being able to stock special moves and go dumpster diving from the seat of Travis's bike. At the end of the day though, Heroes Paradise is generally seen by the No More Heroes community as an oddity that wasn't approved by the original creative team, and most hardcore fans of the Wii original stayed away. While I, again, can't find exact lifetime numbers, reportedly neither the PS3 nor Xbox 360 version sold well in any countries, so much so that they didn't even bother with HD ports of No More Heroes 2. Okay, while I've used the word obscure a few times now, nothing out-obscures our next game. No More Heroes World Ranker for Android and iOS was a 2012 mobile game where players could create their own assassin to rise through the ranks. It featured touchscreen-only controls, multiplayer and social elements, and reused a ton of assets from the first 2 games. Honestly, I have to say there's something about this that has a concrete appeal, but unfortunately the rest of the world was denied World Ranker, as it never saw a release outside Japan. The only playable piece of the No More Heroes universe I have yet to touch. Following the muted response of Desperate Struggle, Grasshopper Manufacture started to focus on other projects, and Mr. 51 shifted to more of a business/producing style role. There's Killer is Dead, Shadows of the Damned, and Lollipop Chainsaw, which, if you forgot, was adapted into English by James Gunn and sold well over 1 million copies and became, at that time, Grasshopper's biggest moneymaker. It's pretty apparent that Travis helped inspire these new heroes, kooky badasses with a penchant for wisecracks and making things dead. All of these new titles had something in common though. None of them were actually directed by Goichi Suda, who, aside from a few outliers, seemed to have stepped away to give more room to up-and-coming grasshoppers. A great example of this was Let It Die, which went for a very different business model and structure, and while it was a big risk for the company, it seems to have done pretty well all told. During this decade of experimentation since Desperate Struggle though, Suda started hearing pleas from fans all over the world, myself included, to have Travis Touchdown pick up the beam katana once again. While the ending of No More Heroes 2 was pretty extremely vague, Suda had always dropped hints that he would like to continue telling stories in Santa Destroy, even if it meant focusing on a new assassin. This plan never really seemed to come together though, that is until Nintendo unveiled the Switch and started to once again print money. I think Suda was probably right to wait, as the Wii U, outside of Nintendo's own offerings, wasn't exactly the best venue for anything, really. However, with the low sales of No More Heroes 2 still in the back of their minds, there was a bit of trepidation in how to approach a new entry in the franchise. With the meteoric rise of indie gaming during Travis's 10-year hiatus, Suda and Grasshopper went for a different approach. Enter Travis Strikes Again, No More Heroes. Our favorite otaku loser was off the grid, living the trailer life in the wilds of Texas and spending his days playing the legendary underground video game console, the Death Drive Mark II. Conversely, Badman, the father of No More Hero 1's Bad Girl, is coerced by Dan Smith of the Smith Syndicate to assassinate Travis and grants him a mysterious object called a Death Ball to aid him in this undertaking. Tracking him down, Badman ambushes Travis in his trailer, but the Death Drive reacts to the Death Ball, sucking them both into the inner workings of the machine. If they can fight their way out of each game, the Death Drive will grant them one single wish, which will hopefully let the dreams come true! Travis Strikes Again is weird. There's no way around it, as it's laser focused on telling a bizarre level-based story that also feels oddly personal. It plays quite differently too, more of a wave-based beat-em-up platformer that's best enjoyed while playing co-op with a buddy assassin. While it may seem like a side story, it actually advances the overall plot in some significant ways, and if you're a fan of Grasshopper, it is absolutely required playing. Originally, though, TSA was going to be more ambitious while still retaining the tighter design and indie feel. Instead of wholly original Death Drive game worlds, Travis was going to jump to other game franchises, literally, such as Shovel Knight and Hotline Miami, just to name a few. Even though Suda really wanted to make this work, having to go back and forth with a bunch of different studios through language barriers and time zones presented some clear logistical complications that would hamper progress. So Grasshopper did what they tended to do, paring things back in an effort to remain focused and not to overstretch themselves. And in the end, the t-shirt collaborations are still pretty charming. Even with that sudden decision, Suda was still able to get some other game worlds in there. If you've played TSA, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. And while not every original theme they came up with is a winner, fuck off Coffee and Donuts, the inclusion of visual novel elements which harken back to Grasshopper's earlier days more than make up for this. These are so fun and so sharply written that I tended to look forward to them more than the action stages. It even came with expansions that featured 2 fan favorites as playable characters, and while the whole package isn't exactly what some people wanted, it still felt really good to have Torabisu Touchdown striking once again. Thankfully, due to the pre-orders and eventual sales success of TSA for both the physical and digital versions, a first for the series, No More Heroes 3 was officially greenlit. It's taken over 10 years, constant fan outcry, and just the right timing for this to happen, and having experienced a bit of the game myself already, I think it's been well worth the wait. Not only that, the recent remasters for Switch and Steam are excellent options if you're looking to go back to them, are appropriately priced, and stay true to Grasshopper's original vision. This is a series that means a lot to me. Its irreverent humor, unique world, larger-than-life characters, and distinctive style make for such an intoxicating fluid that just, someone please just hose me down with it, I want it, I need it! Travis, he was even in, well, bits of him were in Dragon's Dogma, and he's in Smash, kinda. So on a personal level here, it's been such a thrill to have seen this franchise evolve ever since I first got to work on it, even in a very small capacity all the way back in 2007. I hope you're all equally as geared up to return to the streets of Sand and Destroy, so thanks again for taking the time to watch this retrospective. And for those of you out there who have yet to experience the series, just press the button on your controller of choice.
Let the bloodshed begin.
Fatal Fury retrospective.
Now, don't get it twisted. I love me some Street Fighter, a bit of Mortal Kombat, and especially some Bloody Roar, but if there's something I could talk about for hours, it's Terry Bogard, the line system, Southtown, and of course...
Yes!
While plenty of people get plenty of nostalgia talking about old button bashers, for me there's a certain je ne sais quoi about the Fatal Fury franchise that stirs the hungry wolf within my soul. It pushed narrative and character relationships way harder than Capcom or Midway were at the time, and was always trying something new, whether it be from a story or gameplay perspective. And it's there, in the nuances of each installment, where I'll be examining just what makes this Fury oh so fatal. So grab your trucker hat and get ready to
Rising Taku!
Cause it's time to get Fatal Fury in the ring! It's 1991, and SNK has just released Garo Densetsu, or Legend of the Wolves, in game centers all across Japan, which was then localized as Fatal Fury in the rest of the world. Now, if you were a kid and saw this cabinet in 91, the year of Street Fighter, and dismissed it as some lazy clone, well, that's just straight up
Predictable!
But I wouldn't blame you. See, Fatal Fury was developed well before Capcom's Blockbuster had begun busting any blocks. In fact, SNK had poached several staff members who worked on the original 1987 Street Fighter, including its director, Takashi Nishiyama, in an effort to become the king of the fledgling genre before Capcom could, and obviously that didn't go exactly as planned. Now, their intent was for Fatal Fury to crush the original Street Fighter in every conceivable way, and in that, it very much succeeded. Better graphics, sound, controls, 3 playable characters, and allowing players both horizontal and vertical movement via the glorious line system. It told the story of 2 brothers pining for revenge against local mob boss Geese Howard, who had their adoptive father Jeff killed 10 years before the events of the game. To do this, Terry, Andy, and their friend Joe Higashi enter a martial arts tournament hosted by Mr. Howard called King of Fighters, and take on all-comers in their quest to get said revenge. These all-comers included Tung Fu Roo, Richard Meyer, Hao Jai, Duck King, Raiden, Billy Kane, or Billy Kane in some circles, and Michael Max, perhaps the most forgotten fighter in SNK history. Once you've plunked in a quarter, you take a tour of the fictional Miami-esque coastal city of Southtown, where you can choose between opponents in set cycles until you fight all the way up to Big Boss Goose. Every few opponents, you're rewarded with a cutscene of Geese's sodium levels getting higher and higher with every win, which really ratchets up the tension. And after each cutscene, you'll take a breather playing an in-universe arm wrestling arcade game and absolutely embarrassing a variety of legally distinct WWF superstars. Now, while it's true that Terry, Andy, and Joe are the only playable fighters, with the rest being computer controlled, the 3 Wild Wolves at least had their own distinctive movesets. Fatal Fury embraced 80s action movie formula, which is something that set it apart. The fact that everything took place in a centralized location with clear motivations for its heroes and a central villain was a deliberate choice by SNK. They wanted a more cinematic feel and to tell the story behind the fighting rather than just be a bunch of rando matches, which is what a lot of its competitors, Street Fighter Fighter included boiled down to. The game emphasized fighting the computer and seeing the end of the story, and all of the computer-controlled opponents had their own unique attitudes and gimmicks. Richard Meyer could hang upside down from the ceiling, Billy Kane would get new canes tossed at him every so often, and Hao Jai would get all sauced up and become super powerful in the middle of the match. So while it did seem like a Street Fighter ripoff to most, it actually had a lot going on that was different underneath the surface. As for my own personal memories, I actually never played Fatal Fury until years and years after its initial release, as by the time I got a Super Nintendo, its sequels were already out. While it's the clunkiest and slowest of the classic series, it's still pretty amazing everything SNK was able to cram in there, from the story to the line system, all the way to the minutia of the world building. However, Street Fighter II's advances in both graphics and sound via the CPS-1 board, coupled with 8 playable characters, smooth gameplay, and being released months before, saw it become the king of the fighters rather than Terry Bogard. Fortunately though, Fatal Fury was a success in its own right and was never too far behind the World Warriors in terms of arcade profit, so it was enough for SNK to greenlight a variety of ports like all those you see here. While that was happening though, the arcade team pushed forward with a sequel, but this time informed by the massive success of its Capcom counterpart. Fatal Fury 2, known in Japan as Hungry Wolf Legend 2: The New Battle, released just a year later and followed the traditional arcade fighter setup to a T. 8 playable characters from around the world, 4 bosses, and a lot less story. What they did retain was the line system, which saw a few extra attacks and options, but also made a lot of projectiles useless. You could also dash backwards, which was a new thing in '92, and adopted the 4-button attack setup that SNK would make famous throughout their entire history. Fans to this day still have the letters A, B, C, D dancing across their dreams. The sequel stages were taken from around the world, so Japan, Australia, England, etc. Now, a few of the boss arenas also contained hazards which could cause damage if you were unfortunate enough to be sent careening into. One of the biggest changes to the gameplay though was the desperation move. When you were at 25% health or lower, you could perform the patented SNK pretzel motion to unleash the power geyser or screw upper, and in the CPU-controlled final boss's case, the dreaded Kaiser Wave. Interestingly enough, the concept of desperations technically started with Art of Fighting, Fatal Fury's sister series, but since both games came out a mere 2 months apart from each other, it was clearly an idea that both development teams had shared. But it wasn't just the gameplay that saw some changes, with Geese having been knocked out of his high-rise headquarters by Terry and was legit 100% for sure super dead. The King of Fighters tournament was taken over by the new monster heel on the block, Mr. Worldwide himself, Wolfgang Krauser, who, not content with the contest staying regional, decided to take it global. This expanded cast included Terry, Joe, and Andy of course, but adds in Kim Kapwan, Big Bear, who's just riding wrestling under another gimmick, Japan's Jubei Yamada, and we conclude with the portly Cheng Senzan. Now, moving on, oh wait, hold on a second.
By the way, you may have noticed that a very important character from the Fatal Fury series was not included.
Ah yes, Mai Shiranui, the forever bouncy Kunoichi who helped get many fans through their developmental years. As for the bosses, the Quartet of Lords, legally distinct from the Four Kings, mind you, included Axel Hawk, Lawrence Blood, Billy Kane, and good old Wolfie himself bringing up the rear. Fascinating fact about the Earl of Stroheim, he loves carving stonework.
I'll chisel your gravestone. Sleep well.
Fatal Fury 2 was smoother, more responsive, had a stellar soundtrack, and saw a big bump in graphical fidelity, all of which made it way more successful than the first game. The amount of ports were then increased, with Takara, an SNK subsidiary, handling the conversion process onto 16-bit machines. They even published a Game Boy version, developed by an outside studio named Sun L, that looks like one of the earliest examples of an SNK handheld game having a super charming and super deformed art art style. Fatal Fury 2 was the first in the series I had ever played. I recall going to a birthday party where this was in rotation and being in awe of the music and detail in Terry's iconic train stage. It's a marked improvement over the first game and plays a whole lot better, and while I would never own it myself, it psyched me up for the next big entry in the saga. SNK had worked extra hard to make Fatal Fury 2 competitive in a very competitive market, adding in features and gameplay that Capcom wouldn't even touch until years later. With that in mind, they felt now was the perfect time to reiterate on what they had done so far and to simply dial it up to 11. Thus, Fatal Fury Special was unleashed in 1993 and for a time was seen as the absolute pinnacle of the franchise. Essentially, it was the Turbo/Super/Rainbow edition of Fatal Fury 2, featuring a non-canon storyline and several returning fighters. The roster was increased considerably via bosses being made playable, and returning from Fatal Fury 1 were Duck King, Tung Fu Roo, and Geese Howard. He's back, and you better get used to it. It's going to be happening a lot. There was also a hidden 16th fighter, but this one would be familiar to SNK fans. The Invincible Dragon, Ryo Sakazaki, seen here,
I'll take it from here.
could be fought at the end of the arcade mode, but only if you beat every opponent and boss without losing a single round. Do that and you literally unlock a dream match. Now, that might seem manageable at first, but for whatever reason, SNK decided that by default, you had to beat all 15 opponents in a row. In most other games, you have to go through a ladder of like 8 or 10, but SNK said, oh no, you're gonna earn this shit. While Ryo wasn't playable in the arcades, he was made so in the home ports via a code, and while this could have remained a one-off bit of fan service, it left an indelible mark on SNK. The fan response to this cameo was so good that it inspired them to take the concept even further, combining both Fatal Fury, Art of Fighting, and constructing a new story with fresh characters and simply calling it The King of Fighters! Fatal Fury was no longer the sole representation of the KOF tournament, as both series would carve out their own respective plot lines going forward. In terms of gameplay, Special was largely the same as 2, but it was decided to increase the overall speed, as well as add in the ability to cancel certain normals into specials, leading to far greater combo potential. This, in many fans' eyes, made Fatal Fury Special far and away the most fun and competitive entry yet. Unfortunately, these positive changes and the huge roster were wasted in the home console market, because while the arcade and Neo Geo versions came out in 1993, all the other ports lagged behind them, showing up in 1994 or even 95 if you were outside Japan. So by the time they reached Western shores, a lot of other fighters had stolen a huge amount of thunder, like Super Street Fighter 2, Mortal Kombat 3, or polygonal efforts on the PlayStation or Saturn. Curiously, there was no Genesis version of Special, which reportedly was cancelled in favor of a Sega CD port, and hell, let's throw a Game Gear version on top. Why the hell not? I owned Special growing up and played the everlasting fuck out of it. While it's a step down from the arcade in a number of small ways, I vastly prefer the soundtrack that's presented here. It just has a punchier vibe with more distinct compositions. Whereas the arcade sounds a bit busy and overproduced, I guess? I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, I don't know. The massive roster, combined with trying to defeat Ryo, kept me playing for months on end, and if you don't think the win quotes are the most hilarious things ever, then man, I don't think we can be friends.
Wubba wubba, I'm in the pink today, boy! What? What? Die like your father, you pin-headed son of an ice cream maker!
Regrettably, all these super late ports didn't really help SNK's bottom line, as this would mark the last Fatal Fury game that saw a widespread console release for a good decade. This was a shame in more ways than one, because not only would it reduce Fatal Fury's overall visibility to the larger mainstream audience, many of its hardcore fans would never get to see the road to the final victory. Fatal Fury 3, or Legend of the Hungry Wolf 3, The Distant Battle, crack-shooted into arcades in 1995, with the 2-year gap between it and Special obviously being put to good use. The quality of the graphics, animation, and sound saw a huge increase, the gameplay was changed up considerably, and the entire roster saw a refresh. Okay, so who do we got here? There's Blue Mary, and this guy, and...
Oh no!
Yes, Geese is back, for real this time. How, some of you are asking? Well, as it turns out, he faked his own death. His death via falling out of a skyscraper in a crowded downtown street. I guess that's possible?
Too easy!
Road to the Final Victory picks up 3 years after Fatal Fury 2, with Terry and friends hearing that the reports of Geese's death were very much exaggerated, and that he'd been slowly plotting his revenge all that time. Now, while you'd think the entire game would revolve around this revelation, it's actually just the side plot. The main narrative focuses on the Jin brothers, 2 14-year-old martial arts masters who have landed in Southtown to find sacred scrolls of immortality. These scrolls apparently only reveal themselves when combat of old is repeatedly fought in the same location. That location? Good old Southtown. The twins have also employed the services of hired goon Ryuji Yamazaki, who would go on to carve out his own niche in the SNK villain hierarchy. So while there's new baddies on the block, what about the heroes? Kim, Jubei, and Cheng sadly weren't invited, and I guess Raiden wasn't as well, but in their place were Han Fu, Franco Bash, Sokaku Mochizuki, Bob Wilson, and finally, the standout Blue Mary. Guess whom among these would go on to have a fruitful SNK career? Story and presentation were a huge priority for SNK with this new chapter, incorporating several cutscenes and dialogue sequences throughout the arcade mode, including a mid-boss fight with Yamazaki gloriously called an accident! A lot of this harkens back to how it worked in Fatal Fury 1, right down to the map of Southtown. You can choose the order in which you fight certain opponents as you watch your cute cartoon avatar travel to each location in a race to stop the villains. I don't know what it is, I just love this screen. Fatal Fury 3 also kicked off the trend of SNK designing absolutely gorgeous, detailed backgrounds that will all take place in Southtown feel distinct and varied. A highlight has to be Han Fu's stage, a platform suspended high above the city with tons of parallax scrolling, making for an impressive visual feast. And that's not even mentioning the final stage, which might as well be out of Darkstalkers or Weapon Lord. In terms of gameplay, SNK expanded upon the line system, bumping it up to 3 different planes which you can now duck and weave into, which gave a fuller 3D feel to the proceedings. This also added more depth in how you approached your opponent, and they also added more offensive and defensive moves that interacted with each plane, like oversway attacks, anti-oversway attacks, and quick sway. You could also do short hops, block in midair, perform 3 different forms of supers. SNK crammed a ton into Final Victory. Another notable change was a grading system that rated your performance against the CPU from E to S, and depending on that grade, you'll fight either Yamazaki or one or both of the Jin brothers, which of course encouraged players to improve their skills and to pump in more money. Getting good at Fatal Fury 3, however, was no easy feat for a number of reasons, one of which was due to the added complexity, while the other was due to the game's rarity. You either had to be lucky enough to live near an arcade that had it, or rich enough to afford the hot dog of gaming consoles, the Neo Geo. There were no mainstream ports of FF3, so a huge chunk of Western fans never even got to play Road to the Final Victory in the 90s. There was only ever a Saturn version that never made it out of Japan, so despite it being an incredibly important part of the saga, it remains one of the least played. That goes doubly so for me. I only ever saw screenshots in EGM of Final Victory growing up, but holy crap was I blown away when I saw it. Just seeing the select screen alone was enough to send me into a brief coma. It looked so cool. It had this only in Japan style mystique to it that resigned me into assuming I'd never get to play it. When I did via the first Battle Archives collection, or maybe it was a few years before that, maybe on Kawax, I found it to be an incredibly impressive game for its time, but feels a bit off in certain respects. Since it's nestled between the classic series and Real Bout, it has a sort of awkward stopgap feel to it, where they didn't quite nail down what they were attempting to do. Part of this had to do with a major disruption with its creation. In an interview with Retro Gamer, current SNK boss Yasuyuki Oda explained, Fatal Fury 3's development was stopped due to the Great Henshin earthquake, and then we had no other choice but to release a game of lower quality than expected. That lower quality comment was probably due to the fact that the team simply didn't have time to add in more characters or set up location tests to smooth out any issues players might have had with the new line system and the insane requirements to pull off the new hidden desperation moves. So Final Victory, while performing solidly in arcades, didn't see the same success or critical reception enjoyed by Special. But all that meant for the Fatal Fury team was that they needed to train harder for the Real Bout. Now, this series was a bit confusing, I can tell you that for free. It was meant to be a refresh of the franchise despite it coming out less than a year after Final Victory, but it also continued the storyline established in that game. Funny fact, the name Real Bout was chosen because it was one of the initial titles the team were considering when designing the first Fatal Fury before arriving on the Hungry Wolf motif. Since this series was meant to relaunch the brand, they all felt it was an appropriate moniker to add. While earlier entries in the series emphasized story and presentation, the purpose of Real Bout was to polish the gameplay and to add more characters to FF3's core roster. It's why a lot of the sprites from that game were reused here, but fortunately the story managed to progress, albeit ever so slightly. Geese was now re-established as the main villain because, as it turns out, it was actually he who acquired the Sacred Scrolls, and who, unlike the Jin brothers who wanted them for immortality, Geese straight up destroyed them so no one could gain an advantage. Damn, what a boss-ass move! With the twins now shoved in the corner where they belong, SNK marketed Real Bout as the true final conflict between Bogard and Howard. Hell, even the game's tagline was Sadaba Gisu. Despite the twins and Yamazaki being demoted, all three were made playable, along with a few other additions. Both Duck King and Kim Kabwan were added, along with Billy Kane, now happily working for Geese once again. What a power couple, they look so good together! All these inclusions made the roster balloon back up to 16 total fighters, matching the series high set by Fatal Fury Special. Gameplay-wise, SNK simplified things as much as they could while still retaining Fatal Fury 3's sound ideas. It reverted to a 3-button attack setup, a weak, medium, and strong, with each animation varying between being a punch or a kick. The 4th button directly controlled the line system actions now, which made it easier for players to remember when compared to the multiple button presses from FF3. The biggest innovation, however, came in the form of the stages and how you progress through the arcade ladder. You started by choosing a particular venue in Southtown, whereupon you fight 3 opponents one after another, with the time of day changing with each match. So while a subway station will be packed during the first fight, it'll empty out by the last. This meant that while Real Bout had less stages overall, they each had their own distinct feel and a hell of a lot of interactivity. On each end, there were barriers that could be broken on either side, like a sign, a window, or even just a mass of people. Slam your opponent into this enough times or have your own special move with, and you'll fall Autobot, which often results in hilarious animations for each and every character. Some of these are just extremely charming and fun, and there's multiple variations to each one. I honestly feel this added so much strategy and personality to the game, but sadly, many players, arcade ones mostly, thought the opposite. While SNK staff members look back on this feature fondly, feeling that it increased the drama and the tension, they did note that when quarters or 100 yen coins were on the line, arcade rats felt like like it was a cheap way to win matches. In terms of ports, well, the declining trend that started with Final Victory continues here. It was released on the Neo Geo and Neo Geo CD, of course. There were also ports to the Japanese Saturn and the European PlayStation in what can I only assume might be the most rare version of a fighting game ever? Did you ever see a PlayStation disc of Real Bout hanging out in a Virgin Megastore bargain bin in like downtown London? It's unlikely. Sadly, the game never made its way over to North America in any form throughout the 90s, which is just so super depressing. Again, this is another one I never got to play when it was new. I have a vague, hazy memory of maybe seeing it at an amusement park at some point, but didn't give it a proper go until it was released on the Wii Virtual Console of all things. While I actually prefer some things in Fatal Fury 3, I absolutely adore and find it such a unique, charming, SNK-ified version of Mortal Kombat's Pits or Virtua Fighter's Ring Outs. Despite it all, Real Bout made good on its promise to end the Howard vs. Bogard feud, saving the payoff for the big pay-per-view. How, may you ask? Falling off of Goose Tower again? Jesus, you'd think Geese would just reinforce those railings or something by now. For all intents and purposes, this death is canon. From this moment on, Geese would never appear in another game again, unless it was a dream or a nightmare. 2 years later, Real Bout would return, but this time it was gonna be special. Now you'd think this would be another iterative entry with a few extra characters, but no, this is a full-on sequel with completely redrawn sprites, a different presentation, and some rather big gameplay tweaks. It retains the cast of the last game, Sans Geese, and slots in Krauser as the new main boss, so this is kind of the Fatal Fury 2 of Real Bout Fatal Fury, if that makes any sense. No, it doesn't. After this point, SNK started focusing less on the storyline and more on the gameplay and pumping up the roster. There's no cutscenes, story intros, or any special dialogue to flesh anything out, so yeah, we're gonna move this one squarely into the Dream Match column. As for those who received an invite to the Southtown Invitational, well, that would be Tung Fu Rue, Lawrence Blood, and Cheng Sinzan. Nobody asked for him. So that's about 4 new playable fighters, but there is one more you can square up against in a secret match, much like Ryo in the original Fatal Fury special. Do you want to take a guess? Just take a wild guess at who it's Geese. Now look, while we all love the guy, you gotta groan a little bit. Like, come on, the whole point of the last game was that you were killing him off. SNK, however, heard the fan outcry. Geese was still really popular, so they compromised with a nonsensical gimmick that's so bad, it's just amazing. Mr. Howard can only be fought in a nightmare match, with the concept here being that the sheer memory of his evilness is enough to give him corporeal form. And it's like, okay, you got me. You said Geese was done, you lied, but nightmare form is so cash. While he's unplayable in the arcade release, he can be unlocked with a code in the home ports, and that brings us to the last little wrinkle of Real Bout Special's roster, EX characters. These have no storyline justification either, just evil versions of random fighters with altered movesets. There's Andy, Billy Kane, Blue Mary, and Tung Fu Rue of all people. SNK's intent here was just to extend the game's longevity and variety, and including them topped out the roster to 24 total characters, so you can see they were trying to make up for the thin roster in Final Victory. Now, while the number of fighters increased, the emphasis on stages decreased. The ring-outs and animations were removed entirely, and in their place, all stages except for one were given a specific barrier that, if an opponent is knocked into, would stun them for a moment, leading to a free hit. While I'm sure this alleviated the salty complaints from arcade players, it didn't quite capture the same tension or charm as... But this did allow SNK to make more stages overall, so I guess that's a fair trade-off. Would have been nice if they had made ringouts a toggleable feature, but I digress. As for changes to the fighting system, well, the line system was simplified once again, going back to 2 planes. I don't know why. Having the 4th button control line switching worked great last time, but if it's not evident by now, it was always a system SNK could never truly nail down, and even if they thought they did, fan feedback always seemed to sway them. In terms of ports, it's not great. Again, Neo Geo, Saturn, and PlayStation, but not even a European version this time around. Strangely, there was a Game Boy, yes, a regular Game Boy release of Real Bout in 1998. Fierce Fighting Real Bout Legend of Hungry Wolf Special is a strange release in that it kinda ditches the SD look of the last handheld title for a style that tries to mimic the original sprites a bit more closely. I never played this one, but it seems to be pretty responsive and plays at a good clip, but what the game is most notable for is the inclusion of another special guest. Strap on your knee strings, everyone, cause Yori Yagami appears here in his first and only time in a Fatal Fury game, and while his inclusion is never really explained, it's welcome nonetheless.
Whoever created this character must be a genius.
Man, it sure would have been cool if a character of his stature could have crossed over into Fatal Fury a bit more, maybe make it a yearly thing where all the characters could duke it out. Oh, right, yeah. Real Bout Special and its sequel, which we're going to talk about, are among some of the best looking 2D fighters of the era, and personally, I always preferred the brighter, more expressive sprites of games like this, Last Blade, and Kazuna Encounter to most, if not all, of the KOFs. I missed out on the entire Real Bout series during its heyday, but it's with Real Bout Special where I really started to appreciate the insane amount of art and detail on display here. While I still lament the changes to the line system and the ring outs, I have to admit the new style and the overall game feel was at its zenith, and it was only gonna get better from here. And get better it did with Real Bout Fatal Fury 2 The Newcomers. Two guesses as to what they added here. So off the bat, this is another no story dream match, which would have been fine for special, but it's a little weird there's no narrative progression for a full-on numbered sequel. Geese is just straight up back. He's back. He's not even a nightmare or a zombie or a seraphim. He's just back.
I thought you were dead.
My death was greatly exaggerated.
There are no other new additions except for the eponymous Newcomers, which was a bit overdue as there hadn't been any brand new characters since Final Victory, so this was SNK's attempt to rectify that. Li Zhangfei, a young Chinese martial artist, and Rick Stroud, a quick-footed boxer, are prominently displayed in the elaborate new intro, and honestly, they fit in with the rest of the cast well enough. The first thing you'll notice is a drastic change to the presentation and character art, most notably in the select and versus screens. Well, why is everyone so pissed? But aside from that, changes are pretty minimal across the board. If you can believe it, line switching has been pared back yet again, returning to something more closely resembling Fatal Fury 2, and even then, 3 stages don't let you plane switch at all, they're locked 2D only affairs. EX characters have also been axed, so the only other real surprise when it comes to the roster is an extra CPU battle against a hidden character. Allow me to introduce Alfred Airhawk, a goofy pilot kid that looks like he wandered out of a random shonen anime you've never heard of. Points for originality, I guess, but he definitely feels a little out of his depth here. So while Real Bout 2 has clearly seen the least amount of evolution in the entire saga, the core fighting mechanics were so polished, the roster so stacked, the graphics so detailed, and the music so on point, there's very little to actually complain about. The Newcomers is so good that you can simply start the Real Bout series right here, and honestly, you wouldn't be missing all that much, except for... of course. Predictably, as we've probably learned by now, this had the least amount of ports of all. No Saturn, no PlayStation, just the Neo Geo stuff, making it one of the least accessible games in the entire franchise, but not the most inaccessible. While The Newcomers is technically where the Real Bout series ends, there's actually another extremely important entry in Fatal Fury history that a good percentage of you probably have never heard of, let alone played. Real Bout Fatal Fury Special Dominated Mind is a Japanese PlayStation exclusive that never saw an arcade release, and actually picks up the narrative from where the original Real Bout left off. With Geese having honked his last honk, it left a vacuum within the Southtown underworld, and a new villain simply named White steps in to take over. To deal with this new threat, Alfred is added in as a default character, along with a lengthy anime intro which seems to be pushing him as the new hero. Yeah, good luck with that. As for Walter White here, well, he might be one of the most unknown but still most infamous bosses in SNK history, and that's saying a hell of a lot. Leading up to his fight, there's a few quick anime cutscenes that honestly look really cheap. Not sure why this couldn't just have been done with all the amazing sprite work, but I guess they wanted to fill up the PlayStation CD. His cheap attacks and sneaky movement options make for quite a challenge to actually conquer, and even if you do defeat him, he launches a projectile that instantly game overs you unless you know it's coming. What the fuck? Dominated Mind also makes two big changes to gameplay, the first being no line switching, like at all. Why completely power dunk a system that's been one of its defining features for a random home port? I don't know, I don't have the answers here. But it's very possible SNK knew the PlayStation simply couldn't display all that 2D data, one of the weaknesses of the console, with all the extra characters, so line switching might have been removed due to that, to cut down on the overall frame count. But considering the system had been on thin ice for years, it's also possible they were just done with it. The last change to the gameplay was the ability to cancel out of super moves and into an even more powerful super move. These were called Final Impacts and are the coolest thing ever. I don't care what you say. This is such a bizarre entry with a lot going on, so I don't know why it's locked to the Japanese PlayStation and never even saw an arcade update. Now, this is even weirder. If you were paying attention earlier, I called this the home port of Real Bout Special, not The Newcomers. Yet, it contains Alfred, a character that debuted in The Newcomers. Well, by the time this port hit the PlayStation, The Newcomers had been out in arcades for months. Now, if you're wondering why they didn't just wait and port Real Bout 2 and add in the new content they were planning for Dominated Mind, well, I can assure you, I don't know. So, yeah. Oh, one last thing, we gotta talk about the subtitle Dominated Mind. You see, White has mind control powers because of course he does, and takes over Billy Kane to act as his second in command because he's always sworn loyalty to Geese. Good man. So that's kind of the deal with White and the villains. Kind of cool, I guess, but let's be real, the subtitle should have absolutely been Final Impact. This Japanese home exclusive hasn't been ported to any other console or format since it came out. Hell, even both Battle Archives collections don't have it, and that's exactly why those things exist, to archive all the Fatal Fury battles. Anyway, Dominated Mind is an incredibly obscure but nonetheless fascinating part of Southtown history. Now, clearly, SNK did all they could with the Real Bout formula, so what would be next? What would bring renewed interest in Terrence and the Fatal Fury crew? If you said, make it janky, ugly, and 3D, then you're sort of wrong. The answer is, make it janky, ugly 3D, but also remake Fatal Fury 1 at the same time. Yeah, that'll put some butts in the seats. Wild Ambition was one of SNK's attempts to get over their pricey and not very good Hyper Neo Geo 64 arcade boards. Sadly, a gamble that would go on to be instrumental in damaging the company long term. They tried it with Samurai Shodown, and it failed, and they tried it again with Fatal Fury, and it also failed, but I guess it failed slightly less hard. In an attempt to salvage the whole thing, they brought this arcade game to the PlayStation, which by the start of 1999 was the most dominant console on the market, so fair play to them. They even finally saw fit to release it in North America, so they were going all out. But, thanks? We didn't get any real bouts, but we're getting this? I mean, I'll take it, but I'm not gonna be happy about it.
I expect nothing, and I'm still let down.
While the arcade original was bare bones, SNK put some extra work into this home port. Wild Ambition starts off with a lengthy, girthy, 7-minute long CGI intro that certainly feels way more serious and gritty than Fatal Fury typically is. The bright, sunny city of Southtown looks way more New Yorkish than I remember. Huh. And yeah, it just keeps going on like this. Let's just move along. It's basically an alternate retelling of the story of Fatal Fury 1, with Terry, Andy, and Joe trying to punch Geese in the face. However, characters that never appeared in the original suddenly show up to the party. This full roster includes the 3 main heroes, Mai, Kim, Billy, Raiden, Yamazaki, and Geese, obviously, who is an absolute beast in this game.
What the fuck is going on, dude?
Ooh, man, that's gotta be embarrassing. 2 new characters were added, and while the generic Roshi stand-in Toji is worth talking about until precisely the end of this sentence, the other newcomer, Sugumi Sendo, makes an impression. She's quite adept at professional wrestling, and while she has nothing to do with the overarching plot, she's unique enough that I'd love to see her appear in future games. The PlayStation port adds in a few extras, making Zhang Fei, who was locked in the arcade, a default character. Ryo Sakazaki in Mr. Karate Gear appears as a hidden fighter. And on top of them all, the King of Kings, Mr. Duck King. Gameplay-wise, there's not much new here. It plays like the later revisions of Real Bout, just slower and a bit shitter. The backgrounds are also a real step up from the gorgeous art we've been looking at for the last long while. Yeah, going with the flat, lifeless JPEG look of the Street Fighter EX series, which is really soul-crushing. Now, there is a new dodge roll move, which was the style at the time, and some characters have a few new specials and supers, but other than that, it's a bog-standard fighter. One thing I can definitely say is that Wild Ambition has a pretty solid soundtrack, with Terry's 11th Street theme being a particular standout. I really wish this could have gotten an updated, Dreamcast release with better models, some cleaner audio, tweaks, and a few more characters, and it could have gone a long way in exposing this game to more players, since the Dreamcast would become pretty well known for its strong library of fighting games. Finally, if you're gonna make the risky move over to 3D, just go nuts with it. Remaking Fatal Fury 1 was never gonna excite a whole lot of players, especially after all the advancements the Real Bout series saw, so this release, while well-intentioned, wasn't really wildly ambitious at all. Weirdly, 1999 was one of the busiest years for Fatal Fury, with 3 games being made available overall, with one of those being its own dedicated entry on the Neo Geo Pocket Color called First Contact. This is one of the many great handheld button bashers on SNK's neat little machine, and it can be played really easily today. It's essentially a shrunk-down port of Real Bout 2 with less characters in terms of selectable fighters, but still manages to maintain tons of character. Clear, expressive, super deformed sprites return, which is the only way I want to see them. While it keeps the super system, dashing, and short hopping of its big arcade brother, it gets rid of the line system completely, which is appropriate for a small handheld screen. In terms of the roster, it cuts Bob, Sokaku, Hanfu, Tung, Duck, Mary, Lawrence, Franco, and both Jin brothers. Kinda sucks they took out every new hero who debuted in Final Victory, like even Mary, how dare! But it does retain Zhang Fei, and even Rick gets to star in more than one game. Good for him. The one really neat thing about the fighter lineup, though, is an exclusive character that debuts for the first time. Kinda. This is the mighty Lao, who first appeared for a few seconds, getting knocked around in the intro for Real Bout 2. Also, I have to apologize, I'm sorry Michael Max, this is the most forgotten SNK fighter of all time. Now, while there's not a whole bunch more to say about First Contact, it was still neat that SNK was trying to spread the fury over to their little handheld that could, but it would only serve as an appetizer for what was to come next. As the 90s were ending, SNK were dramatically dialing back their output, to the point where they were focusing precisely on two things: King of Fighters and Metal Slug. Fatal Fury, like many of their other franchises, was slowly being phased out, alongside the declining arcade business and the rise of 3D and console gaming. The Fatal Fury team still had one left in the tank though, and they weren't afraid to try something new and fresh, since Real Bout had clearly run its course. They decided to move the series forward in a big way, and even though SNK as a company was on the ropes, their individual teams were still hungry to prove themselves. So in 1999, they wound up delivering one of the greatest 2D fighters of all time, and as of right now, the last main game in the Fatal Fury IP. This was
Garou, Mark of the Wolves.
Garou is SNK at their peak, in my humble opinion, jumping 10 years into the future and starting fresh with a whole new cast of characters, story, and gameplay systems. Garou tells the tale of Rock Howard, Geese's son who had been raised by Terry ever since his father's very timely demise. A new tournament is being held in Southtown, sponsored by a mysterious figure that it's not Southtown, but Second South, because Southtown 1 was destroyed by an orbital space cannon in KOF 2000. Look, I know it's stupid. Anyway, Terry's the only returning character from the classic series, with everyone else being brand new and bright-eyed. There's Dong Hwan and Jae Hoon, Kim's sons. Look, there they are. As well as T-Zoc, Marco Butt Rodriguez, the saucy B. Jenny, Kevin Ryan, who has a vague connection to Blue Mary, Houtaro Futaba and Gato, a sister-brother deal, a ninja kid who's literally Naruto, and finally Freeman, an Iori stand-in who's standing in for Iori, who didn't want to stand in. There's also two bosses, the masked muscle that is Grant, and finally Kane R. Heinlein, who you could only fight at the very end and get your ending if your grade was high enough. Kane's deal is that he's the brother of Rock's largely unseen mother, who is named Rock's mother, making Kane his uncle. The sad thing here is that if you beat the game with Rock, you get an intriguing cliffhanger ending that was never resolved. Terry is here merely to guide Rock, because it was time to focus on a new generation. And speaking of which, unlike Capcom's first tries at Street Fighter III, Garou was a fully formed, polished fighter on day one. Line switching is just gone. We're done with that now. In its place were a variety of brand new systems, like Just Defend, a reverse parry-like mechanic that not only would give you frame advantage, but a small life boost as well. Then there was the Tactical Offensive Positioning System, or TOP, which will let you choose a portion of your life bar to gain a powerful offensive attack, as well as some other buffs. One other big change was the switch to more friendly Street Fighter-style command motions, throwing the old pretzels out into the garbage.
And here come the pretzels!
Our collective thumbs, thank you, SNK. Gorgeous locales dot Second South, complete with their own classy mood-setting intros and appropriately catchy tunes. But it's the game's speed, its polished animation, and the impact of every punch or kick that truly feels special. You can certainly pick up on the elements lifted from Real Bout, but it also feels like an evolution of it, while still distancing itself from KOF. Also, it has to be noted that Garou is a milestone in gaming based solely on the fact that it was the first to introduce Terry's legendary "Are you okay?" And for that, I can never suck this game's dick hard enough. While Garo got the expected arcade and Neo Geo conversions, for whatever reason the Fatal Fury name was dropped altogether, something that the Dreamcast release, Fatal Fury Mark of the Wolves, made up for. Never really understood why SNK USA saw fit to change Big Marquis Rodriguez over to Cushwood Butt, but didn't bother to translate the fucking title of the arcade game. Some really weird localization choices going on with Garo in general. Mark of the Wolves' impact is still being felt today, with several original characters returning in later KOFs and other fighters throughout the years. And while the slow decline of the arcade business and 2D fighters in general hurt this game's chances at mainstream success, it remains one of SNK's finest efforts. So, it's an even greater tragedy that SNK was working on a sequel that, according to Falcon, was 70% completed when the company briefly went out of business around 2002. It would have featured a number of brand new characters, like a grappler and Joe Higashi's apprentice. Unfortunately, Yasuyuki Oda confirmed that all the data for this game was lost, so no chance of a build popping up ever. While Fatal Fury's DNA would linger on in KOF, the series has not seen a new entry since 1999. If you're itching to give any of these games a go, your best bet is through the Battle Archives collections, as well as the recent modern port of Garo, which got rollback netcode in 2020. And finally, if you're feeling brave, you can try to navigate through hundreds of Arcade Archives releases to buy the individual games you want. We still have a few bits of unfinished business though. In the early 90s, Fatal Fury was popular enough to spawn 3 animated features, specifically 2 OVAs which adapted the first 2 games, and 1 motion picture that, does its own thing.
The armor of Mars will be mine, and when I possess it all, I will become a god!
They are 90s as fuck, and I reviewed the first 2 here and here. And hey, I also recorded a commentary track on a recent official Blu-ray release by Discotech. Please do check that out. King of Fighters Destiny, the awful CGI animated series, had an episode dedicated to Southtown and the Bogart's origins. It features little baby Terry getting his iconic hat for his birthday, when suddenly...
Predictable!
Geese busts in and has a knockout DBZ-style fight with Jeff Bogard in the middle of suburbia. If you want to laugh, well, it's good for a laugh and not much else. Next up, and I didn't even realize this was a thing until this video, there was Garo Densetsu vs. Fighters History Dynamite, a bizarre Japanese cell phone game that saw you controlling various Fatal Fury heroes, brawling through waves of Fighters History's characters. Yeah, I don't know what the hell this was supposed to be. Finally, and I've been dreading this, Fatal Fury's story was kind of continued, but through the vapid, soulless machine that is pachinko. These are clearly not fighting games, and I hate them, but they do pick up some of the narrative, sadly enough. If you'd like to know more about them, and I don't know why you would, I suggest you head over to Thorgy's Arcade and check out his retrospective, as he is a braver man than I. Link in the description below. I'd like to finish off by talking about something far more potentially exciting than gambling and occasionally watching a cutscene. Earlier this year, Lizard Cube, the artist behind the graphics of Streets of Rage 4, live-streamed the creation of a bit of artwork. Artwork that was meant to show off what a theoretical Garo 2 could look like. Now, Lizard Cube's publishing partner has worked with SNK on a number of other projects, with one of them being the upcoming Metal Slug Tactics, that being .mu, who were also the ones that put out that modern port of Mark of the Wolves. Furthermore, Yasuyuki Oda has dropped several hints that Fatal Fury has been on their minds a lot lately, and made allusions that in between big releases like KOF, they tend to work on smaller titles, so it's certainly within the realm of possibility that they themselves or .mu/LizardCube could resurrect the franchise in some fashion. Personally, I would just shit on my floor in joy if that were ever to be announced. Now, let's make it clear, I love me some KOF, and 15 is one of my most anticipated games of next year, but my heart lies with Fatal Fury. There's a reason its characters are among the most popular in SNK history. You don't see Kyo, Benimaru, or Mr. Big making guest appearances in other games. You see characters like Terry, Mai, and Geese. People want this franchise to return, as it has a history and style all of its own that make it worth revisiting. Wow, that was a really long video. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you know of any other games, fighting or otherwise, you'd like me to retrospect, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or enter the Southtown-based offices of the Flophouse VIP Patreon to nominate the game or series of your choice. See you next time, Lone Wolves, and thank you so much for watching. It's been a hot minute since I gave Big Pun some love, hasn't it? Well, while we wait around to see what fun adventures he's gonna get mixed up in with his old buddy Mr. Magoo, I thought it'd be fun to take a stroll down the shooting gallery that is Francis Castiglione's video game career. While it's true it's not nearly as prolific as Spider-Man or Wolverine's, it's still a pretty decent corpse-filled ride, featuring some good, some bad, and some ugly. So strap on some firepower and get your scowls ready as I take a look back at The Punisher needs no introduction. But here's a short one anyway. Created by Jerry Conway, John Romita Sr., Ross Andrew, and first appearing in Amazing Spider-Man 129, and yes, I own a copy, Pun Pun Kill-chan exploded on the scene by being easily fooled by a guy that looked like this, into believing that Spider-Man was a dangerous killer. Over the subsequent years, he would make sporadic appearances here and there until he got his own limited series in 1986, with these awesome covers by Mike Zeck. When that proved to be a success, he was then awarded his own unlimited series the following year, and really, the rest is history. Well, not the Angel of Vengeance version from 96 with the magic god Uzis. No, not that one. You could argue his mainstream comic book peak was the very early 90s, where he had not one, not two, but 3 ongoing series, and a few extra if you include the Armory one-shots. 1990 was a particular standout year. Not only was the first motion picture based on the character hitting cinemas, VCRs, it was also the start of Punisher mania gripping the video game industry, as 4 distinct titles on 4 different formats were released in a 12-month period. And it's here where our war will begin. 1990, The Punisher for MS-DOS. Developed by Paragon Software, it's appropriate that this is the first and most bizarre game on our hit list, as it really defies explanation. It starts with some backstory and this weird title screen before dumping you into Frank's clubhouse, where you're given a variety of options before you head out on your first mission. You can have Microchip brief you on what you'll be doing, laying out the target, the location, and any other mission parameters. These are incredibly detailed, which takes you a bit aback, because you go in assuming a Punisher video game will start off with Mission 1, Kill Crime, and not meticulously planning things out. Once you're done with Micro's brief, you can then take the battle van out for a spin in a first-person driving segment, with your destination being the address you were just given. The neighboring buildings and boroughs you drive through, though, are quite different from what you'd expect. What the hell? Where am I? Mirror's Edge Street? When Big Pun finally pulls up, it's a shutdown, with the streets being barren and empty for the most part as you wander around trying to find the specific building you need to enter. While the frame rate and screen scrolling is less than ideal, this is still really cool and ambitious to see, giving you a few city blocks to explore, which is again unexpected. The missions also have a good bit of variety, asking you to stop a sniper who's camped out on a roof, find and speak to an informant, or kill a specific target who's bunkered himself deep inside his lair. You also have a pretty big inventory at your disposal to complete these wanton acts of murder. Missions like a variety of guns and ammo, money to pay off informants, and other mission-specific items. Once you've successfully done the deed, it's back to your treehouse where you can repair any damage the van suffered, save your game, and sit through another one of Microchip's PowerPoint presentations. There's not really an overarching story per se, you just keep completing levels until the whole thing's over, which really doesn't take too long if you know what you're doing. Honestly, this is way more of a curiosity than a super fun, polished experience. On the positive side, Frank's face melting into the death's head as he takes damage is an amazing touch. Micro's briefings are unexpectedly and often hilarious. Inform believes the mule a long time. And it's just neat to see something very different. With that said, virtually every other aspect of the Punisher on DOS is a drag. You're so slow, there's no music, it's not fun or satisfying to kill things, and it's often hard to tell what's interactable and what's not. It's just a massive clunkfest. I'm still glad it exists though, because it's weird, and weird things are awesome, especially when it comes to video games. What's less weird is our next title, released the same year, which is called The Punisher, this time for the Amiga and Atari ST. Rather oddly, this was developed and published by a completely different company by the name of The Edge. The Edge? Wait, what? You mean this? Old school PC gamers, let me know what the hell The Edge was and if they made anything else. Despite it having the same name, this is a completely different beast from the DOS version, with the biggest change being Frank's complete lack of ass. I mean, look at that, I can iron my shirts on that thing. Anyway, it's a basic rail shooter, and I mean basic, as it technically doesn't contain any rails. You're given a single screen, and once you've shot all the crime, an arrow appears, which lets you suddenly swap to a new screen, so it's more chiller and less Operation Wolf. You're only given 3 levels to blast through: the alleyways, the sewers, and a building or like a penthouse, all in an effort to kill what's essentially just a bunch of Punisher stands. What? This seems to be loosely based on Frank's early comic book tussle with the Trust, an ex-military outfit run by some dude named Alaric that, like Frank, wishes to operate beyond the law. But that's his mistake, because only Frank's allowed to do that. The game even throws the Punishers, copycat lookalikes, in as bosses, so it's up to you, the one true Punisher, to slowly drag your crosshairs around and take them out. So this probably ain't the high-speed, brutal shooting gallery most people were hoping for. It's slow, it's ugly, there's a lot of brown, and it takes all of 10 minutes to beat. Like, seriously. What I do enjoy, however, is the fact there's so many enemies packed onto a single screen that just keep jumping out from the same places over and over again. After a while, you can't help but laugh. And that about sums up the positives. Well, everything about the Punisher on the Amiga. It's funny to laugh at for like 30 seconds, and yeah, that's it. Fortunately, there's much more to talk about with our next target, which, while similar to the Amiga in concept, does way more with it. The Punisher for the NES, released in 1990, developed by Beam Software, and published by LJN? Actually, no, it's fine. While it is indeed very true that LJN published a number of terrible superhero titles during the Reign of Terror, I wouldn't cite Punisher as one of them. In fact, Beam Software, the studio behind the game, is something of a legend in the Australian video game industry. They were responsible for a huge number of licensed titles on the NES and a bunch of other platforms throughout the 90s, but they've been around since the late 70s, so there's very few IPs they haven't touched. Hey, including Double Dragon! They also made some personal favorites of mine, like True Lies, Blades of Vengeance, various ports of Smash TV, and NBA Jam, and hell, they even even made Nightshade!
Nightshade! Night fucking shade!
You might know them better as Chrome Studios Melbourne, which they were renamed to when they were brought under the larger Chrome umbrella in 2006. They sadly didn't last too much longer after that, with their last game being the Wii and PS2 versions of Spyro the Eternal Night, which has its own funny backstory that... Yes, okay, we are getting off track. So the Punisher NES starts with a very straightforward, no-nonsense, balls-out, direct-to-the-point intro. Everything here is appropriately moody. The music, the shadowy graphics, the color palette, it makes you feel like you're playing a Punisher thing just based on the atmosphere alone, which you probably couldn't say about the earlier computer titles. The first thing you're greeted with once you press start is a gallery of posters that represent your targets, letting you choose the order in which to punish them. Once you've shot at the brick wall for a bit and chosen said target, a spooky, wax statue of Frank starts cutting a Raven-esque promo.
And I often wonder, maybe it was my fault.
Which almost always ends with him telling us that his war on crime is great and to just let him cook. Each mission is divided into 2 shooting sections, which then culminate in pretty cool boss fight levels. Since there's 6 bosses in total, it technically makes for 18 levels overall, but make no mistake, you're doing the exact same thing in each and every one. Fortunately, Beam Software made sure to maximize this simple concept as much as they could. Francis starts with a machine pistol that has limited ammo and kills stuff good enough, but when that ammo pool dries up, it downgrades to single shots. Ammo is frequently dropped by enemies or uncovered by shooting background objects, which then can also reward you with an assault rifle upgrade, where all fucking hell breaks loose, as you're given 250 rounds of ammo to tear shit up with. You're also given 5 grenades, which can clear out 2 to 3 enemies in a single shot, but they're pretty slow and your targets can routinely walk out of their radius. You can upgrade this by finding a rocket launcher that replaces the grenades until you run out of shells, which do fire incredibly fast. It's a pretty decent arsenal given the confines of this proto-rail shooter style of game, and of course the limits of the NES. There's even copies of the Daily Bugle lying around which you can read by shooting. They give you helpful tips which all amount to keep shooting stuff, which, given that it's literally the only way the Punisher can interact with the game world, was kinda obvious. Gee, thanks Jonah! Once you cleared out a level, you're given a kill or a score breakdown, which is fairly detailed and rewards accurate shooting. If you've achieved 80% or higher, every 5% increment beyond that will earn you rewards like more health, ammo, grenades, lives, and even the assault rifle or super gun upgrade if you manage to get it all the way to 100%. The way the control works is when you're holding the fire button, you steer Frank's crosshair, whipping it around the screen, killing all the crime you see. Once you release the button, you can then take control of Frank directly, which is how you avoid incoming fire. Now, he's not the most mobile dude in the world, and without a dodge or a roll, you often wind up taking more shots than you'd like to, but sometimes you just gotta grimace through the pain. Boss fights are fun little diversions that often, but not always, swap between shooting and melee, which does succeed in keeping you on your toes. Each boss has also got a big ol' life bar on the right there, and goddamn, Jigsaw looks horrific. I mean, I know that's kind of his brand, but he's really cranking it up to 11 in this game. Of course, the final boss is our rotund friend Wilson Fisk, as he so often is. Once you put him in the ground though, Frank cuts one more growly promo, and we're out. Honestly, Punisher NES is a good time. Sure, it's repetitive. Sure, there's no actual in-game music save for the opening theme, and of course, but for being one of the first games based on the character and on the NES, and being associated with LJN, it shouldn't be as fun as it is. I'd love to play a ROM hack that ups the default ammo count a little bit, implements music, and adds some extra scenery to the boss fights, as they're a little bit too empty for my liking. Anyway, Beam Software wasn't quite finished with Pun Pun yet, because they were also responsible for the Game Boy version of the same concept. And hell, since they did so well on the NES, it stands to reason that they would also excel in the portable space. They did not. Punisher, the ultimate payback for the Game Boy, released in 1991 and published by, I think, both Acclaim and LJN, is based off the NES title, but worse for it in about every way. Now, I don't just mean the expected downgrades you typically get with all Game Boy ports, those are all here, but stuff well beyond that. If you'll turn your attention to the GB screen, you'll notice that its real estate is at a premium, so Beam Software wasn't able to squeeze Frankie's sprite in there. That means it essentially plays from the first person, which means there's no way to dodge fire, which means you take way more damage, so the game is a hell of a lot harder. In fact, you can't even see incoming bullets, which makes every enemy a hit scanner, which drains your life in seconds. Complicating matters, the GB's very limited color palette means it's actually really hard for your eyes to acclimate to shooting things for power-ups, cause nothing stands out anymore. It's just one big green and gray canvas, a problem the NES version didn't have. Boss fights are a letdown too. They just waddle into the screen every so often with no fanfare and no gravitas. I will give the game credit for one thing though. Every stage has music, which does help to keep things lively. Also, I just really enjoy these dudes just hiding in shopping carts in the mall level. That's just fucking brilliant. The story, such as it is that Frank hates drugs. Like, really hates drugs. In fact, the entire game is based around taking out what Spider-Man calls drug bosses, with Jigsaw being the biggest of them all. Spider-Man, yeah. I mentioned this cameo in my mediocre Spider-Man series, but the wall crawler's mystifying appearance here, supporting Frank's ever-rising body count with words of encouragement, is a sight to behold. He fucks off after a level or two, and honestly, without this cameo, I doubt anyone would even remember the ultimate payback ever being a thing. So with that said, let's just move on. To 1993's imaginatively titled The Punisher, developed by Capcom's legendary coin-op division. This bombastic beat-em-up represents one part of the holy trilogy of Capcom licensed brawlers that have rarely, if ever, seen any ports in their 30-year existence, which is such a goddamn shame. Headed up by Noritaka Funamizu, who had a hand in pretty much everything Capcom put out in the 90s and early 2000s, with design work done by Akira Akiman Yasuda, The Punisher brought Capcom's beat-em-ups to a new level in terms of combat depth, and also marked their first collaboration with Marvel. Whether you select Francis or Nicholas, you only have two buttons to work with, jump and attack, just like Final Fight. But Capcom made sure to utilize these two buttons in every conceivable way. You can dash, attack off your dash, throw bombs on the ground or in the air, pull off giant swings, Azuna drops, sonic kicks, flaming dives. It's just way more stuff than you'd expect. Then there's the huge assortment of melee weapons you can use to hack, slash, and bash, but I know what you're all probably saying out there.
When do we get the freaking guns?
Well, at least a few times per level, you're given a powerful firearm to kill crime in a more stylish and Punisher-y way. Enemy variety is off the charts too, which is good of course, but also kinda weird at the same time. While there's your standard street toughs and punks, there's also sexy ninja ladies, 1930s gangsters, martial artists, awkward robot men, and even giant mechs. It just feels like they've all been pulled from different games, with many of them feeling out of place in early 90s Punisher. Every 3 seconds, you are assaulted by the complete nonsense that comes out of both Pun Pun's and Fury's mouths. Which to me only adds to the over-the-top style the game exudes. I do have to say though, the music isn't Capcom's best. What's here is fine, but it also isn't very memorable. The only other area of the game that's a bit of a letdown is the bosses. There's not that many of them, and most of them are just like, huh? There's this big generic dude, Scully, who is actually from the comics, but then there's Garderoid, okay. Bushwhacker, yeah, okay, he checks out. But then there's Bonebreaker, an X-Men villain from the Reavers, who, correct me if I'm wrong, has no prior relationship with the Punisher. Hell, he was in Konami's X-Men arcade game the year prior. Then we have Gardroid again. And then finally, Kingpin, which is a big shock, but at least his sprite is suitably impressive. Honestly, the only bosses I'd keep are Mr. Fisk and Mr. Bush. Why have these generic robots and Bonebreaker? I'm aware that the Punisher didn't have a lot of arch nemeses to draw from because, you know, he's the Punisher, but I think they could have included the likes of Mr. Jiggyface, Bullseye, Hitman, or Hammerhead. This is, of course, me picking some nits, because regardless, the moment-to-moment gameplay of Capcom's Punisher is so fun, so impactful, and so 90s that it supersedes everything else. So I assume that meant at least one head honcho over at Capcom knew it was too good to remain exclusive to the arcade, which is why we were given 1994's Sega Genesis port, which was not developed in-house by Capcom, but rather Sculptured Software. Much like Beam, they cut their teeth on approximately 10 billion licensed titles and ports all through the 90s. Mortal Kombat, WWF, Star Wars, and some show called The Simpsons that I'm not familiar with. This, coupled with the fact that it was relegated to a paltry 16 meg card when it deserved more, meant that the Punisher on the Jenny really doesn't need to exist in the face of emulation. In the mid-90s, yeah, it was playable enough and was the only way to do so outside of an arcade, but going back to it now, there's just way too many compromises to make it worth seeking out, at least in my opinion. Now, if you're into physicals, well, Capcom made sure it had a tiny initial run in '94, so a legit copy will set you back a minimum of $300. I'm not saying this version is terrible, mind you, it's just been downgraded and neutered so much in terms of presentation that it's hard to recommend when the arcade can be easily accessed. Both Frank and Nick have way less voice samples, animation frames, and their special continue screens were removed altogether. Lots of destructible elements are also gone, including these cars that leave charred corpses if you blow them up, and hell, they even deleted this amazing—
Hey, it's that dog.
Why? 'Cause fuck you, that's why. Blood has also been all but removed, save for a tiny dollop when using a sword, and before you ask, no, there's no code to increase it. The female ninjas have also had terrible new makeovers that are so obvious, it's almost hilarious, and they even removed Nick's and Kingpin's cigar. Like, the game was already rated teen. Were these changes really that necessary? Doom Troopers was rated teen, and that's got motherfuckers exploding left, right, and center. That's all the window dressing though, so it's not exactly a deal breaker as the gameplay is mostly intact, but there are also a number of omissions. The really useful giant swing has been replaced with this less cool throw slam, which was cobbled together from existing animations. You can't dash into your sweep special anymore, the hammer and boomerang weapons were cut, you can't rebound off of walls, and Putty's Sonic Kick and Nick's Flip special were also downgraded. Finally, the flaming dive kick from the Japanese arcade isn't here either, and while I shouldn't have expected it, it still sucks it didn't make it in. There's also no extra levels, bosses, or any unlocks at all either. Hell, I would have taken a basic versus mode like in Streets of Rage. This just smacks of a team not being given nearly enough time to do what was already a hard job, as I can't imagine the Americans at Sculptured Software had an easy time decompiling Japanese code and documentation. If Capcom had ported this themselves and upped the meg size to 24, I have no doubt we might have gotten something far closer to the arcade. As the 90s wore on though, there was coincidentally enough a drop in superhero video games in general, outside the odd Spider-Man movie adaptation or Capcom vs. Fighter. And it's here where the Punisher was forced to hang up his shitload of weapons for close to 10 years. So it was then, in 2004, that The Punisher, can you believe there's 5 distinct games all called The Punisher, exploded onto the PlayStation 2, Xbox, PC, and mobile phones, and is loosely based on the unintentionally hilarious events of the 2004 Thomas Jane film. Published by THQ and developed by Volition, this was meant to capitalize on the big boom of superhero movies that came in the wake of X-Men and Spider-Man, but to also lean into the bullet time-infused mayhem that action games were also currently undergoing. And while The Punisher very liberally lifts from Max Payne, Dead to Rights, and others, it's bolstered considerably by the writing talents of Garth Ennis and Jimmy Palmiotti, who give Frank the darkly comic tone that worked so well in his comics of the day, but not so much in his films. Fortunately, the game has more in common with the former, presenting an in-depth, twisting tale that constantly surprises you with where it goes, along with its numerous cameos. What starts off with Frank almost getting run over by a car in Hell's Kitchen then spirals into a week-long bloodbath involving the Yakuza, Kingpin, the Nucci's, and even the Mighty Russian, who canonically, in the Marvel Universe, is the strongest one there is. While I won't go into the story more than that, rest assured it's chock full of great one-liners, characterization, genuine laughs, and solid performances.
Damn it, Castle! This was my favorite bar!
The standout, of course, is Thomas Jane, who reprises the character here and does an awesome job with the material when it's being penned by a competent writer.
How many people have you killed in the last few weeks?
Not sure. There were a lot of explosions.
Now, while the mechanics and systems of the Punisher's gameplay are quite solid, they're not perfect. The Frankster does feel a bit stiff when he's running, jumping, and dodging, and in terms of gunplay and aiming, well, this finds itself in the no man's land of third-person shooters. It's not quite as smooth or as novel as Max Payne was when it was released, but it was right before Resident Evil 4 did, which redefined how games like this should play. So The Punisher finds itself somewhere in the middle, and it takes some getting used to. Fortunately, it makes up for this in a variety of ways. Being able to toss enemies through and into dozens of different objects and hazards never gets old. The sheer variety of guns, explosives, and executions is impressive, and it's all topped off with the bloody cherry that are the interrogations. Not sure if I really need to go into a lot of detail here, but every environment has several spots where you can intimidate a foe into giving up weapon locations, locker codes, or other miscellaneous info. Pun can also do these on the fly with a number of stock actions, but they're not nearly as elaborate. What sucks about this system is that if you kill your enemy purposefully or by accident, your score gets penalized, which is something that affects the various unlocks you can earn. I guess they thought there'd need to be some type of balancing act here, but yeah, this ain't it. To further increase your high scores and earn medals, you also need to not get hit to keep your combo chain going, which honestly is way harder than it needs to be, at least when playing casually. Like I said earlier, Frankencastle isn't super mobile. He's more of a tank who can take a lot of punishment. So dodging and avoiding damage isn't really his strong suit. You do have a dodge, but it's fairly slow and only helps you avoid some damage, not all. Coupled with that, the cover system is a tad janky, and with dozens of enemies shooting you at any given time, you're gonna get hit, no matter what. That minor frustration melts away, however, when you enter Slaughter Mode. Basically, Frank throwing a tantrum and murking every enemy in his path with his old reliable friend, Mr. Stabby. The horrible filter and effect that accompanies Slaughter Mode is of course the compromise Volition and THQ had to make to legally sell this game in most countries. This of course affected the interrogations as well, which saw the use of both the filter and a camera movement which would shy away from fully showing the violent climax. It's so, I don't know, quaint and cute that in 2004 this was considered the upper echelon of violent material, when in 2023 Mortal Kombat or Resident Evil remakes depict far worse things with way more realistic graphics. Even so, you can easily find mods for the PC version that gets rid of the filters and restores the original camera angles, so it's the definitive way to play. You know what's the polar opposite of the definitive way? Well, that would be the Java version of The Punisher, which was developed by THQ's mobile division and something called Amplified Games. This is essentially just a raw retelling of the movie with text to fill in the story, and in a big surprise, it's another shooting gallery. You slowly drag your crosshair over a still image from a particular location from the film, press a button, and a small undefined shape falls down. Rinse and repeat for like 8 minutes, and that's The Punisher for flip phones. Really sucks this wasn't like a sprite-based run-and-gun action game, which were fairly common for phones back in the day, but wait, that's weird in and of itself. Why didn't we ever get that for consoles during the 90s? Something that plays like Demolition Man, Stargate, or my second reference to Doom Troopers. Seems like it would have been easy money, but I digress. A Punisher sequel that ran on Saints Row's original open-world engine was being worked on at Volition for a time, but was sadly never officially greenlit, which seems insane to me given that a sequel was literally teased at the end of the first game, and it had sold millions of copies. THQ made a lot of dumbass decisions around that time, and pretty much every subsequent time afterwards, so I just chalk this up as one of those. Speaking of dumbass decisions, 2009's Punisher No Mercy. Man, we finally got a different naming convention, but I'm not sure if it was worth it. This was a truly out-of-left-field PSN exclusive, which was funded and published by Sony Computer Entertainment, of all people, but, like, why? We were denied a sandbox sequel to Volition's proven hit, but we're given this? Now, I can understand wanting to change things up. Okay, FPSs are hot, so let's make one of them, but with the Punisher. Hell yeah, I'd play an FPS based around him, where he quips like Duke Nukem, it's super gory, and there's lots of secrets to find. Oh no, not like that. This is gonna be a multiplayer arena shooter. Oh. And it's gonna be exclusive to a single platform. Oh. And it's going to be terrible. Wait, what? So yes, Zen Studios, best known for single-handedly carrying the entire video game pinball industry on its back, were somehow the ones chosen to make a 3D FPS arena shooter with Unreal Engine 3 on the PlayStation Triple Ballin', a platform which famously struggled to run Unreal Engine 3. Now, to be fair, in their early days, they had only one pinball game to their credit, and had worked on other things like Mushroom Men and Ghostbusters on the DS, as well as a Rocky and Bullwinkle game. Still not the best track record, but at least it was something. That something, however, was not enough to deliver on The Punisher. Even if taken at face value as an arena shooter and not an expansive, ambitious, story-based affair, it's still way too rough to recommend, which many critics did not do when it launched. Weightless, low-impact shooting mechanics, a bog-standard arsenal of weapons, bullets, spongy enemies, a super tedious unlock system, matches that dragged on, performance issues. No Mercy was a rushed mess of a game right out of the gate, and it never got any better before it completely died, like, I don't know, a week after launch? It's a shame that several modern Punisher characters like Barracuda, Finn Cooley, and Jenny Cesare were wasted on this thing, but I will give Zen some credit. They did implement a single-player story mode to try and give rando matches against bots some context. There's some nifty comic book style cutscenes by Mike Deodato interwoven between each match, but it's nothing groundbreaking either. I have to assume the only reason this was even put into production was to have a video game tie-in to The Punisher Warzone, which flopped into theaters 7 months earlier. The logo is similar, and Pun Pun's default design is pretty much identical, and that kinda makes this all the more pathetic. Two products based on a single character, and they both fared really poorly commercially and critically. This shouldn't surprise you, but The Punisher No Mercy has long since been delisted, and making this video is the first time I've thought about it in years, which I deeply regret. Why is that? Well, it was the last standalone Punisher game ever made, and oof, what a one to go out on. I am nothing if not thorough, however, because Big Pun has shown up in a number of other titles throughout the years, so as a fun bonus or whatever, here's his rap sheet of other in-game appearances. 2009, Marvel's Superhero Squad. Yes, Superhero Squad allowed you to play as Chibi Frank Castle. It is a damn shame they couldn't sneak this great moment into the game somehow.
I'm out here to keep those stinking sprouts off the mac and cheese. Keep them from leaving the store in the first place.
2013, Marvel Heroes. Remember this thing that had a what happened as hell development history? Yeah, Frank was playable here, but by the time I finally decided to boot the game up after buying it on console, I couldn't play it anymore. Thanks! 2014, Lego Marvel Superheroes. Friggin' everyone was selectable here, so it shouldn't be a surprise that Frank also was. Really cool that he was voiced by Robin Atkins Downs when he originally played a bunch of criminals and goons in the Volition game 10 years previous.
But they're necessary to protect the innocent and cut down traffic congestion.
Then there's the mobile stuff, which I don't really fuck with. He's in Marvel Contest of Champions and Future Fight, which is funny. Yeah, let's go with funny, because, you know, gotta make sure that the super violent anti-hero is in all the mainstream mobile stuff, but not in a single Capcom versus game, or like, I don't know, in the dark and brooding Arena Fighter. Nope, not a good fit. Marvel Puzzle Quest? What was this again? I remember seeing adverts for this for like years, but I never tried it. Is it still a thing? Anyway, it's pretty hilarious / tragic that Frank's one-man war against crime and injustice, survivor's guilt, and PTSD was watered down into pushing colored gems around a screen and driving hapless people to real-world bankruptcy. Next up, something called Marvel Avengers Alliance, a social network game, whatever that is. Is this still in operation? I haven't logged into Facebook in like 8 years. Pun then followed that up by appearing in Marvel Avengers Academy, which I think is something different. Wait, he was voiced by James Arnold Taylor in this?
Let's make him pay. Let's finish it.
Man, crazy to think you can hire the same person to play both Spider-Man and Killman, but that just proves how talented Mr. Taylor is. Then, in 2019, Frankie was added to Ultimate Alliance 3: The Black Order, and specifically via the Marvel Knights DLC pack. But it's crazy to think he wasn't in the first 2 Ultimate Alliances, so I'm really happy he finally made it in here. This also marks the last brand new game where Punny is a selectable character. In terms of cameos, well, there's his famous one in 2000's Neversoft Spider-Man. That moment is quickly swept aside, however, by this iconic scene right here.
Punisher, do you have any threes?
Go fish!
Mwah! His shirt, just his shirt, was shown in the opening cinematic of Marvel Nemesis, and was subsequently never mentioned again, which was a real slap in the face if you ask me. He also managed to squeak in an appearance as a zombie in Frank West's ending in Marvel 3, gee thanks, and also got a costume in there, I think? And that's pretty much it. Before we close the War Journal for today though, there is one last video game appearance I gotta give shoutouts to. In the late 90s, one of the few pockets of the Marvel universe that wasn't tied up with another publisher was Marvel 2099, which was optioned by our good friends, the developers of Steel Harbinger, Mindscape. Planned for the PC and the PlayStation, this was going to be a sprite-based action game where you could select from a number of futuristic heroes, including the always awesome Spider-Man 2099, the less awesome Punisher 2099, and the least awesome of all, Hulk 2099. It was going to look a lot like Killer Instinct, or no, scratch that. It was going to look a lot like Iron Man and Exo Manowar, with you blasting through a story based on the One Nation Under Doom comic plotline. In fact, that was going to be the name, Marvel 2099 One Nation Under Doom, but was very sadly cancelled when Mindscape was hit with layoffs in 1996 and some of the staff were diverted to Prince of Persia 3D. Great job, guys! It didn't get very far, less than 50% completed, before Mindscape pulled the plug, and I'm super salty about this. I would have loved to play One Nation Under Doom because it's the perfect distillation of the late 90s. Marvel's on the verge of going out of business. It's based on the 2099 universe, and it has 3D rendered sprites. It's just
perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
And that concludes the Punisher's bloody video game history. I strongly believe the character will appear again in another game down the line, although I had assumed he was going to pop up in Midnight Suns for you to be able to romance, and who knows, maybe he still will. I don't know about all y'all, but I'm pretty sure I can change him and make him forget all about his family. If you know of any other characters or franchises with a rich and robust video game history, let me know in the comments below or enter the war zone that is my Twitter. Thanks again for watching, and until then, the war still rages. It's 1993, and after 6 years of dominating the Saturday morning airwaves, toy shelves, and even movie theaters, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reached their sophomore slump. While it was still a popular brand, the oversaturation of Leo, Raph, Mikey, and Dawn, and dozens if not hundreds of other weird mutants and whatever this thing was, had exhausted the patience and wallets of fans the world over. Not only that, but those that latched onto the heroes in the half-shell in the late 80s were starting to move on to other things as they reached the worst stage of life, being a teenager. Seeing this downtrend in business, Mirage Studios and Playmates enacted a brilliant solution. Market the hell out of the Turtles even harder and faster than ever, not stopping for any reason.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Damn, that is now the current record holder for quickest usage of the third strike gag. Alright, so what did this marketing blitz entail? Well, they launched a multitude of new toy lines, a third movie that'll surely be the best one yet, and finally, a three-pronged attack by the masters of TMNT video games, Konami. The intent here was to try and tap into a slightly older market, since most fans of the franchise were indeed getting older. So, Konami produced a multi-platform project which would launch on 3 of the most popular consoles of the day: the Super NES, the Genesis/Mega Drive, and the aging NES. The 3 places that the Turtles had thrived on in their pixelated forms. It was an interesting plan, to be fair, well, the video game part of it, because after 2 arcade beat-em-ups, home versions of said beat-em-ups, the NES original, and various portable games, it was time to switch things up. Now, since this was 1993, the peak of Street Fighter's popularity, it was time for the Turtles to grab their own glistening, oily slice of the fighting game pizza pie. Street Fighter II had sold millions of copies across the SNES and Genesis, so it did make marketing sense that by mixing the exploding genre with the worldwide appeal of the Turtles, would quadruple potential sales.
I really wish you'd stop saying things like that.
So, let's open up the sewer cover and breathe in deep, because we're gonna break down each version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters. Let's start with the Genesis. It was released in September of 1993, and in all regions it was called Tournament Fighters, which isn't exactly subtle on who they were trying to target. That's just one notch above slapping a Street Fighter Edition sticker right onto the box. Speaking of the box, actually, in Japan it was represented by a painted illustration that's a mix of Streets of Rage and I guess the movie designs of the turtles, which is odd, but cool nonetheless. In North America, across all platforms, they all shared a really similar cover design, just swapping out a turtle or a villain depending on the version. Kinda sucks that there are only 3 versions of TF and not 4, cause Michelangelo got left out of the box art. I mean, there are lots of Game Boy games based on the turtles, and even a surprising amount of fighters too. Would it have killed them to port the NES version to the gray and green hues of the Game Boy? Seems like a waste, Konami marketing. There's 4 main heroes, and you could have had 4 versions. Am I talking about this too long?
Dude, I could beat gaming.
The plot is pretty much nonsense. There's turtle doppelgangers running around, and Splinter gets rat-napped, and Krang's behind it all. I mean, Karai's behind it all. The turtles have to beat up everyone in their way, of course, but in a nice twist, it's more of an intergalactic affair, where they have to travel to different planets to fight off the doppelgangers. They are joined by Ray Fillet, Sisyphus, and of course, a news anchor and crazy guy in hockey mask. Where's Shredder, you ask? Well, there is no Shredder at all. There's no Shredder in a TMNT video game. Yeah, that's a choice that someone actually made. And it's not like he's a secret boss or anything. There is no Shredder in this game's code. Now, there are some bosses, 3 of them in fact. There's Krang, a random Triceraton, and Karai. How do you unlock them? You don't. There's no code, nothing. Now, if you do some work, you can access them through hacking, but it's a strange omission nonetheless. The cast is already pretty light, and I get making one final boss unplayable, but all 3 of them? And the Triceraton is right on the fucking box! The game uses a bizarre 3-button only setup. Punch, kick, and taunt. Taunt! Yeah, if you want different types of attacks, you push the D-pad in random directions for command normals, I guess. What's even more bizarre is that even if you did have a Genesis 6 button, the control layout doesn't change. It's still 3 buttons and you can't remap them. So right off of Casey's bat, this game isn't as tight or as responsive when compared to a lot of other options on the Genesis. In terms of visuals, well, it has that slightly grainy look typified by a good percentage of the console's library, and the character sprites are a bit on the small side. Overall, when you compare this to other Konami offerings like Rocket Knight, Hardcore, and Bloodlines, TF just doesn't quite hit that same high watermark. This might be more of a personal preference, but there's something about this game's visuals that never quite did it for me. The music is pretty alright, nothing egregious, but also not all that memorable either. It is, however, the sound effects that tend to grate on the nerves. I know a lot of Genesis games sound like this, but it's all just so rough and farty, especially when you compare it to those other Konami gems I mentioned earlier. The voices are also a garbled mess that sounds so bad they shouldn't have even bothered to include them.
Okay.
Now, as for the actual game, the moment-to-moment gameplay, well, it's fine. With the 3-button setup, I mean, it's not ideal, as most of your attacks feel more random than anything else, which means it just doesn't feel as fluid or as polished as the games it aspires to be. There are some redeeming qualities though. Casey and April are obviously really nice to have. There's some neat stage transitions, the game's super moves, desperation attacks are also pretty fun to watch, and there's even an instant replay feature, which may be the first of its kind. This game did predate Virtua Fighter by a good few months. But other than that, there's not much to say about TF on the Genesis. It's certainly not a terrible fighting game, but it does feel like it could have used more polish and care. If they had let you play as the bosses and instituted an optional control scheme to use more buttons, it would have gone a long way to making it feel like a more robust package. So logically, next we have the SNES version, which, for reasons I wasn't able to uncover, was actually dubbed TMNT Mutant Warriors in Japan. Why? This is the only version of the game that has a different moniker. Who on the marketing team decided to do this? I mean, it would have made sense if all Japanese versions were labeled such, but why just the Super Famicom version? Like, when I think about it, Mutant Warriors is actually less descriptive about what this game actually is, and even way more generic, so I don't know, what's the deal?
Any special order you want those questions answered in?
I do have to give it up for the awesome box art. It looks like a long-lost anime from the 90s, but based on the Turtles. And no, not that really weird Sentai one. God, I would give up pizza for a year if that could somehow will an edgy 90s Turtles OVA into existence. Directed by Masami Obari. Fortunately, you see this same type of artwork in the instruction booklet as well, and they're just all so awesome. In terms of visuals, the SNES version is a sight to behold with its impressive pixel art that brings both the characters and the backgrounds to life. The entire game is just teeming with detail and animation, giving everything a vibrant, appealing 90s look. The sound is also Konami as fuck. In fact, for my money, TF on the Super Nintendo is one of the most underrated OSTs in the 16-bit era. Considering how good it is, it doesn't tend to get brought up all that often. Now, as to the game's modes and such, it's pretty much comparable with the Genesis. There's a fairly extensive story mode where you select one of the turtles and follow breadcrumbs to save April and Splinter, complete with cutscenes and text before each bout. There's also a more pared-back arcade mode that has Channel 6 sponsoring the Tournament Fighter Contest, which will shower cash and prizes to the winner. Yeah, the stakes are considerably less than the intergalactic war that the Turtles started in the Genesis port. When the Turtles notice that Shredder's name is on the entry list, that motivates them enough to enter the tournament to kill him again? There's this vague plot that infers Shredder was previously defeated, /missing, /dead, which is why he is dubbed Cyber Shredder in this game. Despite putting these story threads forward, it tends not to follow up on a lot of them. In addition to the four turtles, there's Chrome Dome, Wingnut, Armagon, War, Shredder, and finally Asuka, a character made just for this game. There's evidence she might have started as April at some point. She does share some similarities with Miss O'Neill's design in the Genesis game, but it's never really been confirmed. The gameplay itself is pretty damn solid. Fluid animations, impactful attacks, a light combo system, and a good selection of special moves. It also incorporates a more traditional button setup, 2 strengths for punch and 2 for kick. Unlike the desperation moves in the Genesis game, which you can only use when you're almost dead, the SNES version's ultimate attack moves are done by filling up a meter. Once stocked, you have a few seconds to trigger the attack, lest the bar starts to decrease. Maybe due to the power of the SNES, Konami went nuts with these things. I mean, some of this stuff is reaching Capcom vs. game levels. They're also really easy to perform, just press both fierce attacks together. What's even cooler is that this might be the first time a traditional super meter was introduced in a fighting game, as it beat the arcade version of Super Turbo by a few months. If you know of any other earlier example of this in a fighter, let me know in the comments below. And remember, it has to be before September 1993. Even though this version provides a faster, more combo-orientated style of gameplay, it still doesn't quite match up to either SNK or Capcom's best. The damage and associated chip damage of super attacks and, well, most special moves are crazy stupid high. Some supers can even cause more damage when blocked versus when they connect, and sometimes, depending on the situation, some supers can be a touch of death. While at first glance everything seems kosher with the gameplay, the game definitely has some balancing and damage issues when you get into the nitty-gritty. If that wasn't bad enough, the two unlockable bosses, a thick-ass beefy Rat King and a godlike version of Karai, throw that balance on its head even harder. If you think like that Omega Rugal or Shadow Jago are crazy, go a few rounds with Karai on a decent difficulty setting. You're gonna regret it. Unlike the other two versions of Tournament Fighters though, the SNES one features a few regional differences, some expected and some not. In the Japanese version, Asuka has some added animation frames here and there, and a few less colored pixels here and there. The unexpected change, however, is the Channel 6 Tournament Fighter stage, which for some reason has a hidden breakable wall that you can bust into.
Oh shit, Fred, look, it's mutants! And they're fighting!
Now, the Japanese version did come out 2 months after the Western one, so I guess this was a cut feature they planned to introduce. In fact, when you consider the two stage transitions in the Genesis game, this was probably originally going to be an important aspect to the stages. Now, I think the most famous, earliest examples of backgrounds doing stuff like this was X-Men Children of the Atom or MK3, but could TF also be the first fighter that had stage transitions like this? Again, let me know if you're aware of any other games that did it first. Finally, to wrap up, the Turtles and the announcer had higher-pitched voice samples for whatever reason.
Round one. Fight! Round one. Fight!
Personally, I prefer the Western version when it comes to this. Now, on to the last officially released Tournament Fighters game. The NES had very few one-on-one fighters in its library, and when I say very few, I mean basically none, aside from like Urban Champion or Mode B Double Dragon. Released in 1994, this marked the very last game Konami would publish for the 8-bit powerhouse in North America and Europe, and it's not a bad one to go out on. Strangely though, this version of TMNT TF did not receive a Japanese release. Okay, well, looking at it now, it has to be said this might be one of the best looking NES games ever made, featuring detailed and fairly big sprites, considering the hardware. While there's not a ton of backgrounds, the ones that are here look really nice. I mean, sure, they're basic, but the hardware though! I also find it insane that the floors seem to have some form of line scrolling. Could the NES even do that? Or was this some type of visual trick that was somehow approximating it? In terms of art style and the sprites themselves, it falls right in line with the 8-bit Turtles action games of the day, most notably Manhattan Project. Obviously, it has the smallest roster by far, consisting of the 4 Turtles, Casey Jones, Shredder, and finally Hothead. Alright, Hothead is his own separate rabbit hole. Like a few other characters we've discussed already, he has multiple origins and guises spread across the Archie comics, cartoons, and action figures. He's also known as Chu-Shi, the warrior dragon. The gameplay, since it's shackled by the NES's 2-button pad, feels limited as you'd expect, but there are a few cool special moves at your disposal, and the fighting works well enough. To add some spice, a power-up is randomly offered by a floating Master Splinter Head. If someone grabs this, they can then perform their own desperation, ultimate, whatever you want to call it, attack. Basically, it's just a souped up projectile. I mean, I don't think anyone expected giant dragons and tidal waves and shit. simplicity carries over to the plot as well. Shredder issues a challenge to the Turtles, and thus they, Casey, and Hothead decide to fight it out to see who's the strongest among them to take on said challenge. Great plan, guys. But instead of that, why don't you all just team up and beat the shit out of Shredder? Like, who cares? The music and sound effects are your typical NES fare, which, when you throw Konami into the mix, is no bad thing. Honestly, while the console does hold it back, it's still really impressive to see this game running today. Yeah, it's basic, there's a lot of sprite flicker, and the roster is only 7 characters deep, with 4 of those being palette swaps, but it's still shocking Konami managed to pull this off. Now, despite this entire series being really solid overall without a real stinker among them, it's pretty unfortunate that the TMNT Media Blitz of 1993 really didn't work out. Ratings for the TV show continued to dip. The third movie was
It's Wet Willy time, Mo. What'em?
the third movie, and it didn't really help the Turtles' standing with the encroaching popularity of Power Rangers and other competing shows. Even cross-promoting a limited line of Tournament Fighters action figures, which had very little to do with the games, didn't move the profit needle much at all. So, due to all these factors, the TF games were the last Turtle-focused titles Konami would publish until the relaunch of the franchise in 2003. That being said though, while Tournament Fighters was very much another face in a multitude of games trying to ape Street Fighter, the concept of a one-on-one showdown with mutated animals and New Yorkers wearing hockey masks had a concrete appeal. So while underappreciated in its time, in the subsequent decades among the TMNT fanbase, Tournament Fighters was looked upon fairly positively. Therefore, it's not really surprising to know that a community has rallied around these games, with this Super Nintendo version getting the lion's share of the love, but interest in all 3 has persisted. There's like a competitive scene around these games, spearheaded by the fine folks at the TMNT TF community. There's TMNT TF Championship Edition, which adds colors, art, and a few minor quality of life improvements. And of course, there's TMNT Cross Justice League, an amazing Mugen with some serious talent behind it. It takes the best parts of both Tournament Fighters SNES and Blizzard's Justice League Task Force and mashes both together with tons of new mechanics, stages, and even characters. There's Kirby, the long-lost turtle from the 4th film that was never filmed, and who almost made it into the next mutation before Venus de Milo took his place. Not to be outdone, there's also Omega Shredder, and even April O'Neil, a fun combination of her Genesis appearance and Asuka. I mean, damn, there's even unique endings for each character, lovingly drawn by former SNK artist Nona. This release has proven so popular, they're currently working on a turbo enhancement that features more characters and an in-depth Marvel vs. Capcom style tag mode. The vanilla release, though, is still probably one of the best Mugens I've ever played, and if you have even a passing interest in TMNT, DC Heroes, or fighting games, or all 3, I urge you to try it out. Link in the description below. And that about wraps up this little retrospective. As you've probably noticed, Tournament Fighters was a big part of my 90s experience, along with the Turtles in general. Nowadays, it just actually warms my heart to see the franchise supported not only through fan-made efforts, but with new official titles as well, making sure that Turtle Power will truly never die. So that was Tournament Fighters. If you want to see more retrospectives like this, let me know in the comments below or head on over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon sewers and let me know what you'd like to see next. See you next time, and cowabunga, or perestroika? Oh wait, no, I got it.
Frere Jacques. Frere Jacques. Frere
Donnie,
Jacques.
give it up.
Oh.
When you think of Matt McMuscles, what visuals flash through your mind? Godzilla, Final Fight, Cereal, J-Cups? That last one's a bad example, but would you believe a puzzle game actually makes up a percentage of my mind palace? No, even I wouldn't think that, but it's true. There is a puzzle series I love so much that, hell, I decided to make my own video about it, and I've fooled you all into watching it, hopefully. So without further ado, I proudly present the Puzzle League retrospective.
Nintendo!
To do this series justice, we need to rewind back to the magical time period of 1995, which mathematically is smack dab in the middle of the immortal 90s, where Nintendo had a good amount of its own puzzle games spread across the NES, the Game Boy, and of course the mighty SNES. Wario's Woods, Tetris, Dr. Mario, Yoshi's Cookie, Picross, it was pretty clear that there ain't no shortage of puzzlers if you were a Nintendo fan. But, in my humble opinion, one game towered above them all. Panel de Pon was developed by Intelligent Systems, the creators of Fire Emblem, Advance Wars, Paper Mario, and lots of other future Nintendo classics, and released for the Super Famicom in late '95. The core of Panel de Pon can be distilled to a field where a stack of different colored blocks move upward, and it's up to the player to get rid of the blocks within certain winning conditions, like clearing everything above a predetermined line or filling up another player's screen in competitive play. This is done via a cursor, which can flip 2 block positions horizontally, and you want to match up 3 or more of the same color. This then deletes the blocks and everything just falls down to make up for the newly opened space. But shut up, there's more! You can still move your cursor around during these moments, and if you have enough big dick energy, you can position more blocks to build up a chain of combos to delete more and more in a glorious cacophony of colorful block mayhem. It's awesome, it's addictive, and it's my favorite style of puzzle game, bar none. That's the gameplay, but Panel de Pon also made a name for itself for actually featuring a story. It centers around the evil king Thanatos, who's featured in another Intelligent Systems game, Battle Clash, who then messes up a magical world of fairies which causes infighting, and it's up to our MC, Lip, to set things right. She needs to defeat the other fairies one after another until she can puzzle battle Thanatos to death. Yes, that's the plot. Now, this is all well and good, but if you can smell the footage you're seeing right now and really use your ears to visually examine the graphics, you might feel a wave of nostalgia if you played a lot of Nintendo games on the Super Nintendo or even the N64. Panel de Pon is simply the Japanese version of the better known and almost the exact same Tetris Attack, which hit North American shores in '96. Nintendo still had a good relationship with the Tetris company at the time and felt the game needed something a bit more recognizable to sell overseas. Yoshi's Cookie wasn't exactly a runaway hit, so rather than use the Green Dino's name again on another puzzle game, they settled for using the Tetris moniker, despite it having nothing to do with Tetris. The attack part of the name came from the much faster and more aggressive style the game adopted, not to mention the fact that in competitive play you are actively attacking the other player by making big combo, which results in dropping junk onto your rival. For all intents and purposes, however, this is the same game. It just swaps out Lip and the other fairies with characters who appeared in Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, like Poochie, Raphael the Raven, and even Bowser, who's more than happy to step into Thanatos' evil shoes. The story is even a carbon copy, with the Koopa King wreaking havoc across the land and causing other creatures and characters to be evil, while it's up to Yoshi to puzzle their heads back on straight. The sound effects of your cursor moving around, the combos building up, even the music is all shared between both versions. So, to reiterate, Japan equals fairies. USA, Yoshi. I hope that simplifies things. No matter which version you play, the game is so damn colorful and oozing with 16-bit charm out of every orifice. From the cute shouts of victory when a round is won, or the calming music which then explodes into an explosion of stress and tension, to the breezy animations and the chibi representations of the selected characters, you are in for a good time. The Game Boy version of Tetris Attack is exactly that. A Game Boy version of Tetris Attack. It's uglier, sounds worse, but the gameplay is there, and it's portable, so there's that. Oddly enough, while there was no GB version of Panel Dupont in Japan, Tetris Attack was eventually relocalized for Japan a few months later. Weird. But wait, what's weirder than that, you say? Well, earlier I mentioned the Nintendo 64, so a version of Panel Dupont that might be the most popular of all is Pokemon Puzzle League, which released in 2000 and heavily revolved around the anime as it was hot at the time, and kind of ignored a lot of the presentation and style of the other Pokemon games of the era. Yoshi was out, and Ash Ketchum and Pikachu were in, and the core gameplay remained the same, but the music, sound effects, and the story were all about damn pocket monsters. Why this version is so notable is that it stretches the N64 cartridges to an absolute limit, as it features full motion video clips of the anime itself, and uses that to pepper its story mode, which plays out a lot like Tetris Attack.
Ash, being selected for this event is such an honor. Well, there's no time to explain everything. You must hurry.
Well, let's go!
Wait! Don't forget to come and see me in my office in Puzzle League Village!
Yeah!
Did you hear me, Ash?
Ash is tasked by Dr. Oak to wreck shit throughout the Kanto region, not via Pokemon battling, but with puzzle battling. It's unclear if the Pokemon actually do anything, as it seems it's just kind of the humans pushing around small blocks with their fingertips. Anyway, you fight various gym leaders, then move on to Team Rocket, and then finally take on Giovanni himself in a knockdown, drag-out brawl between a fully grown man who runs a crime syndicate and a child. But hey, it's all within the context of a puzzle game, so it's fine, I guess. The game is just as good, if not better, than Tetris Attack, and in 2000, I loved Pokemon and was watching the anime whenever I could, so fuck yeah, Pokemon Puzzle League. Despite it though being the same core gameplay, it does have a few new features, including a mode that has a somewhat 3D field where you had to rotate a cylindrical tube to stay on top of all your blocks. The game was a lot faster to boot, and the AI opponents were all more challenging, thanks to Nintendo 64 having a bit more horsepower to afford to these areas over their 16-bit versions. The Pokemon train, however, was full steam ahead, and since it was a series popular to have on the go, it made sense for Nintendo to also create a Game Boy Color version called Pokemon Challenge in North America, in Europe, and Pokemon de Panelpon in Japan. Much like the Tetris Attack Game Boy port, this is a no-frills affair that simply packs in the great gameplay for when you're on the go. But being on the GBC, at least now has the colors poppin' and the game moving at a faster clip. You can buy this version on the 3DS Virtual Console if you have a hankering for some turn-of-the-century Pokemon puzzle fun. Panel Dupont, oddly enough, would step back into the limelight from under the shadow of Pokemon in 2003 when it was re-released on the GameCube in Japan alongside Dr. Mario and Yoshi's Cookie in Nintendo Puzzle Collection, which sadly was never released outside the country. Why this version gets a special mention is that even though it's simply just called Panel Dupont and is featured in what is most obviously a collection, It's actually a full-on sequel. The story now takes place several years later and revolves around a younger cast of descendants of the fairies from the Super Famicom original. Jesus, this has to be the most hidden sequel of all time. It features upgraded graphics and speed as well, and it's basically a Japanese version of Pokemon Puzzle League, which actually was only released in North America and Europe. So, again, paneled upon is paneled upon in Japan, but in every other country in the world, it's anything but paneled upon. After that brief stint with the GameCube, it was back to handhelds. But even though the incredibly popular DS came out in 2004, almost a full year later, the GBA saw the 2-pack Dr. Mario and Puzzle League. This marked the first time Nintendo of America called it something different without relying on the marquee value of Pokemon or Yoshi. They just dropped the Pokemon and kept the Puzzle League. Yeah, that's good enough. Of course, the Japanese release was called Dr. Mario and paneled upon, so we're still forever steering that ship away from the scary shores of fairies and magic. In its place is nothing. Just generic colored backgrounds and sound effects, making it, presentation-wise at least, a very dishwater puzzler, which is a shame since the gameplay is still as frantic as ever. If you still use your GBA or original DS, seek it out if you want a decent bang for your buck. Dr. Mario is also kind of based on the N64 version, which is a nice bonus. Unfortunately, and too fast for my liking, we are reaching the end of all the big combos, chains, and colored blocks. There's only one major release is left in the paneled upon Puzzle League Extended Universe. In 2007, it was announced Planet Puzzle League was being released for the DS proper, and I remember losing my mind at this bold move. Initially though, I didn't even realize Nintendo had changed the name of the series, as that GBA 2-pack had passed me by, so it did take me a fiery second to just go, oh, yes, this is my beloved Tetris Attack / Pokemon Puzzle Kumite. I was big into the DS Lite at this time, and I would jump in the way of an assassin's bullet to save its fucking life, so the stakes were pretty high with this release. It's basically a deluxe ultimate version of the game that used all the DS's bells and whistles that it possibly could. You can play the game vertically to increase the play field. You can use the stylus to move the cursor, which greatly increases your reaction time, and you can even duke it out in multiplayer, either through DS Wireless Local Play, or even go at it online with people around the world. If you are looking to get into this series, this is a great place to start and end if you value the gameplay above all else. However, I have to mention something that came up a bit earlier, the presentation. Without any characters or story, the game does come off as distinctly bland, and mostly features a lot of shapes, colors, and geometric backgrounds. They tried to do their best to inject some sort of personality within this aesthetic, but you can only do so much. The music is at least a little lively with some decent selection of tracks, but still pales in comparison to the charming 16-bit tunes of Tetris Attack and the memorable music of Pokemon circa 2000. This is my only gripe with the game, and while it's not a deal breaker by any stretch, it just sort of bums me out that Nintendo couldn't really decide how they wanted to market this series. But we'll get to that in a bit. Regardless, I poured dozens and dozens of hours into this release, as it was a perfect portable title you could quickly fire up on a bus or a subway ride, and because of the addictive gameplay, you'd be at your destination before you know it. Oh, right, the game was called Paneled Upon DS in Japan, try not to sound too shocked. But Nintendo did strip out the world and fairies this time around, so at least graphically, the games were finally in parity with each other. Personally, I prefer the magical underpinnings and characters from the originals, but I guess this now fits with the brain age, Wii Fit presentation style Nintendo was going for at the time. Going back to where I said Nintendo really didn't know what they were doing marketing-wise, someone from the Tetris company actually said in an interview years later, "I regret letting Nintendo use the Tetris name for that particular game. Hey, Panel de Pawn, it's a good game. The Tetris name just didn't fit it at all," which I kinda agree with, but at the time, when that game came out, I didn't fucking care. Using the Tetris name there did kind of put an identity crisis on this series, as they really couldn't decide if they wanted to be Panel de Pawn, Pokemon, Tetris Attack, Yoshi. There's so many mixed up aesthetics for this series. I'm glad they finally settled on something, even if it wasn't as memorable as all those things previously mentioned. Now, going back to the late aughts, this truly was a time where the Big N was experimenting with a lot of different things. And building off of Planet Puzzle League, there was one more minor release, which was the DSiWare version of the game. Remember DSiWare? No, you don't. Anyway, this was Nintendo's first baby steps into downloadable content on a handheld, and most games were basic stripped-down versions of prior releases. This was no different, as all three SKUs across each territory had a different moniker. Puzzle League Express in North America, Shoto Panel de Pawn for Japan, and the best name of them all, a little bit of Puzzle League in Europe. These all came out in 2009 and featured 4 different modes, and there's honestly not much more to say than that. But it's a neat curio in the history of the series. Since that time, however, Nintendo hasn't done much with the League of Extraordinary Puzzling, aside from a minigame in Animal Crossing New Leaf on the 3DS, but a proper new entry in the series doesn't really seem to be in the cards anytime soon. While we can surmise that none of the games were blockbuster successes, Nintendo still carried on with multiple versions of releases for well over a decade, so it seemingly had a good run, and why wouldn't it? The satisfying sound of completing a massive combo, the flickering of your eyes to your opponent's screen to see if they're in deep as shit as you, the sweat pouring down your face as you try to clear those last few blocks. Puzzle League or Panel de Pawn or whatever you want to call it is the perfect example, to me, of puzzle games at their absolute best. Now, while I'd love a new release, I'm more than happy with what's currently out there, as at least one version is available to download at any given time, and physical copies shouldn't set you back too much either. Also, as an aside, if you want to see me destroy Wooly in head-to-head mode, make sure to click the link at the end of this video to see absolute prime shit-bopping. Thanks for bearing with me on this incredibly specific video about a series that's near and dear to me. I super appreciate it. Now, back to our regularly scheduled programming of Punisher and Godzilla shit. If there's any other games, though, that you'd like to see me do a retrospective of, let me know in the comments or hit me up at McMuscles@gmail.com. Thanks for watching. Hey kids, thanks for all the positive feedback on my Rampage retrospective, as I was kind of just blown away by everyone's enthusiasm and the request to do more videos in the same vein for other series, and, well, there's few games that are more in the same vein as Midway's Rampage than Midway's Cruis'n USA. Yes, the cruising games, the original schlocky 90s racer. While Burnout remains my all-time favorite four-wheeled franchise, there's something about the delightful hamminess of Cruis'n that makes me beam and blush and just be embarrassed all at the same time. When I think of the word arcade, Cruis'n is usually at the forefront of my mind. Bit of backstory before we put the pedal to the metal on the actual games, however. Eugene Jarvis is basically known as the Shigeru Miyamoto of the gaming industry. Well, the Miyamoto of Midway, let's say. Working under both Atari and Williams Electronics, he was responsible for titles such as Defender, Robotron, Narc, Smash TV, Total Carnage, shitloads of pinball, and finally the Cruis'n series. He was also seen as a sort of mentor and go-to guy for advice by other employees under the Midway banner, with special thanks being attributed to him on the credits of Mortal Kombat and many other titles throughout the 90s. Eugene directed the first Cruis'n title, Cruis'n USA, which released in arcades in 1994 and took more than a bit of inspiration from Sega's Outrun, but turned it up to 11. Awesome bikini-clad FMV girls running over animals. That's not great, but it was great at the time. Tons of unlockable cars, colors, banging music that you could switch on the fly, with plenty of 90s flash to spare. Now, Midway had struck a deal with Nintendo to make the game an Ultra 64 exclusive, even touting that it was running on the same hardware that would power the home console, which was something that they said that was very untrue.
Coming to your home in 1995, only on Nintendo Ultra 60.
You know, like a liar would. Cruis'n was supposed to launch with the machine, but missed that window by about a month or more, mostly because they were furiously porting it from scratch and paring everything down to fit on a cartridge, since the original arcade board it ran on had nothing to do with the N64 architecture. It was a bad port that got lambasted by the press, citing dull graphics, horribly compressed music and sound, and just had a distinctive air of a rushed and sloppy port. It wasn't all bad though, as the N64 version touted a bunch of new features like more cars, lots of codes, 4-player competitive races, and even a few new gameplay features and modes. Fortunately though, my experience with Cruis'n USA was mostly relegated to the arcade. The first time I played it was on a ferry heading towards Prince Edward Island for a family vacation in 1995, which the less said about, the better. But I do remember falling in love with the big colorful graphics, the distinctive early 3D look, the active and constantly changing backgrounds, the incredible music, and the satisfying sound of... And of course, the trophy girl. Ah yeah, she sure helped me during my developmental years. Not long after that, Midway followed up with the natural sequel, Cruis'n the World, which, unlike its predecessor, I did put a lot of miles into the N64 version of. Everything about the sequel was better, a greater variety of tracks, nitro boost by double tapping the gas, stunts that would add extra time onto the clock, another stellar soundtrack. This was one of my go-to racing games for the N64, along with World Driver Championship, F-Zero X, and Extreme G 1 and 2. Overall, I really prefer the sequel, as the tracks all had their own identity, as they all had unique themes, challenges, and music. Certainly a bit more memorable than, say, the US 101 Highway in the first game. Each track had a feel and a charm like it was out of a fighting game rather than a racer. I even remember recording my TV audio onto cassette tapes so I could listen to the tracks whenever I wanted. What a loser.
El sol está brillante, vamos de paseo. El sol está caliente, niña te deseo. La noche está muy linda y tú eres muy bonita.
Generally, Cruis'n the World was also met with much better reviews from critics, as Eurocom, who were responsible for a lot of fantastic conversions around this time, were at the helm rather than an internal Midway team, and everyone had a better understanding at that point of what the 64 could and couldn't do. The music was no longer butchered and badly compressed. The game ran and looked better, just an across-the-board improvement. If you are looking to add any of these games to your collection, Cruis'n the World holds up far better than its predecessor. Then, around the futuristic time period of 1999 and 2000, arcades were showing their first signs of fading away, so for a number of years I didn't even know the third game in the series, Cruis'n Exotica, had even released. It also took a long time for me to notice that there was, again, an N64 port of this, cause at the time I was pretty sure I was playing Perfect Dark and refused to stop for any reason, so I think I can be forgiven. Now to back up in reverse for just a second, the ending of Cruis'n the World for the arcade wound up with you plunking down onto the moon after being congratulated by Bill Clinton, no I'm not lying. Howdy y'all! And the credits would then roll. Ah, sweet, sweet victory. However, on the N64, things got crazy. with you taking part in a deadly and nonsensical race on the actual fucking moon. So the natural conclusion that any sane person would come to is that Cruis'n 3 would have to be dubbed Cruis'n the Galaxy or something. Exotica, however, played it a bit more conservative. Rather than futuristic cars racing all across different planets with hot alien babes everywhere with the titties, we simply were just treated to more Earth-based tracks. Racing underwater, dinosaur-infested valleys, whales splashing around in Alaska and shit. The same stuff as Cruis'n the World, just slightly more outlandish. Unfortunately, didn't do anything really different over its predecessor and was largely ignored as the game industry was drifting away from arcade silliness as series like Gran Turismo and Ridge Racer were in vogue. It would be about now where you'd think the series would peel off into the sunset, never to return, and you'd be right. Until 2001 when Cruis'n Velocity was released on the GBA? I'm going to be 204% honest here. I had no idea such a thing ever came out until like a year ago when I made this tweet. Wow. So yeah, despite getting exactly what I asked for, Cruis'n Velocity, much to my dismay, is a neutered, less crazy iteration of the series that's basically just a simple racer, and also awful. It uses a pseudo 3D engine on the GBA that powered some first-person shooters, I think, and it simply can't handle the speed and subtle control one expects from a racing title. I really wish this entry had been given to the old power team of Velez and Dubail, who made literal goddamn magic on the GBA around the same time. You know, go check out Stop Skeletons from Fighting's video on them if you have a sec. So yeah, Velocity is a big letdown and was being fucking dunked on by magazines and websites in 2001, citing slow, plotting gameplay, mediocre graphics and sound, and just general ass. Considering the GBA got a bunch of bangers early in its life cycle, it's no surprise that Velocity was, lost in the shuffle and quickly became nothing to no one. It's all a real bummer, as I would have loved a little portable Cruis'n title that played more like 16-bit classics such as Top Gear with the associated high speed, high stakes, and a little silliness Cruis'n was known for. Well, I sorta got exactly that, just on a system I never owned, the Game Boy Color. Yes, Nintendo's stopgap handheld between the original GB and the GBA received a port of Cruis'n Exotica, another fact I only discovered with the making of this video, and well, it's incredibly impressive if you're looking at it from a technical perspective. The GB Color certainly had a bit more horsepower than the original Game Boy, but that's the main selling point of this conversion. It exists, and it works. Unfortunately, that's all there really is to talk about. It's another slow-paced game that's mostly a bore to play with very few cars on screen and not much track design variation. Sound is really important for Cruis'n titles, and sadly it falls short in that area too, with no fault of its own. Still though, it's a massive achievement in programming from Crawfish Interactive, who go on to do even more amazing ports on the machine as well as the GBA. We fast forward a bit to the amazing age known as the mid-aughts, or as some people like to call it, the Neo-Renaissance. A lot of interesting developments happened around that time, with the most important to our subject being that Eugene Jarvis left Midway and started his own company with a few other select employees, and they became Raw Thrills. Yes, the Raw Thrills that currently rules the modern era of North American arcades, with such titles as Jurassic Park, The Walking Dead, the new TMNT Beat 'em Up, H2 Overdrive, and a whole host of other quarter munchers. Ever since their doors opened, one of the primary genres that they pumped out consistently were racing titles, with the most relevant being the first Fast and the Furious game from 2004. Now, aside from using the name, these were basically carbon copies of Midway's arcade racing formula. Race on several tracks from around the world with turbo boosts and loose physics and steering and just go nuts. When its arcade run was over, Midway was interested in having Raw Thrills port the game to consoles, which they would then publish. Unfortunately, the license for the movie had run out, and instead of renegotiating for it, they, did the next logical thing. Strip out all mentions and logos of Fast and the Furious, release the game on the Wii, and rename it Cruis'n. Yeah, just Cruis'n. Yeah, where are we cruising? Nowhere. We have no plan at all. Okay. So yes, Cruis'n on the Wii is simply Fast and the Furious Arcade with all the signage removed. The exact same tracks, exact same cars and gameplay. Yeah, Midway, you fucking carnies. It was a bad port too of an already aging game. FNF came out in 2004 and this showed up on the Wii in 2007 and was even more ignored than Exotica, with its only claim to fame being lots of shit posting on message boards with these officially released screenshots that some madman at Midway thought were okay. This is maybe the darkest chapter in the Cruis'n saga, the absolute bottom of the barrel. Nintendo didn't even have a hand in publishing this one, unlike the first couple of games, and guess what? Record low reviews for this as well. Now, we all know the Wii was no graphical powerhouse, but it could do a lot better than this, honestly. Like previously stated, they ported a 3-year-old game, made sure it ran ish, took out some fonts and called it a day. It really sucks the franchise name was slapped on here and they didn't just build the game for the Wii from the ground up. Maybe employ a vibrant art style, finally institute some racer characters maybe, a basic story mode with silly over-the-top cutscenes, just anything. But no, the game is a derivative dull mess that I already should have probably stopped talking about a couple of sentences ago. Looking for something similar on the Wii, but way better? Try Need for Speed Nitro. This is now a good time as any to bring up one of the weirder aspects of the Cruis'n legacy: ownership. Nintendo, for the longest time, seemed to have a lock on the franchise, as every entry only appeared on Nintendo home systems. But it seemed like pretty apparent that Midway owned the franchise itself and Nintendo would just occasionally co-publish, like, whenever it suited them. They were fucking long gone when it came to Velocity and Cruis'n Wii, so what's the deal? Well, when you get down to brass tacks, the details between Midway and Nintendo are still unknown because, of course, shortly after Cruis'n Wii, Midway died due to big, dumb, hilarious mistakes in 2009. However, in 2016 is where talk of a new Cruis'n game for arcades started circulating. We can safely assume that when Midway was selling all their franchises out of the back of their car, the rights to the franchise must have passed to Nintendo, or Nintendo owned it all along, I don't know. Raw Thrills was now at the head of development, and it all comes full circle. The new game tested first in specific spots across the US as both Cruis'n Adventure and Cruis'n Redline, before finally settling on the name Cruis'n Blast, and officially began racing all across North America in early 2017. Nintendo's logos are now plastered all over the eye-melting arcade cab, along with Raw Thrills' name, of course, with no Midway in sight, which would make sense considering the whole being fucking dead part. Now, simply put, Blast is arcade fun in its purest form, featuring insane tracks from all across the world, crazier stunts, and a massive blast button which gives you the fastest boost the franchise had ever seen. We're talking F-Zero levels here. There's also a bevy of vehicles and secret vehicles to drive and multiple routes through each track. It's loud, pretty, and incredibly fun to play. One of my fondest memories of the last few years is playing the 4-player linked cabinets with fans during EVO last year in Las Vegas. As of right now though, and I assume forever, Cruis'n Blast seems relegated to arcades only, with I believe Eugene Jarvis saying it was designed as an arcade experience and a home console port is not in the cards, but fuck that I say. Arcades in the Dave & Buster's and Round 1 mold are doing fine in the US, and while I get they want to make the maximum amount of profit on their machines over several years, once it's done that, it would be really nice to see this game hit the Switch eShop, since, you know, Nintendo owns it. Add a few more tracks, online play and unlockables, and sell it for $20, that's a good deal. Hopefully it happens, but I'm not holding my breath. But there you have it. The Cruis'n games might not be the most well-remembered or critically acclaimed racers in the world, but it's nice to see it's back on track with an incredible new entry made by the same people who started the franchise in the first place. Eugene Jarvis, along with running a successful arcade company, also made waves just a few short years ago collaborating with Housemarque on the incredible Robotron-inspired Nex Machina as well. So happy endings for everyone. Well, Except for Midway. You know, speaking of Midway, come to think of it, it's actually pretty impressive just how many other racing games Cruis'n had inspired for that publisher and had used it as a template. Just San Francisco Rush, Rush 2049, California Speed, LA Rush, Hydro Thunder, Off-Road Thunder, Arctic Thunder, and tons more. I mean, you know, good job, Cruis'n. Hey, let's give you a trophy. Aw, yeah! So there you have it, guys, the Cruis'n series. If there's any other franchises you think I'd like to cover, just let me know in the comments or hit me up at McMuscles@gmail.com. Thanks for watching! Sure are a lot of fighting games coming out. Yo, Tekken, you're always dope. Oh, wow, Guilty Gear. Call me later. Soul Calibur, nice to see you again. Sam Show! It's been so long. Hi, Street Fighter 5. So, yeah, to say that the fighting game genre is booming right now is kind of an understatement, with many of the hottest titles having some old school roots, with some dating all the way back to the mid-90s. However, there's one button basher that has a number of sequels across multiple consoles, a niche with passionate fanbase, and totally deserves another shot. Virtua Fighter. No, of course not. I'm talking about BioFreaks. Nah, we're talking about bloody fucking Roar. It was in early 1997 where two companies teamed up for a brand new arcade release, capitalizing on the 3D boom that fighting games were undergoing at the time. This was Bloody Roar Hyper Beast Duel. Hudson Soft, the publisher and IP holder, manufactured the arcade cab, but Rising, which would later be 18, handled the main development. It was similar to some other hits at the time like Virtua Fighter, but had a unique... Hold on, before we go any further, I gotta bring up the elephant in the room, and no, not this guy, but the first in the series of naming conventions which would always kind of plague the series. While in Japan and Europe it was called Bloody Roar Hyper Beast Duel, for whatever reason Hudson Soft felt the name wouldn't fly in America, where it was instead known as Beasterizer, which I get misty-eyed whenever I hear that Beasterizer. It's such an inverse of what you'd expect. How is the Japanese version not called Beaster and the Western name Bloody Roar? It boggles the mind and rocks the senses. Anyway, Bloody Roar presented a fast-paced but simplified style of brawling when compared to its contemporaries. It was a bit easier to understand as it didn't have nearly the amount of moves offered by, say, Tekken, but rather was pushing its gimmick right into your face, that of course being beast transformations. Each selectable fighter had their own base human form. With the push of a button though, the furry suit comes on. This played into the story as well, with the vaguely evil Tylon Corporation holding a tournament to see just who was the strongest Animorph. Zoanthrope. They would then brainwash the winner into being a foot soldier for their own private army, which would no doubt do some dirty deeds. Hey, Zoanthropes, it's a corporation sponsoring a fighting game tournament. Stay the fuck away. They're evil. It's very obvious. Shadowloo, Ultratech, Mishima Zaibatsu, the Howard Connection. There's a pattern here. The competitors themselves are a motley crew. We have the shonen hero, Yugo the Wolf, Gado the Lion, Bakuryu the Mole, Alice the Rabbit, Mitsuko the Boar, Greg the Gorilla, Long the Tiger, and Fox the Fox. There's also an end boss as well. There's Yuriko the Woman? She's some little girl who can turn into a woman. I don't know. Hey, if you're not familiar with Bloody Roar, get used to silly shit with the bosses, cause it's totally a thing. Whenever you transform, you're handed a whole new moveset with the Beast Transformation button, also then doubling as a third attack, along with punch and kick. You also regain any lost gray health as well as being faster and hitting harder. With the transformation, the claws also come out to play, making the most with the blood of Bloody Roar. It's one of the very few Japanese fighting games that prominently featured the red stuff, and while there were never any fatalities, Bloody Roar still has a real visceral sense of impact whenever you're on the offensive. There was also the Rave system. No, that had nothing to do with dancing, but it did power up your beast form even further. The game was ported to the PlayStation later that same year, and similar to many late 90s ports, it was very close to emulating the arcade, and came loaded with lots of unlockables and extra features. If you're interested in checking out this first Bloody Roar, it's still available digitally on the PS3, but if you want to experience the series through the lens of the 90s, you're better off doing that with... Bloody Roar 2, The New Breed, or if you're in Japan and Europe, Bloody Roar 2, Bringer of the New Age. Released in 1999 for the arcade, although, I'm just gonna have to take Hudson Soft's word for it, because I've never ever seen this one out in the wild in like my entire life. In fact, I've only ever seen the original Beasterize in the arcade once. What up, Rose Bowl? BR2 is basically what you'd expect in a sequel. There's some new characters, some taken away, as well as additional moves and gameplay tweaks. Mitsuko, Fox, Greg, and Bakuryu were cut.
Now, while I wasn't able to cut everyone I wanted to, I have cut a lot of you. Wendell is cut. Rudy is cut. Janie, you're gone. Steven, I like your hustle. That's why it was so hard to cut you.
In their place is Stun the Insect, Jenny the Bat, Busuzima the Chameleon, and Bakuryu the Mole, now bishified. There's also Shen Long, another tiger, who's also a secret boss / selectable character, Yuriko, going from a weird kid-woman thing into a sort of cat-girl thing. She's not really a cat, but a cat-girl, a half-beast. Sometimes Bloody Roar just expects you to go along with its bullshit, and it doesn't really care if you will or not. Finally, there's my girl, Marvel the Leopard. This is another naming snafu because if you're in the West, you know her better as Sheena. While it's never been confirmed, it's likely the change was due to avoid any potential conflicts with a little-known comic book company of the same name. Aside from BR2 playing smoother as well as looking and sounding a bit better, the big addition was Beast Drives, money name there, which amount to Bloody Roar's version of Supers. They can only be done whilst in beast mode, and when performed, you and your opponent are transported to the Digiverse. So that's always fun. Triggering these completely drains your beast gauge of beast energy, reverting you to your non-beast form, whether they whiff or not. This lends a bit of strategy into their usage, as it leaves you at an incredible disadvantage if you do botch it. The story, such as it is, tries to justify having another tournament with the most threadbare of reasons. It's actually been 5 years since the last game, with the Thailand Corporation and their vague motivations thankfully thwarted. Yeah, dodged a bullet there. What the last tournament actually did, however, was reveal the existence of zoanthropes to the world, which is quite frightening, as you could imagine. You're walking down the street, you look up, and you see Busuzima staring at you. Tensions mount, thus the ZLF, or Zoanthrope Liberation Front, is established to protect the interests of furries and scalies alike. Thus, another vague new battle is now suddenly happening. Is it a tournament? I don't know. I don't even think Aiding knows. Regardless, there's a surprising / lazy boss at the end of the arcade mode to contend with, and it doesn't really wrap up the story in any real tangible way. Goddo the Lion is now the head of the ZLF, and thus the final boss. This is kind of weird and a rarity in fighting games in general. There's been plenty of bosses who later became selectable, but how many times has that been reversed? You can also unlock him by beating him, so there's that, but this is kind of a step back in my opinion. Between the first two games, the New Age of Breed Bringers is the superior title, and is again also available on the PS3 store. Bloody Roar 3. While every fighting game has peaks and valleys, you know what they say, the third strike is what counts. And just 1 year later, Bloody Roar 3, no subtitle here, hit arcades in 2000, and once again, I've never seen this cabinet anywhere. Yo, you in the comments, that one Bloody Roar fan? Yeah, you know who you are. You ever seen a Bloody Roar 3 cab? Let me know. This was then ported to the PlayStation 2 in 2001, and weirdly enough, while the first two were published by Sony themselves, Activision somehow snapped up the rights for the threequel. Fortunately, however, it didn't really hinder nor really benefit the franchise in any serious way. Story-wise, I don't know anymore. It seems whatever happened in the last game did nothing to quell the very X-Men style plot of humans versus beasties, and now there's a new evil force or thing or corporation called the XGC. Let's just check out the official story synopsis.
The sign of the beast, a symbol shining with an eerie light. It appears without warning, and to those it marks, it brings ultimate power and mysterious death. The sign only appears on the beastmen, humans with the power to assume bestial form, and through them it sends ripples of terror and unrest throughout the civilized world. When those powerful beastmen who fought for both their future and that of mankind found this mark on their bodies, they set out on a quest, each with their own dream and their own burning ambitions. They sought the one whose will lurks behind the sign and is its source of power.
I hope that clears everything up. In terms of the roster, there's a lot less cuts and additions this time around. In fact, everyone from 2 is back, with the newest beastie on the block being Zion the Unborn. What is an Unborn, you ask? Well, it's this thing, this guyvery bad guy thing. Well, there's literally millions of different species on Earth. 18 were already kind of running out, I guess. It doesn't matter though, because Zion is still pretty cool. And in this game, he was being pushed as the main antagonist / anti-hero of the series. The original Bakuryu, this guy, is now back as a secret character, Koryu, and also has beef with his younger, hotter replacement. There's also a new final boss, Uranus, who's honestly pretty cool, very Ivy-esque. She also has one of the most bonker beast forms in the franchise. In terms of gameplay, 2 things have changed in Bloody Roar 3. Everyone now has a second beast drive. The other new addition is the Hyper Beast mechanic, kind of a replacement for the Rave mechanic from Bloody Roar 1. When you've already beasterized, you can then power up to said hyper form, which gives you access to unlimited supers, increased speed and power, but only for about 12 seconds. Once up, you cannot transform again for the rest of the match, leading again to one more layer of strategy. The glow-up to the PS2 was a welcome change from the blocky polygonal models of the first 2 games, although visually, BR3 has a slightly less colorful look and takes on a more serious tone overall. Well, as serious a tone as you can have with a lady bunny fighting a whatever the hell an Unborn is. Bloody Roar 3 is also a great option for anyone that only has access to a PS2, as its mechanics didn't really evolve much after this point, although getting your hands on a copy is not the easiest thing in the world. Up to this point, however, the series was only available on Sony consoles, but in the early aughts, there were lots of powerful competing ones, and thus the series would extend its fury elsewhere. In 2002 marked the debut of the good old fightin' zoanthropes onto Nintendo's GameCube, once again, courtesy of Activision. Bloody Roar Primal Fury is not so much a sequel, but a soft reboot / special edition / sequel to 3, if that makes any sense, which of course, it doesn't. Naming discrepancies are still in full force, because in Japan, this version was titled Bloody Roar Extreme, which will only get more confusing later. The narrative of Primal Fury seems to be some kind of side story, and it's done via this wall of dry text that is just utter bullshit. Basically, there's now an entire society of zoanthrope worshippers who have sprung up from out of nowhere, who simultaneously have ancient and advanced technology, and they decide to hold a fighting tournament. Now, what exactly makes this Fury so primal? Well, the game received a massive graphical overhaul for the entire cast, with many of them completely remodeled and receiving new outfits. In terms of visuals, Primal Fury also got a bump with better lighting effects, textures, the works, making for a more visually appealing look. Apparently, 18 were impressed with the GameCube specs and decided to rework everything to take advantage of it. Presentation was also improved with slicker menus, more lively music, and even featured animated cutscenes, including an intro and individual character endings. Professional voice acting from a variety of big-name American talent, like Metal Gear alums Paul Aiding, Jennifer Hale, Quentin Flynn, Cam Clark, and Michael Bell, just to name a few.
You're going down.
Final round. Get ready. Fight.
Unfortunately, Aiding didn't handle these voiceovers all that well, and that each fighter's lip sync couldn't be more off if they had tried.
Ready for more?
And despite the endings having a decent amount of dialogue, none of it is voiced. In fact, there's no sound at all, save for the same looping piece of non-music that accompanies every ending. I guess cost was definitely a factor here. The full cast of BR3 returns in Primal Fury, but now there's also 3 unlockable beasterizers to boot. There's Ganesha, the elephant who presides over the Zoanthrope Kingdom, the new final boss, Kronos, complete with 2 beast forms, a penguin, included because it won a fan poll, and his hyper beast form, a godlike phoenix. Uranus returns once again, although this time not as a boss, but a secret unlockable. There's one other aspect of the roster that's its own complicated thing. Fang the Wolf was a character from an obscure Bloody Roar manga and was basically just evil Yugo. While his costume appears as an outfit in the North American version of Primal Fury, the character himself does not. He's a Japanese exclusive. Moving on, next we have stages, which were all remodeled in some shape, way, or form, with a few extra also being added in. If fights got too hectic, you could get knocked through a wall and into a different section altogether, much like Dead or Alive. Primal Fury also continued the tradition that more or less started with Bloody Roar 3, tons of unlockables. Chibi mode, one-hit kills, no walls, slow motion, fast motion, no blocking, beast mode only, there's no shortage of ways to play. There weren't really any new additions in terms of mechanics or moves per se, but there was one noticeable omission. Blood. For whatever reason, Bloody Roar replaced its usual arterial spray with sparks. Now what's weird is that the splashing sound effect of liquid is still present. There's no blood in the Japanese version of the game either, so it's a mystery as to why this was changed, because hell, Nintendo themselves published a mature rated game that same year. Like I said before, there's never been any kind of finishing moves or dismemberments in the franchise, and just a year earlier, BR3 was released, had blood, and was rated teen, which is what Primal Fury was rated anyway, so your guess is as good as mine. That all being said, this version is one of the best entries in the series, especially in terms of presentation, playability, and unlockables. I personally prefer it to Bloody Roar 3 because it honestly looks and sounds better, and not to mention has more characters. It's a great entry level to the franchise, and if you have a Cube or a Wii, it's definitely worth a pickup. The next, although kind of odd roar that was heard came in the form of Bloody Roar Extreme for the Xbox, which you can now see is a bit confusing. Essentially, this is the Japanese version of Primal Fury with some really weird additions, with the most significant being that Fang is now unlockable. Like stated before, he's a clone of Yugo with a different costume, but around half his moveset is unique to him, including one of his beast drives. Those other weird changes in a move to, I guess, to appeal to Westerners, and by Westerners, I mean Xbox fans, was to strip out all that nasty anime from Primal Fury. The intro and endings were all replaced with Umemaru 3D-esque CG cutscenes instead, and add pretty much nothing to the game. Like, they look okay, but this was such a pointless change. Aside from that, Extreme is just Primal Fury, with no other changes to the gameplay or content. Oddly enough, Activision did not publish this port, and was instead handled by Hudson Soft exclusively. It's a rare version to be sure, but it's only playable on an OG Xbox, so it's not the easiest thing to get up and running, and honestly, Fang, while neat, doesn't really make it a must-play. Oof, we are now ending with not a roar, but a whimper, because here comes Bloody Roar 4, one of the most tragic cap-offs to any fighting game series I can think of. Well, not a terrible or broken game, it's a step back from Primal Fury and Bloody Roar 3 in a number of subtle but important ways. Coming to us from Konami, who had gone to purchase Hudson Soft in 2005, Bloody Roar 4 startles you with its downgrades in the presentation department almost immediately. The character models are a bit rougher, the menu's a little uglier, and the voice acting from the previous two games are gone, replaced with stuff like this.
What are you talking about?
Okay, let's do this story shit one more time, because buckle the fuck in.
Throughout time, life forms on this planet have evolved and prospered. Some life forms do not evolve. But what is the cause behind the choices on who evolves and who dies? Gaia is a life form that is the entire Earth, and it has a self-balancing nature, and it is a way that the environment can be controlled. Mankind has taken on many forms through Gaia, through natural selection, as well as the unborn. The life forms that would have survived if they evolved. Exactly 1 year ago, during the X-Genome Code incident, there were many riots on Earth by beasts that were not in the XGC. Soon it all ended, and no one knows the true cause of it, but people began to blame it on a stone seal. The seal is locked away, but the riots have increased even more. What is the cause behind it all? And can this be stopped?
Wow, okay. The new central character this time is Nagi the Spurious. I gave Yuriko a pass. I gave Zion a pass. But no, absolutely big disgust here for Nagi. There's millions of animals in the world. Never mind. Next we have Raijay the Crow. I hope I'm saying that right. And he's fine. His human design is really plain though, looking like a random grunt from Beatdown Fists of Vengeance. And his crow form is also fine, although it has some similarities in animations to both Jenny's and Kronos's. Speaking of Kronos, he's been cut, as well as Ganesha. Like, why? He was one of the most unique characters from Primal Fury. The final new characters are Ryoho and Nana. Just this little baby thing and this default martial arts man, they're the new bosses. Beat them and you now have to fight Ryoho the dragon. What's odd is that he doesn't turn into a bipedal dragon man, but rather like an actual dragon, which is somehow less cool. To unlock these idiots, you have to beat arcade mode. Stupid thing here is that you have one and only one try to do this. Fail and you get an instant game over. What the hell? And Puff the Magic Dragon over here is no pushover. He bops your shit and you're just done. Why they did this is just beyond me. Kronos and Uranus are not easy fights either, but you have as many tries as you need to beat them. What might be worse than all of this is that a bunch of older characters are now also locked because fuck you. Which characters? Well, let's start with Long. You know, the original Tiger Man that's been the series since it started. That's like buying a new Street Fighter, but you gotta unlock Ryu. Not some special version of Ryu or Evil Ryu. just Ryu. We're not done. Koryu, Uranus, and most tragic of all, Sheena are all locked. God, is there any way to get them aside from beating arcade mode, you ask? Well, yes. Play the really boring quest mode. Go through a bunch of random fights while slowly accruing DNA points or whatever bloody roar bucks to then cash in for your desired fighter. 10,000 for Sheena, 50,000 for Uranus, and 100,000 for Drag On. Good lord, this smacks of artificially extending the game's life, and I can understand if they maybe locked a secret bonus character or just Dragon Dude, but Sheena and Long, really? Remember I said that shit was the worst part about Bloody Roar 4? Well, I lied to you all. To me, the worst change is yet to come, and that's sadly to the gameplay itself. Now, by a fourth, technically fifth entry in the series, I can imagine Aideen wanted to shake things up. I get that. But here, they decided to mess with something literally no one asked for, the beast gauge and how it works. Essentially, you now have two full life bars that are linked. Once your normal life is empty, it then defaults to your beast drive bar as your health. Usually, you gain beast energy by fighting or taking damage, but now you can also manually charge your beast meter, but this takes from your first health pool. It's a stupid change that doesn't really do anything aside from making matches longer. Why? Why not just add some new beast drives? We've had the same goddamn one since Bloody Roar 3. Now, it's true that most characters now have a third beast drive, but they aren't particularly good. It's noticeable that they're all incredibly basic or cobbled together from a bunch of existing special move animations. Again, the signs of a thrown together sequel with a limited budget. But hey, blood is back, so yay, I guess. And in fact, this is the bloodiest entry in the series, as fountains of the red stuff come pouring out from just about every orifice. Therefore, this is the only Bloody Roar game rated mature, and is in stark contrast to BR3's more conservative take on violence. While welcome, I don't find this makes the game play any better, so I still prefer 3 or Primal Fury, as you probably guessed. In fact, the only real reason to even boot up BR4 are the hilarious endings. Now comprised of in-game cinematics and voiceovers, their terribleness is only equal to their awkwardness.
Here? Now this is a fine place.
What's your business here?
Eh? Who are you? Oh yeah?
Honestly though, you can just look these up on YouTube and save yourself some money from buying the game, especially since eBay prices are probably higher than they should be. For whatever reason, the Japanese version is far more common and a bit cheaper, and wow, I've literally never seen this box art until I started researching for this video. Man, America and Japan both got terrible box arts for this, which I guess is appropriate. Bloody Roar 4 under the Konami banner was an absolute failure, and while I can't get hard data, it seems to have sold rather poorly and is the worst reviewed game in the series. A few years later, it was reported that the Hudson Soft Twitter account announced that a brand new Bloody Roar game was in development, but that was eventually proved a hoax. Big fuck you to whoever did that. Yugo appeared as a playable fighter in Dream Mix TV World Fighters for the GameCube and PS2 in late 2003, but aside from that, the Roars have remained silent ever since. As far as anyone knows, Konami still owns the IP, maybe Hudson does, but with Aideen no longer working on fighting games, their last two being Tatsunoko vs. Capcom and Marvel vs. Capcom 3 almost a decade ago, chances are slim they will never return to the franchise. Making videos on the internet for as long as I have, I've seen lots of people post about their good memories playing Bloody Roar with siblings or friends, pining for a new entry or remaster to be released. It's strange because the series was always accessible, but offered just enough depth for intense competitive play, something that a lot of fighting games are turning to nowadays. To me, it was the perfect weekend fighter. Just boot it up with some friends and have a blast. And while it was very much a rental for most people, I proudly own Primal Fury and put dozens of hours into it. I even made my own personal FAQs for the game. They were just for me. unlike Aaron Hansen, who was far more brave and actually published his own guides over at Game FAQs back in the day. No joke, look that shit up, it's hilarious. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this look back at the furiously furry fighting franchise, saw the appeal of beasterizing, and will hopefully roar into the skies if a new entry ever claws its way back to prominence.
Nice try. Die now!
This is a light gun. Now, I'm not 100% clear how the technology works, but I'm pretty sure it shoots invisible lasers into your TV or arcade monitor. These were a 90s mainstay. Nowadays, if you walk into an arcade, you'll see something like this, usually with a Raw Thrills logo on the side, which is basically an updated version of how the old Terminator 2 cabinet worked, whereupon a plastic gun dragged a cursor across the screen. Now, Terminator 2 was released way back in 1991 by Midway, and goddamn, I can't seem to escape Midway, but it wasn't until 1994 where Virtua Cop blasted into arcades and really cemented light guns working within 3D polygonal worlds. It was basically the Street Fighter II of light gun games, ushering in Namco's Time Crisis series and Sega's own House of the Dead. During all of this, one company was kind of lost in the shuffle, that being Atari. While Sega, Namco, and Midway were vying for domination in a war exclusively fought with tethered plastic guns, Atari was barely hanging on, as it had gone without a big hit for several years, especially since the voracious Jaguar was setting itself up for failure. Not content to let their rivals shoot it out for arcade supremacy, Atari decided to commission their own light gun game, and quick, as they also happened to be bleeding talent from all corners, with many of their employees leaving the sinking ship of the former video game giant. This prototype light gun game was known as Bounty Hunter, but its lead designer, ironically enough, left for Electronic Arts in mid-development, God bless him. Atari then sought out Mesologic, an outside third party, to try and salvage the game, but instead of continuing it, they decided to start over from scratch with Area 51. An alien outbreak occurs in the infamous top-secret military base located 90 miles outside of Las Vegas, with the soldiers on site being genetically turned into mutants/zombies/dorks in brightly colored jumpsuits. Also, there's a nuclear threat at the core of the base as well, you know, to spice things up. So it's up to the elite task force known as STAR. STAR, the Special Tactical Advanced Alien Response, and their two main members, Lieutenant Stephanie Savage Snow Grant and Sergeant Major Marcus Thunderstrike Bradley, to lead their squad into the heavily quarantined base against the alien threat. The aliens, of course, being the clones. Taking the basic, tried and true formula of having a player kill scores and scores of mutants and aliens, Area 51 combines several graphical techniques that, while not as timeless as, say, House of the Dead or Virtua Cop, still wowed arcade goers with a flashy 90s sheen. Now, what you have here is a pre-rendered movie reel of backgrounds. Woof, eat your heart out, Reboot Season 1. Then simply play in an animated sequence once you've cleared each room of any and all threats. These environments have some interactive elements, like barrels, windows, crates, and the like. Then there's the cast of enemies, and when I say cast, I mean like the two of them. There's the multicolored members of Slipknot, gross zombie-like men in boiler suits who are brought to life through the magic of stop-motion animation. Yes, much like Primal Rage, Mortal Kombat bosses, or Ray Harryhausen productions, someone had to painstakingly move small malleable puppets and record each frame of movement. That's a good reason why there's only two enemy types, with the last one being the clones. In contrast with the enemies, Mesologic opted for digitizing suited actors to make up the bulk of Star. These jobbers take the place of random hostages that usually run into the line of fire. Every time you blast one, it's 1 point of health gone, as is tradition. If you decide not to shoot any enemies but happen to want to kill your coworkers, you'll unlock Kron Hunter mode, which lets you play as an alien, complete with absolutely eye-melting predator vision. As you blast through each level, you'll occasionally find power-ups that'll increase your spread in a shotgun-like way, and you can then further upgrade that by getting an automatic firing ability. Amongst all the carnage, mayhem, and exploding barrels, you can also unlock secret rooms that are filled with even more 90s stuff. Area 51 was a massive hit when it released in '95, as its combination of 3D backgrounds, mutants, and alien conspiracy subject matter was a potent mix in that day and age.
Which was the style at the time?
And Atari got the hit it wanted, so it did the next logical thing, ported it to several consoles, which made a case for why light gun shooters barely work outside an arcade. The ports span the PlayStation, the Sega Saturn, and Microsoft Windows 95. And by this time, Atari's arcade division had been bought by Midway, so these ports were ported with a very nice Midway logo right on the cover. Reviewers, though, were not exactly kind to it, with mediocre to poor critical reception, as it was a super raw port with no extra features, therefore limited replayability, especially since the game could be completed in less than 20 minutes. Regardless of the reviews of the home version, Area 51 was a big enough hit for Atari to greenlight a sequel, Area 51 Site 4, which was released in 1998. This was a defining year for video games, but more in the console space rather than the arcades, and light gun shooters were rapidly flexing their graphical prowess, with fully 3D entries like House of the Dead 2. Atari, however, stuck to their plastic guns, as Site 4 didn't deviate too much from its predecessor, especially from a visual standpoint. This aversion to polygons was also shared by Midway, since Karn Evil was also released in '98 and used the same FMV-style computer-generated backgrounds. And clowns, lots of clowns. Site 4, though, was an improved sequel, although it was kind of incremental at best. The backgrounds did look sharper and there was slightly more variety in how missions played out, but the game was largely the same, therefore it saw significantly less success in arcades, and remains a pretty rare cabinet. In no real shock to anyone considering the reception of the ports of the first game, Site 4 was never re-released to any home consoles. The home, however, is where the series would eventually turn to, as Midway itself pivoted away from the dying business of arcades in the early 2000s. They decided to focus more on bigger productions exclusively designed for consoles, with some being very new and risky, and some relying on the names of arcade hits of yesteryear. Thus came Area 51. Again. But this time, Midway smartly decided to upgrade the franchise to a traditional first-person shooter, grabbing influence from just about everywhere they could, other video games, TV and movies, and even popular music. Developed by Midway Studios Austin, Mesologic having closed shortly after Site 4, Area 51 2005 was a reboot of sorts, released on the Xbox, PS2, and Windows, as Midway had stopped supporting the GameCube by this point, much like many third parties. The player controls the most first-person shooter-named protagonist ever, Ethan Cole, a member of a hazmat team sent to clear out Area 51 from a spreading mutagenic virus. Upon arriving, shit starts to get out of this world as Mr. Cole runs into a friendly alien named Edgar, voiced by Marilyn Manson. Yes, this is a thing that happened. Not to be outdone, Ethan Cole himself is brought to life, in inverted commas, by David Duchovny, the world's most accomplished acting robot.
Nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to encounter.
Well, I love me some Fox Mulder. I don't think hiring Duchovny to do voice work in your video game ever really pays dividends. Certainly didn't for 13. Regardless, Area 51 2005 plays out like many FPSs of the day, but with its tongue firmly planted in its cheek, never taking itself too seriously. It also gives off a very Perfect Dark style vibe, but through the over-the-top American action movie lens rather than James Bond. In fact, much like Perfect Dark, the player can wield both human and alien weaponry and can even scan the environment via a bit of fancy tech for clues/info, similar to Metroid Prime. To top it all off, Ethan Cole even gains the ability to transform into a mutant form, spoilers, because he gets infected by the virus. This does exactly what you'd think, increases your damage, your health, etc., but sadly doesn't increase the quality of Duchovny's performance.
When I was first assigned to Hazmat Team Bravo, I thought Ramirez was the kind of by-the-book military who resented babysitting a team of lab rats.
The voice cast is rounded out by the late Powers Booth, Nolan North, and the guy who played Elaine's boss. And overall, the level of production definitely helps prop up the game's reputation, especially coming from its simplistic arcade roots. However, Midway had a thing for spending money on voice actors and big Hollywood-style glitz at this time, and it wasn't necessarily the best use of their money. In conjunction with the game, they also brokered a deal with Paramount to spin the game off into its own feature film, which, after a quick IMDb searchy, I can confirm never actually happened, except for that shitty unrelated found footage movie. Now, this might be a familiar scenario for some, especially if you know anything about Midway, as it closely parallels the same thing that happened, or didn't happen, to Spy Hunter and its failed movie. Regardless, the game version of that film still came out in 2006, with Rock the Dwayne Johnson's Nowhere to Run. Area 51 2005 garnered above average reviews, and while enjoyable enough for its wacky plot and solid mechanics, it didn't exactly stand out from the glut of other FPSs released in the mid-2000s. Still though, Midway's gamble paid off enough for them to greenlight one more game in the series. Black Site, Area 51, never a good sign when the original name is downgraded to a subtitle, was again developed by Midway Studios Austin, but this time they picked up an important hire, one Harvey Smith of Ion Storm. Obviously inspired by the many military and sci-fi shooters that were cropping up, Black Site had a decidedly more dusty, low-saturated look, and took itself about 1,000 times more seriously than any game before it. All the notable voice actors are gone, and the game seems to be another reboot, I think. It doesn't pick up on the last game's story threads, so your guess is as good as mine. Our new hero is Captain Aaron Pierce, head of the memorable, Delta Force Echo crew. Who does said crew consist of? Well, that would be Logan Summers, Cody Grayson, and Mitchell Ambrose. Man, I miss Star. Now, it's pretty clear that Area 51 2005 used Halo as a template for its visuals, but Black Site goes even further, particularly with the gameplay, regenerating health, 2-weapon limit, controllable vehicles, all of the Halos. The only kind of unique but not really facet to the gameplay was a squad system where you could give basic commands to your bros, and that's about it. There was a morale feature where your AI teammates would fight better and live longer depending on how each skirmish turned out, so if you suck and take a lot of damage, then your teammates will suck, but if you do well and kick ass, then they'll do well and kick ass, I guess. The plot centered around another government conspiracy to utilize alien DNA to mutate soldiers into super soldiers, but as you might expect, things went somewhat awry, hence why Aaron Pierce's crew was sent to clean up. There's betrayals, reveals, and just about everything you can see coming a mile away, lacking much of the charm of the previous games. While certainly functional, the game felt underbaked and a bit rushed, and like we've already seen, it's hard to remember even when you're playing it, or at least looking at footage. With that in mind, Harvey Smith did himself no favors after Black Site was released to less than stellar reviews. Now, when this happened in 2007, Midway was on the proverbial last legs, as they were on their way to filing for bankruptcy. Maybe knowing this, Harvey Smith stated at a game conference which was held in Montreal, rather colorfully, "That project was so fucked up. I wasn't particularly interested in the IP, and it took 8 months to get one thing working. With a year to go, the game was disastrously off rails. It went straight from alpha to final." Smith was fired from his position within Midway shortly after these comments made their way online. In the end though, I don't think he really cared. Upon his firing, he joined Arcane Studios and went on to head up Dishonored. Now, going back to the originals, Area 51 was a big enough hit in its own right that it led to a completely other separate game from Mesologic, the awesomely named Maximum Force, which was sometimes sold in a dual setup with Area 51 as an option for arcade owners. Ditching the alien motif for a more harder-edged SWAT team aesthetic, it once again used the FMV backgrounds to great effect. While both series quickly aged out due to the competition from Sega and Namco, things have a habit of returning. So, almost 10 years later, Raw Thrills pretty much used the exact same technology with 2004's Target Terror, just slightly more higher res and taking advantage of where post 9/11 America's head was at. It was almost a parody of the 90s arcade game, digitized actors, silly minigames, and wanton death and destruction. It is available now in store shelves for the Nintendo Wii. Now, looking to the future, it's unclear if the rights to Area 51 died with Midway, or if, much like their other IPs, are lying unused in the Warner Brothers vaults. Would they ever license it out to Raw Thrills? Bring it back as an FPS? Or shit, maybe even slap together a mobile game where you gotta tap a bunch to send waves of idiots Naruto running into a top secret military base? The possibilities are simply endless, and no one knows for sure how or when the series might return.
No one has been able to see the whole picture.
Know of any other franchises I could take a retrospective look at? Let me know in the comments below, or hit up the Flophouse VIP Patreon to officially nominate a series of your choosing. And thanks to Big Boss member Nsoft for suggesting Area 51. Get into the ring, kid, because it's time to punch out! One of my favorite game franchises of all time. Punch-Out is the seminal arcade boxing experience that blew me away when I first played the NES original at a friend's house decades ago. As everyone knows, the NES game was the first entry in the series, which was followed up by Super Punch-Out in the mid-90s, and was finished off with a titanic star punch of quality with the Wii iteration that released in 2009. And that's pretty much Punch-Out in a nutshell, as there's not really that much more to talk about.
Hey, hold up, little man.
What?
Come on, kid. There's a lot more Punch-Out games you could train up on. Get back in the ring.
No, I covered the major ones. I think we're good.
I'll give you some chocolate.
What kind?
Dark.
What percentage?
70.
Okay.
Yeah! Good stuff, little Matt. Sting like a butterfly and turn into a caterpillar like a bee.
Okay, thanks, Doc. Anyway, yes, let's strap on those gloves and do this series some serious justice with a full Punch-Out retrospective. Okay, so earlier I lied, like a whole bunch, kinda. If you were a kid in the late 80s, you'd be excused if you assumed 1987's Punch-Out! Was an NES original, but it wasn't. It was actually an amalgamated port of the arcade versions that Nintendo first started to release way back in 1983. So if you weren't an arcade rat back then, you never would have known. Even at first glance though, you'll notice both games look almost nothing alike, as Nintendo was fairly prolific in the arcade scene at the time, and Punch-Out! Was quite a looker in '83. As you can see, the first true entry in the series is actually closer to 94's Super Nintendo version of the game, but with some key differences. You can't duck, and you lack a few special punches, but the entire game is wrapped in the audio soundscape of the NES, or rather this became the NES's, never mind. It's just such an odd mix that feels weird, like playing Zelda but having Metroid music overlaid. The other major difference is that this being an arcade game, it wasn't meant to be played for lengthy stretches, so you have a paltry selection of 6 boxers to battle. Glass Joe is represented as he should be, but he's then followed up by Piston Hurricane of all people. Beat him and you'll move on to series mainstay Bald Bull. Then things get, very 80s. Kid Quick makes his first and only appearance here, and yeah, for obvious reasons. Oh, but the stereotype train here is still chewing along, cause next we have Pizza Pasta, who may or may not be related to Leanna. Woof. These are 2 characters Nintendo has mysteriously never dredged up again. I don't think either of these guys will be spirits in Smash. Finally, we come to the champ and hardest fight of the game, Mr. Sandman, looking pretty much like how he's supposed to. Oh, but there's one final character we haven't talked about. Challenger, who doesn't even get close to supposed to looking like anyone. Yes, Little Mac is not even a real boy yet, as he would arrive later and become the face of the series, for the most part. Right off the bat, to get around the problem of the player seeing the opponent's patterns and incoming attacks, Nintendo went with a weird wireframe sort of approach, which is why Mac gets this as an alt costume in Smash 4, despite Mac never actually getting this costume. This is Challenger's threads, man! Lay off. There's 2 more notable things to talk about with this first entry, with one of them being the music. Many Nintendo games have been notable for their amazing soundtracks, usually coming courtesy of such legends as Hip Tanaka and yes, Koji Kondo. In fact, this was Kondo's first game working under Nintendo, and his themes and fanfares stand the test of time to this day. Just like Mario or Zelda have all their famous motifs, Punch-Out! Has its own memorable soundscape. Now, the final thing of note is the display style of the monitors used for the arcade machines, as this was a choice that affected Punch-Out! In a very understated way. Like I mentioned in the Did You Know Gaming episode on Punch-Out!, check out the link in the description, Nintendo's factories in the early 80s had an influx of extra monitors. So to make the most of their stock, they were going to use as many of the screens as they could. So they came up with the idea to display the banners, round info, and portraits on the topmost screen and stack it onto the gameplay monitor. Man, that just looks like you're just playing on the DS. Almost as if they should have made a DS or 3DS version of the games.
Now, don't get too salty too early, little Matt. Save that for the second round, son.
Fine, okay. Anyway, that about covers the arcade version of the original Punch-Out! But weirdly enough, both a sequel and 2 spin-offs would get released even before Mike Tyson eventually hit the ring. So, just 1 year later in 1984, Nintendo released Punch-Out! Boxing for their plucky Game & Watch series of handhelds. For those that don't remember, Game & Watch was their series of handhelds before the Game Boy. And that's all I have to say about the things, honestly. Way before my time. Punch-Out for the Game & Watch is about as good as you can expect, as it shares more in common with the amazing Tiger electronic portables that would release years later. A printed background screen with a large animation cell plastered on top of it, with each image lighting up to crudely imply movement. You seemingly control two little Macs or challengers as they fight one-on-one for all eternity. Strange that the game has so much horizontal space. I mean, this is a boxing. You kind of need to be close to each other for the sport to, work. And that's Punch-Out for the Game & Watch. Now, while that was underwhelming everyone across the globe, the same year a sequel to the original arcade smash came out in the form of Super Punch-Out! But again, not the Super Punch-Out we got on the SNES. I'll get to that later. So Punch-Out the Second, featuring Arcade, is a lot like its predecessor, but features a different roster of gladiators from the World Video Boxing Association to throw down with. The ability to duck certain attacks was also added, but aside from that, the game mostly stayed the same. The new boxers were the burly Canadian bear hugger, martial arts expert Dragon Chan, totally not at all, poorly named at all, Vodka Drakensky, the mystic champion of India, Great Tiger, and the ultimate example of an exquisite Adonis, Super Macho Man, who just happens to be the champion of the goddamn world. And that's it. There's actually less boxers here than there was in the first arcade Punch-Out. I guess since they only had 1 year between releases, there wasn't time to add more. And unlike the first arcade game, which got a Switch port via Hamster, Super Punch-Out never got a home release, and while it's a marginally improved sequel, it did give us a good selection of new boxers that would go on to be expected in future releases. Another year later, 1985 brought us the spin-off game of the series and the last arcade game Nintendo would fully develop and release themselves. Here comes Arm Wrestling. Much like its pugilistic sibling series, Arm Wrestling had you going arm to arm with a variety of colorful characters, including such luminaries as the Stud Horse Texas Mac, Sumo Wrestler Kabuki, which is a pretty confusing name and also a decent case for Nintendo to sue Capcom when E-Honda came around years later. Then we have the awesome Mask X, who is a mysterious... Oh no! It's actually Bald Bull. Ha ha ha! Get out of here, you scamp. Then we come to who I think might be the greatest character Nintendo has ever come up with. Lazy, uninspired designs like Link or Samus pale in comparison to the good friends, Alice and Ape the Third. Just look at this. Why couldn't they have moved over to Punch-Out? What we have here is a cybernetic ape, designed only to crush his opponent's arms and souls, being controlled by a nerdy 80s girl wonder kid. To hell with your Waluigi, Alice and Ape the Third for Smash! Things then get even stranger, but not really stranger, as the arm wrestling champ, who also happens to be a reanimated corpse with the name of Frank Jr., finally steps on stage to burn some muscle. Beat him, and the carny indie promoter then throws a massive sack of cash on you. Also risque for Nintendo, but a lovely ring girl shows up at the start of every match, which would have made a bit more sense in a boxing game, but I digress. Arm wrestling, again, never got any home ports, and it's the type of machine that would break down often. I've never seen a functioning one out in the wild, and I've been to Galloping Ghost a few times. Still, it's a fun curio in the history of Punch-Out. Okay, finally, we are entering 1987, one of the most important years in gaming ever. Mega Man, Contra, Final Fantasy, Street Fighter, and Metal Gear all debuted for the first time in this magical year. And while Nintendo had also just released a sequel to the original Zelda, they had one more important release, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Now, we are moving into a triple main event here, aka no main event, as this marks the first entry in the series that most people played and or started with, which was then followed up by two notable sequels. Genyo Takeda was responsible for producing the arcade versions of Punch-Out, but was then tasked with eventually bringing the concept to the NES. The woefully underpowered NES. Takeda quickly realized that it would be impossible to emulate the arcade's graphics and perspective on the machine, so he set about changing as many things as he could to make it work while still keeping the spirit of the arcade alive. He increased the size of the ring and shrunk the player character down, giving him a scrappy sort of feel as he would need to jump high to connect punches to faces. The power meter was ditched, and now special star punches could only be earned if you hit your opponents in specific weak spots or tells that they would all exhibit during a bout. A stamina system was also introduced, which would decrease if you whiffed your attacks, and you'd gas out for a few seconds as punishment. Takeda also realized he would need to make the game a lot harder to maximize the player's time, since this was a home version and the original could be beat incredibly quickly and only featured that handful of opponents. This time, Challenger, well now named Little Mac, obviously inspired by Rocky Balboa, faces 14 different bouts composed of a mix of boxers from both arcade versions, while cutting a few and adding some more just for this version. First, we have Glass Joe, newcomers Von Kaiser, Piston Honda, Don Flamenco, and King Hippo, followed up by Great Tiger and Bald Bull. A rematch with Honda, then a showdown with the newly named Soda Popinski, which I think is a far more charming gimmick than, being an alcoholic. 2 more rematches with Bald Bull and Flamenco before facing down a gauntlet of killers with former world champs Mr. Sandman, Super Macho, and that's it. Yes, originally NES Punch-Out ended with a fight against the Macho One, and would have remained so. While the game's Japanese version was pretty much complete and was even given out as a prize in gold cartridge form at a golf tournament, the US release was still being worked on. Nintendo of America's founder, Minoru Arakawa, just happened to be in attendance at a Mike Tyson match in '86, and was blown away by his skill in the ring. Inspired, he then brokered a deal for a 3-year license to Tyson's appearance in the game as the final boss. This proved to be really beneficial for Nintendo, as Tyson won the heavyweight championship later that year. So, when the newly dubbed Mike Tyson's Punch-Out appeared on store shelves less than 9 months later, Nintendo had the current champ hawking their game. This deal only initially covered North America and Europe, so the Japanese version, sans Mike Tyson, released officially as Punch-Out! A month or so before the rest of the world. When the Tyson version proved to be a sales knockout, however, Nintendo quickly relocalized it to feature the iconic champ for the Famicom. Then, for a number of years, it was assumed that Tyson's likeness was taken out for the re-release, Punch-Out featuring Mr. Dream, due to his criminal conviction in 1991. But the Mr. Dream version came out a year before simply because the deal between Nintendo and Tyson had expired. The 3 years were up. Nintendo could have renegotiated if they wanted, but in their home country of Japan in 1990, Tyson lost the big championship to one Buster Douglas. So yeah, Nintendo wasn't re-upping nothing. As for Mr. Dream himself, a generic-looking smiling babyface that's a simple edit of Tyson's sprite, and while he's just as hard, he actually has the best record in Punch-Out history, even beating out Iron Mike. Well, fuck you. Aside from all that, it was this release that really cemented the Punch-Out style gameplay that we know and love today. Each boxer was given a lot of personality, and therefore their fights became almost puzzle-like in how you defeat them. The arcade versions were a bit more simple in how you approach things, and the NES version thankfully didn't have that garbled speech that needed to announce each and every one of the punches that gets thrown.
Body blow! Body blow! Body blow! Body blow! Body blow!
It also fleshed out the world a little better, having Little Mac's home turf be New York City and seeing it in the backgrounds, and giving him good old Doc Lewis as a trainer really gave the game more atmosphere than prior releases.
Woo! That's right, baby!
Okay, for years, additional layers of depth, strategy, and secrets would be uncovered in the game, as it was packed with tiny details and things easily missed. It would be little wonder why this is the version of Punch-Out that would go on to represent the series. That wouldn't happen until much later though, and the time between releases in the Punch-Out series would get longer and longer. So it wasn't until 1994, where the Super Nintendo was in full swing, that Nintendo released, yes, Super Punch-Out!, which had a lot more in common with the arcade versions like I outlined before. Thankfully though, it also borrowed some things that they learned from the NES original. Returning is the arcade's more behind-the-back perspective, but instead of having that weird wireframe, the Super Nintendo could handle full transparencies, further proving that Nintendo does what Jenna don't. You can now weave and dodge in almost any direction with no stamina governing it, and a few new special attacks like rapid punches were added. The roster was also increased considerably, with a bunch of familiar faces mixed in with a lot of new ones, totaling 16 unique bouts. They are divided by a variety of circuits that all have sick-ass logos I used to draw on my math books in school. These include the minor, major, world, and special circuits, with each one getting harder as the last fight always had you facing off against the champ of that circuit. Starting with the minor leagues, a new loser was brought in to replace Glass Joe in the form of Gabby J. Piston Hurricane and Bear Hugger returned from the both arcade versions respectively, and finally Bald Bull, the only Punch-Out pugilist to appear in every mainline game in the series. Well, yeah, unless you don't count the Game & Watch version, which I don't. The major circuit is comprised of Bob Charlie, Dragon-chan, Masked Muscle, and Mr. Sandman. The world circuit starts off light with Aaron Ryan, but quickly ramps up with Hikeki Gagero, Mad Clown, who is a clever reworking of Bear Hugger's sprite, but with tons of new moves, before capping off with Super Macho Man. Then, after all these lightweights have been KTFO'd, we get the Killer's Road that is the special circuit. This blood-soaked kumite consists of snooty college prodigy Narcissus Prince, cheating old man Hoy Quarlo, who's just bringing straight-up weapons into the ring, and finally, the deadly duo of Rick and Nick Bruiser. Probably the most intimidating fighters of the series. Certainly more than Mr. Dream, I think. As you can see, this is a much more elaborate game than a simple port of the arcade versions, with over 60% of the roster being brand new. And while it lacks some of the aesthetics of the NES with no Doc Lewis, training scenes and the like, it makes up with it in a more important area, the gameplay. Boxer patterns and strategies lean towards the NES side, with more wacky gimmicks, weaknesses, and pitch-perfect timing over the arcade's more simplified style. There's a constant debate over which Punch-Out is better. Personally, in terms of playing it, I prefer Super, but the characters, charm, and especially the music of NES Punch-Out, I feel is more memorable. Now, while this game was released in North America in 1994, for whatever reason, Japan did not see a release until 1998, almost 2 years after the Nintendo 64 hit shelves.
Available for your home in 1995, only on Nintendo Killer Instinct.
How is that possible, you ask? Well, the Super Famicom had the ability to play downloaded games that could be copied onto blank carts via the Nintendo Power Stations, basically kiosks you'd find in stores that print the data onto your carts. This was the only place to play Super Punch-Out at the time if you were a Japanese fan. Bizarre. Speaking of bizarre, well, see, there's not that many controversies per se for the Punch-Out franchise, but this is certainly one of them. Who is Johnny No Eyebrows here? In the game itself, he's never actually referred to as Little Mac, but in some US marketing materials, he was. In Fight Night 2 for the GameCube, this character, and Super Punch-Out itself, was an unlockable extra for Nintendo fans. As for the actual in-game model, I mean, it's terrible, but on a shorts is written Mac. But the game was made by EA, so take that for what you will. Some Punch-Out fans feel because it's a third-party game and a cameo, it's distinctly non-canon. To make matters worse, the Virtual Console re-release of Super Punch-Out on the Wii has a description page that does indeed state the character in this game is known as Little Mac, and that was in 2007. In 2009, one of the main designers at Next Level Games who developed Punch-Out Wii stated that the blonde boxer is not the Mac we know. One other possible theory that I personally like is that Super Punch-Out is a sequel that takes place a few years later and just features another young up-and-coming boxer who is also named Mac. There's not much fighter overlap between this game and the NES version, with only Mr. Sandman, Macho, and Bald Bull being the common threads. So it's plausible the original Little Mac retired at an early age as champion, was defeated by Nick Bruiser, and just older guys like Sandman are just still kicking around, clinging to their glory days. This is all, though, thrown for a loop, however, when you consider that the beta footage of Super Punch-Out showed a completely different design for your boxer, featuring short black hair and a different face that, while not exactly the same, is far closer to the Mac we're familiar with. Why they changed this at the last minute is anyone's guess. Someone bug Ken Lobb about this on Twitter or something. Nintendo of Japan themselves, as far as I know, have never weighed in on this epic Mac vs. Mac war. But in recent years, they've made it pretty clear that his look from the NES game is the OG, with him appearing in Smash as a trophy, eventual fighter, and his cameo in Captain Rainbow, if that means anything to anyone. I don't think the SNES guy is gonna get his own amiibo anytime soon. Speaking of Mac cameos, that's what the Punch-Out series was relegated to for 15 years, as Nintendo went 2 entire console generations without an appearance by our plucky pugilist. During that time, however, lots of pretenders tried to, punch above their weight class. Oh, I've been hanging on to that one. On the Nintendo 64, the GameCube, and even a handheld or two. Ready to Rumble 1 and 2, Black and Bruised, Face Breakers KO Party, Wade Hickston's Counterpunch, even good old Hajime no Ippo all tried to be the new Punch-Out, either from a gameplay or style perspective. It wasn't until October of 2008, after a very tepid E3 for Nintendo, where they held a separate event that showed off both Sin and Punishment 2 and a brand new Punch-Out, which was dubbed Punch-Out. Not even Punch-Out Wii, just Punch-Out. That's fine, it was more or less a reboot than a sequel, as it chronicled Mac's rise to the top against an eclectic mix of favorites from all over the franchise, as well as some surprises. Made by Canadian developer Next Level Games, who also worked on Mario Strikers, Punch-Out Wii made people take notice with gorgeous animation and a silky smooth frame rate. It also featured a variety of ways to play the game, either with traditional buttons or motion controls, and even had a limited but fun multiplayer option. Doc Lewis was also back and essential to the game, as he could now provide a Coco-related boost in between rounds that would buff Mac's health. Punch-Out Wii combines the more intimate camera perspective and transparent Mac model from the Super Nintendo with the charm, aesthetics, and musical stylings of the NES, a perfect marriage between the two. Stamina is back, along with star punches, and the familiar but fun puzzle-like nature of the bouts returned full force, but with a fresh and wacky coat of paint. The game featured 13 fights, which was less than the previous one, but the lineup is killer. Glass Joe, Von Kaiser, Disco Kid, the one new boxer of the bunch, and King Hippo marked the first wave Mac must defeat. We then move on to Piston Hondo, a name change I assume because Nintendo was afraid a car company might get all lawsuity on them. Bear Hugger is next, brimming with more personality because of the Canadian connection with himself and Next Level, because yes, we all just drink maple syrup by the gallon. Great Tiger returns with far more reality warping tricks than he had last time, before Don Flamenco caps off the second circuit. Aaron Ryan makes a surprise appearance from Super Punch-Out and is now the unhinged maniac, which I think is a big improvement. And then we get smacked by a deluge of heavy hitters in the form of Soda Popinski, Bald Bull, and finally, the Super Macho Man. But who would be the champ Mac has to take down this new entry? Somehow I don't think Tyson was in the running. So it could be A, bland babyface Mr. Dream, B, Nick Bruiser, or C, a new guy. Well, the answer was none of them, as Next Level went a little different here and rebooted him to be younger, faster, and stronger than ever, sorta making him feel like Tyson in the process anyhow. Now, yes, while this is 3 less boxers than Super Punch-Out, Next Level more than makes up for this with Title Defense Mode. This was a kinda second quest where all the boxers you defeated would come back for another go, but this time aware of their weaknesses and have taken the appropriate steps to rectify them. Glass Joe wears headgear. King Hippo duct tapes a manhole to cover his belly welly, making each fight feel like a brand new thing, so it's easy to say the game offers 26 unique bouts. 27, of course, if you count the Banana Slamma. Multiplayer mode is, like stated before, a limited affair featuring only Mac vs. Mac fights, but it's still pretty fun for what it is. Gigamac, of course, is the star of the show here, and that's further proven by his eventual inclusion as a final smash. I guess Nintendo was also afraid of a lawsuit if they called him Big Mac. Relaunching Punch-Out! With such an old-school mentality, it's one of the more challenging first-party games on the Wii, and being based on a 30-year-old franchise that hasn't seen a game in half that time was a risk. Fortunately, due to a fun marketing campaign featuring lots of charming live-action bits and great reviews, the game was a success and sold well over 1 million copies, and even received a reprint as a Nintendo Select title. It also got a port to the Wii U eShop in 2015, allowing even more people to experience the sweet science that is over-the-top cartoony boxing. This version of Punch-Out! Also had a lot of things left on the cutting room floor, with Next Level and producer Kensuke Tanabe saying things like RPG elements, minigames, and even online multiplayer were considered for a time. Maybe one of those ideas were reused for the last notable release in the franchise, Doc Lewis's Punch-Out!
Oh yeah! Now it's my time to shine. Put 'em up, kid! Put 'em up!
Released a few months after the main game, it was a WiiWare title that started as a platinum reward for Club Nintendo members, so not that many people ever had the pleasure to spar with Doc. It's basically a series of 3 fights that get harder every time, and Doc, Mr. Lewis if you're nasty, is no pushover. It's a shame it was such an exclusive feature or wasn't added to the main game to begin with, as it's a really fun distraction and Doc's interactions with Mac are so precious and wholesome. That marks the last new official entry in the Punch-Out! Franchise, although Little Mac being added to the main Smash roster in 2014 can't be overstated, because while the series never achieved Mario or Zelda-like numbers, it's one of those very video gamey-like series that seemingly only Nintendo seems to put out anymore. Next Level Games hasn't announced a new project since 2016, so hopefully when they do unveil what they've been working on, it'll be Punch-Out! Related. The motion controls afforded by the Switch Joy-Cons would make this a simple fit, and hell, I'd be happy with an upscaled Punch-Out! Wii with added new boxers and those minigames and RPG elements that were cut last time around. I think throughout the course of this retrospective, you can see why the series has endured. A simple concept that's immediately fun and accessible to learn, but an absolute monster to master. Featuring light, fun characters, bursting with personality, and that sorta, let me go again, gameplay loop as you try to unravel each mystery that's wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in boxing gloves. Punch-Out! Remains one of my most fondly remembered franchises that thankfully has aged incredibly well, and for that, I'll always be there to put on the gloves and go for one more round.
That's the spirit, little Matt. Never give up.
As we all know, ninjas are mammals. They enjoy wailing on their awesome guitars and, of course, when they have to, shoot the occasional blast of bio-slime. But when it comes to video games, there's one particular ninja that stands above the rest, and that is Joe Musashi. In the late 80s, Ninja Mania was sweeping most of the world across cineplexes, comic books, and video stores, and Sega was quick to capitalize on this white-hot trend with what has arguably become the grandfather of ninjutsu-based video games, Shinobi. With various sequels, spin-offs, reboots, and reimaginings, there's plenty to cover. So let's delve into all those shadowy corners, the dastardly villains, exotic locales, and various ninpo powers, and explore what makes this franchise so legendary. So with that said, I present to you the video game history of Shinobi. 1987 is often considered one of the most important years in video game history, as it saw the release of many titles that would go on to become industry juggernauts. Final Fantasy, Metal Gear, Street Fighter, Mega Man, Double Dragon, and yes, Shinobi as well. While having obvious parallels to Namco's Rolling Thunder, which released the previous year, Sega made sure that Shinobi would stand out with its detailed graphics, large sprites, and with the obvious appeal that ninjas were enjoying in the late 80s, which made it an arcade smash hit that year and a success that easily rolled over into 1988 as well. There is a bit of contention on which ninja game was released first in Japanese game centers, Shinobi or Ninja Warriors, as they were both credited as being released in the last 2 months of the year, but even though they were both quality titles, Shinobi was considered the runaway hit of the two.
A revolution broke out, and everything came to an end.
The story setup was typical of the age, an evil but a vague paramilitary organization called Zed, not to be confused with Snood,
next time,
kidnapped a bunch of kids from Musashi's ninja clan, and it was up to Joe to get them back, a plot Sega would recycle for other unrelated titles.
Michael!
Now, despite him appearing completely unmasked, not very stealthy there, I gotta say, Joe had to save every kid to trigger each level exit, and needed to jump between the lower and upper sections to avoid enemy attacks, as they all had the ability to one-shot him. Fortunately, his unlimited kunai, close-range sword swipe, and ninja magic or ninpo were more than sufficient to help him defeat the boss of Zed, who turned out to be, dun dun dun, his former mentor Nakahara. If this sounds like a common action movie or video game trope, don't worry, because it is. Shinobi was ported to almost every home format that was available at the time, with the most notable version being for the Sega Master System, which was more of a custom tailor-made affair that made some smart changes that were more in line with the home market. Some of these included a full life bar, making hostage rescues optional, screw them kids I guess, as well as redesigning how power-ups and upgrades were awarded. Most interesting of all though is that even though Shinobi was a 100% Sega-owned IP, it found its way onto the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1989 via the unlicensed Masters over at Tengen. This was pretty close to what was seen on the Master System, but saw further changes like the removal of the sword strike and downgrades in graphics and sound, with Joe now looking more like a generic army guy than a ninja. As stated before, Shinobi was an early smash hit for Sega's coin-op division, and Joe became a household name overnight, so a variety of follow-ups were greenlit pretty much immediately, which included a full-on arcade sequel. 1989's Shadow Dancer, bafflingly dropping the Shinobi name entirely, which would lead to a lot of confusion later on, was an iterative sequel in many ways, but still made some subtle and important changes that would impact much of the series. Joe, we assume, is just minding his own business, walking through an unnamed metropolis with his faithful dog, when a random terrorist start terrorizing, which included planting bombs throughout the entire city. Hostages were therefore replaced with bombs this time around, and must be disarmed before exiting the stage, but thankfully Joe is not alone in this explosive situation, as he could now sick his ninja pupper on his enemies, but that did come with a few caveats. Pressing down an attack would send the dog against the nearest enemy to stun them, but if you took too long to finish them off, our canine friend could take a hit, which would de-evolve him into a puppy, I think. It's pretty bizarre, but once you got used to this system, it would become second nature to sick the dog against threats on the lower floor while taking care of the top, dropping down on the temporarily incapacitated baddies. The graphics obviously saw a glow up, as well as Joe's ninja garb becoming the iconic white variant we all know today. That is, if you believe this is in fact Joe Musashi. The original arcade game doesn't actually name the ninja. The Genesis home port simply calls him Shinobi, in-game at least, and the instruction manuals and print ads for all the other versions didn't help untangle this web either, as they all name him something different. On the rather choppy and awkwardly controlling Master System version, he was named both Fuma and Takashi, and in the instruction manuals that were produced by US Gold, he was identified as Joe, but of course, that's not exactly reliable. The general consensus, though, is that according to the original Japanese versions, you were actually controlling Joe's son, Hayate, a rather curious part of his genealogy that hadn't been mentioned before or since. Out of all the instruction manuals, though, it's the Genesis version, which was dubbed Shadow Dancer: The Secret of Shinobi, which attempts to clarify all of this nonsense, but even that's not exactly accurate. This is because it's not even a port of the arcade game, but essentially an all-new one with completely different enemies, levels, and a heavily revised plot. Here, they claim you are in fact Joe Musashi, and you're trying to avenge the death of your pupil Kaito, who entrusted the care of his dog Yamoto to you to take down some type of reptilian insectoid demon lord. The only real connective tissue between this and the arcade version is the aforementioned puppy partner, but even that has also seen a big change, in that you now need to hold down the attack button to fill a gauge, which ultimately gave you a bit more control of when you want him to attack. As you can see, Secret of Shinobi looks quite different, and so it's here where Sega saw what they had and where the franchise could go. While serving them well in the arcades, it was clear that simple action games were losing a bit of ground to beat-em-ups, and from here on out, Shinobi would exclusively transition to the home market. But that didn't mean the franchise would suffer for it, but in fact, it would only get better from here. Remember when I said Sega had commissioned several ninja-themed follow-up games after the success of the arcade original? Well, 1989 certainly exemplified that. Even though Shadow Dancer was the first sequel, it came to the Genesis in 1990. But before that, in 1989, Sega also developed Revenge of the Shinobi, which must have confused many gamers trying to keep track at the time. Revenge is considered more or less as a direct sequel to the original which started it all, and largely ignores the confusing events of Shadow Dancer, as the intro attract screen establishes that this takes place 3 years after Joe's original adventure, and sees a resurrected Zeed, this time Neo Zeed, attacking his clan and absconding with his bride-to-be Naoko. It's here where the franchise really started branching out and expanding in smart but sensible ways. Whereas the first two arcade games were very simple walk-to-the-right affairs, Revenge spiced things up by having plenty of larger levels that required some exploring. Joe now needed to flip switches, avoid traps, and search for additional power-ups, which was made far easier by his expanded moveset, where he was no longer contained to just jumping between the lower and higher half, but now had free reign to go wherever thanks to his new jumping abilities. Combat options were increased as well, including a kicking crouch attack, fanning out multiple kunai in one shot, and a few different sword slashes which would cut down most enemies in a flash. Ninpos were now selectable by pausing the game and activating the power you wanted, which not only did the expected things like wiping out all enemies on screen, could now buff Joe with shields or increase his jumping power rather significantly. While the series had never been a slouch in the music department, the addition of Yuzo Koshiro really took the presentation to the next level, with many of his tunes contributing to a classic all-timer Genesis soundtrack. It's appropriate then that this synthy late 80s feel was accompanied by the most copyright infringing 80s menagerie of bad guys, as Neo Zeed was not picky about who they added to their ranks. Some amongst these was Rambo, the Terminator, Spider-Man, Batman, and even our Lord and Savior, Godzilla. These inspirations didn't stick around forever though, as Revenge of Shinobi received 5 different revisions, with each one altering a boss in a move to lessen the likelihood of litigation. The Terminator oddly stayed the same throughout the game's life, as well as his brief period of turning into the Hulk, but Spider-Man has his own little mini history. The first version has a red and dark blue Spidey, but once Sega got the rights to publish Spider-Man games through Marvel, they changed the next revision to look even more accurate with a brighter blue color. But once that agreement ran its course, he was then changed into some weird pink monster thing. Now, once you defeated Pink Spider Guy Man, he then logically turns into Batman, which was hastily changed into more of a Bat Demon later on. Rambo had his hair removed in every subsequent release after the original. My heart goes out to you, buddy. While Godzilla surprisingly stuck around, unchanged until the last 2 revisions, where Sega actually made him cooler by swapping in with a giant dinosaur skeleton, avec a bunch of random organs sloshing around inside his ribcage. These bizarre bosses might be the most infamous thing classic Shinobi games are known for, and set a sort of precedent most gamers would expect from then on out. When you're playing as Joe, you should always expect the unexpected. Something that would also be unexpected is the next game in the series being a marked step down, and not even be for the Genesis, because 1990's The Cyber Shinobi, despite being a very cool name, is a Sega Master System stinker. This was not released outside Japan and Europe, so don't be surprised if you haven't heard of it, but that might also be due to its quality. Here you play as Joe Musashi's unnamed grandson, except he's not unnamed because he's also literally called Joe. Controlling a descendant does make sense though, as this takes place in the future and all, but it doesn't play futuristically because it's slow, clunky, and not very ninja-like. And while there's plenty of cool futuristic 8-bit games out there like Street Fighter 2010, Power Blade, or Shatterhand, the Cyber Shinobi does nothing with the premise, as it really lacks imagination in both level design and enemies, as you mostly fight standard stuff like helicopters, trucks, and soldiers. Now, while I can't confirm this, I have a suspicion that Sega might have contra-forced this particular game, meaning it started off as something completely different, then got the Shinobi name slapped onto it shortly before release. It's just got that certain smell about it. Fortunately, that would be the last Master System only adventure that Joe or anybody in his extended family would have, as the Genesis would play host to what some would consider his greatest triumph, 1993's Shinobi 3: Return of the Ninja Master. This expanded upon the style first seen in Revenge, but polished it to a mirror sheen, retaining the fast ninja action while upping the combat mechanics, the presentation, level complexity, just about everything. Joe could now run only as a ninja could, use his sword more freely, perform a helpful dive kick that allowed him to bounce between enemies, and of course new Nimpo powers. Since this came out several years after Revenge, it also took full advantage of the Genesis hardware, featuring tons of impressive parallax scrolling throughout and sporting some very detailed sprites, which are highlighted in several of the new bosses. Sega also saw fit to add various new set pieces intended to heighten the excitement, like fighting while falling down or up a canyon using chunks of debris, a chase on a horseback during a stormy night, and probably the most radical of the bunch, shredding the waves on a rocket-powered surfboard. And while the copyright-infringing bosses were certainly lessened this time around, that DNA was not completely lost, as evidenced by the appearance of just straight-up Mecha Godzilla. Ha! A game after my own heart. Aside from its tight, fluid gameplay and sublime presentation, Shinobi 3 is also well known for its delays, as it took almost 4 years to come out after the debut of Revenge. In 1992, it seemed like it was fully complete, as it was previewed in several magazines back in the day, which all claimed that its release was imminent. But then, the project went dark for the guts of a year before finally turning up on store shelves in 1993, and fortunately, it was more than worth the wait. Reportedly, the development team felt more refinements were needed for Shinobi 3 after an internal review, and thus some levels were completely cut while new ones were added in, along with further improvements in the graphics and animation and the new chase sequences. Not only are there surviving screenshots of these earlier versions, but some are even playable to this day, which gives a fascinating insight into 2D action game development. Yuzo Koshiro sadly didn't return for this entry. He would have been busy with Streets of Rage at the time, but fortunately, Return of the Ninja Master still has a stellar soundtrack. Back when I was a wee one, I had visited a Genesis-owning friend and distinctly recall hearing the evocative and catchy ninja tunes that typify the franchise. So if anything, you can always rely on Shinobi for two things: crazy bosses and great music. Return of the Ninja Master established a new benchmark for the series and is often considered one of the best games available on the Genesis, but even with all these accolades, Sega didn't seem to know how best to utilize the franchise as it moved into the next generation of consoles. Before we get there though, I would be remiss if I didn't spend at least a little time talking about Shinobi on the go. Even though much like the woeful Cyber variation that was made exclusively for the Master System, Shinobi for the Game Gear, sometimes known as GG Shinobi, is thankfully a much better and more authentic ninja experience. In it, you actually save and then control different color-coded ninjas from Joe's clan, as each one has a speciality which helps you navigate each level, like a grappling hook, throwing bombs, energy blasts, etc. You can switch to each ninja on the fly once you've saved them by just pausing the action when their abilities are needed, which was a pretty forward-thinking feature for the Game Gear in 1991. There's not much story here per se, as it is a handheld game, but the gist is that after sending out some scouts into some place called the Neo City, Joe becomes concerned after not hearing back for a while, hence the old "if you want to do something right, you better do it yourself" adage. He then makes for Neo City to save his fellow ninjas and take out some vague new evil. A sequel followed just a year later, confusingly called Shinobi 2: The Silent Fury, making it the only game, in the West at least, that is actually called Shinobi 2. Not much to say about this one, as it's more of the same, complete with the ninja swapping, as the only real difference is having to locate crystals that are hidden in each level, which require the use of a specific ninja's unique skill to collect. It once again took place in Neo City, and once again has a paper-thin plot, with Joe having to take on a new evil group called the Techno Warriors, led by a mysterious black-clad ninja called the Black Ninja. Returning back to consoles, and as I stated earlier, after Return of the Ninja Master was released, Sega struggled and in many instances failed to adapt many of their big franchises for the Saturn, like Sonic, Streets of Rage, or Echo. And while Shinobi was better represented than those examples, it wasn't exactly what fans were anticipating. Released in 1995 and dubbed Shin Shinobi Den in Japan, Shinobi Legions in the US, and Shinobi X in Europe, this release did navigate the sometimes difficult transition of going 3D by not doing it at all. It retained the same 2D side-scrolling action from before, but utilized one of the more common gimmicks typical of CD-based hardware at the time, which was the glorious concept of FMV sequences. Live actors were dressed up and proceeded to run around dark rooms filled with boxes and plenty of green screens, which constituted pretty much the entire story, which, in a disappointment to many, had been entirely rebooted. Joe Musashi was MIA, and in his place was a new protag, Sho, who gets embroiled in a very cookie-cutter plot to save his sister Aya from his rival, the dastardly Kazuma. While the gameplay is similar to Shinobi 3, Legions doesn't feel quite as refined or as fluid, as the characters were created via Mortal Kombat-style digitization, so there's an inherent stiffness to their movements. Still though, all the moves were there, including some impressive new Nimpo attacks and a big increase in the violence, as enemies would regularly get bisected by a quick sword slash. Now, while having aged worse than the gorgeous pixel art of Revenge or Returns, I will say, considering that much of the game is all digitized, including many of the stage assets, it doesn't look as bad as you'd initially think. This is mostly helped by the environmental diversity that's on display. Bamboo forests, castles, mountain cliffs, caves, underground labs. In fact, one of the only few true letdowns in the presentation are the bosses. Since so much of the game relies on costume actors, that's mostly all you get, save for one or two outliers in level 3. Here you are accosted by a number of lab-grown creatures, which culminates in a giant pissed-off dinosaur and then some weird gargoyle-ish computer-generated nightmare. The only other thing of note for Shinobi Legions is the soundtrack, which is fine in and of itself, but it's a noticeable step down in terms of quality when compared to the last two games. That is, of course, in relation to the Japanese and North American versions, as the European disc featured a newly recorded OST and is far more atmospheric and memorable than what was heard in the rest of the world. Something most Shinobi aficionados can agree on.
I fucking love this music.
So, while certainly a serviceable entry overall, Shinobi X/Legion/whatever didn't score nearly as high as the last two entries with most video game magazines of the day, and sadly represented the last title in the franchise for the remainder of the 1990s. Sega's AM1 team, which included many Shinobi staffers, was eventually consolidated with a few others to be reformed as Overworks/WoW, who developed a variety of titles, including various sports games, a few puzzlers, and the criminally underutilized Skies of Arcadia. During this time, Overworks did start development on a new 3D Shinobi for the Dreamcast, wanting to emphasize fast action and a steep difficulty curve. Unfortunately though, work began slightly too late, as by the time the project was greenlit in early 2001, the Dreamcast was already being discontinued, with Sega making their famous move into third-party publishing. Fortunately though, the project was not cancelled, it was simply moved onto a competitor's machine, eventually becoming the simply titled Shinobi, which slashed onto the PS Double Ballin' in 2002. It was truly a game that emphasized what was popular at the time in terms of mechanics. Wall running, zippy dash-based movement, an emphasis on combos and special moves, and quickly dispatching enemies via a new execution system called Tate. Story-wise though, this is sadly another soft reboot, focusing on a new ninja named Hatsuma who has to infiltrate a giant magical golden palace and take on a mysterious sorcerer that dwells within, while also contending with the appearance of his brother and rival Moritsune. Shinobi 2002 asked a lot of the player, as the game got increasingly difficult with a huge uptick in enemies and their attacks, causing the player to always be on their toes and have to memorize every move at Hatsuma's disposal, as all the buttons on the DualShock 2 were used in the heat of combat. But after a lot of practice, an immensely rewarding game would then reveal itself, giving the player so many fun movement and attack options that, while being far more complex than the original 2D games, really made you feel like a ninja badass. On top of all that, Overworks made sure not to completely forget the series' roots. While he's not mentioned anywhere in the story, Joe Musashi can be unlocked as a playable character if you collected a number of Oboro clan coins, which also goes for Moritsune and a variety of other extra options like new difficulty levels and even ninja VR missions. Now, while Joe is clearly just an extra skin on top of Hatsuma's model, he actually plays a little differently, having unique stats like his shurikens being unlimited and his main attack not causing any life drain, although he had a few drawbacks too. Shinobi for the PS2 reviewed quite positively, and was a perfect example of a hardcore 2D action game successfully making the jump to the world of texture maps and polygons, with the only real criticisms being its punishing difficulty level that probably scared away a number of more casual fans. Unfortunately, though, 2002 wasn't a perfect year for ninja games though, as Shinobi had one other really embarrassing release, the confusingly titled The Revenge of the Shinobi for the Game Boy Advance. This Drek was sub-licensed from Sega to THQ, who then contracted someone nobody had ever heard of, 3D6 Games, to develop a limp, smaller-than-life return to 2D action for the series. In this, you played as a generic ninja simply named Shinobi this time, regardless of what country you played the game in, whereupon you then had to repetitively scour interiors for several keys without much in the way of, exciting set pieces or bosses. Story-wise, Default Ninja number 2 needs to take down a warlord named Ashira O and collect some elemental swords or something. I don't care. This got roasted in reviews of the time, was ugly as all hell, was slow and clunky, and is therefore deservingly forgotten about by most. Against all odds and logic though, 3D6 also somehow got the green light to perform the same treatment for Altered Beast, which truly represented a dark time for many fans of older Sega properties. Meanwhile, Overworks, encouraged by the warm response to their first PS2 effort, immediately launched into development on a sequel, which released just 1 year later. And while not a bad game by any measure, this follow-up, dubbed Nightshade...
Nightshade! Night fucking shade!
No, not that one, didn't quite hit the mark for a good percentage of fans. This follows another new ninja, or kunoichi, named Hibana, an employee of the Nakatomi Corporation who's been tasked to seal away an invading force of hell-spawned demons, while collecting the shattered pieces of Hatsuma's cursed sword from the last game. Despite the more futuristic setting, the game plays largely the same, with the Tate system being expanded into the air to better fit Hibana's more aerial-focused combat style, where she dashes between enemies, rarely touching the ground. This gave Nightshade a slightly more Devil May Cry feel, but at the end of the day it still felt largely similar to Hatsuma's adventure. Speaking of Hatsuma though, if players had a save from his game on their memory card, he'd unlock as an extra character, but you'd have to have needed to finish his game at least once to meet the criteria to do so. He also plays exactly like he did before, as he can't take advantage of Hibana's new attack options, which also goes for Joe, who unlocks after defeating a set number of stages. Reviews were far more divisive for Nightshade, with plenty of outlets already growing tired of the gameplay loop and criticizing the added emphasis on defeating wave after wave of enemies in largely the same fashion, without much in the way of innovation. So it's perhaps this reception, or the complete dissolution of Overworks, which led to one of the bigger hiatuses in the franchise's history, as it took 8 more years for Shinobi to return once again. It took many by surprise when Sega announced that ninja action was returning to the video game world, and specifically in the stereoscopic 3D world of the Nintendo 3DS in 2011, with another game that was once again simply called Shinobi. If you happen to be counting, this is the 4th game that happened to do this. Since Sega had lost many of their OG staffers over the years, the reins of development of this new title were handed over to Kryptonite Games, who by that time had built up a solid body of work of various handheld superhero and Assassin's Creed titles. Engaging combat and speedy gameplay were some of the common threads you saw throughout most of their back catalog, and so Kryptonite combined that with a lot of influence from Shinobi 3, which made for an underrated and underplayed entry in the series. Story-wise, this is probably the craziest one, as you actually play as Joe's grandfather, Jiro, who gets flung into the future and into a world where Zed controls everything with an iron fist. Something that is explained, although haphazardly, through comic book style cutscenes. And if you think that story explanation was a bit too normal, a bit too milquetoast, don't worry, cause aliens get involved too. Jiro can perform a wide variety of attacks and can unleash various new ninpo, but now also comes equipped with a grappling chain which lets him reach new areas and to avoid enemy attacks. Bosses and enemy placements can get pretty tough, but thankfully there are multiple difficulty levels to get you used to the ebb and flow of the game, although the lower difficulties do lock you out from experiencing some of the later story events. Where Shinobi 3DS really impresses though is in its level design and set pieces, as Jiro will need to dodge fire from a long-distance submarine, fight on the back of a supersonic jet, jump between trucks on a highway, and face off against some truly wild bosses. None more Shinobi than a giant mecha megalodon. While reviews of the day criticized its difficulty and its scattershot cutscenes, per my experience, the only real negative with this one is the 3DS hardware itself, as the stereoscopic visuals have caused an unfortunate side effect. Even if you turn the 3D slider off, Shinobi's visuals still retain a pretty glaring ghosting effect, especially on Jiro, which can often be distracting in the midst of dodging a bunch of projectiles or fighting bosses. This is alleviated somewhat by playing it in 3D, but you then have to play the whole thing like that. The other annoying thing about being on the 3DS is that this is one of the few games on the system that does not emulate very well. All of this mars what is otherwise a stellar entry in the series, and it's a shame it was never ported to any other platform for others to experience its rewarding gameplay and over-the-top spectacle. Okay, so while that covers all of the main games, of course I can't forget the other places where Joe or Shinobi or Hayate or whoever has popped up over the decades. While I'm not a huge fan of Alex Kidd, I gotta give big ups to Alex Kidd in Shinobi World, as who amongst us has never dreamt of finding themselves smack dab in the middle of a ninja fantasy? Joe then found himself in Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed back in 2012, where he got behind the wheel of an ATV, I think? Not sure why this wasn't like the rocket surfboard from Shinobi 3, but I digress, because it was just really nice to see him included alongside other Sega royalty like Danica Patrick and Yogscast. Now, I'm always reluctant to talk about mobile slop in videos like this, but a character like Joe takes what he can get. So, with that in mind, here's the mobile slop! In 2009, Shinobi received a remake on Java-based phones that bafflingly used Hatsuma's design with a slightly tweaked face. So in actuality, this is supposed to be Joe. That's like a Devil May Cry mobile game using Nero as the main character, but then calling him Dante. Anyway, it's a slow, low-impact affair where you once again have to save hostages to progress. And when I say hostages, I mean dozens upon dozens of Mai Shiranuis. That's kind of awesome, actually. What's less awesome is Sega Heroes, a gem-matching piece of malicious monetization from 2018 where you pick some characters, match gems, and get pressured into spending money. I'm aware of what I said earlier about Joe taking whatever jobs he can get, but I'm pretty sure his moral ninja code would be passionately against appearing in such a sad affair. And of course, I can't forget about Hatsuma and Hibana's playable appearances in Project X Zone 2, a nice addition alongside other famous ninjas as Strider Hiryu and Kagemaru. Now, there is one more game where the legend of Joe Musashi is continuing on, and that's Shinobi Art of Vengeance. And while I won't be going into details here due to how new the game is, if you'd like to see me play through the opening hours, ninja run on over to my second gameplay channel to check it out. What I can say for sure though is, it was absolutely worth the 14-year wait since Shinobi 3DS, and is a strong contender for my personal game of the year so far. You know, it's really quite amazing that for a franchise that's 38 years old, it's been able to stay relevant with very few releases over the decades merely through its mysterious characters, tightly designed gameplay, evocative music, and through the everlasting coolness that is the ninja. So I'd reckon in another 10 to 20 years in the future, we'll still be seeing Joe or Hatsuma or Shinobi stepping out of the shadows once again. But until that time comes, I just want to say I hope you really enjoyed this retrospective, and feel free to shout out your Shinobi memories in the comments below, or over on my social media. I'm McMuscles, and I'll see you next time, fellow ninjas. SNK's Samurai Shodown started as something quite different from what was eventually unleashed on unsuspecting arcade goers back in 1993. According to series creator Yasushi Adachi, it actually started as a side-scrolling beat-em-up, with the twist being that the player would have been able to control monster-like hero characters. Now, while that was the initial plan back in those days, video game development had much less corporate oversight, meaning Adachi felt that the monster brawler concept wouldn't connect with many players, so he just decided to axe the entire thing and start fresh. Instead, he decided to make a one-on-one fighting game with strong connections to Japanese history, as it could feature various characters based on real-life historical figures, completely fictional ones, and, to appeal to a global audience, some plucked from around the world. The main gameplay concept that Adachi and his team developed was centering things around the thrill of armed combat, something very few fighting games were attempting at the time. Because of this, the staff dubbed themselves Team Samurai, and felt focusing their efforts on emphasizing high damage via deadly weapons would set their game apart from its contemporaries. There was concern that this approach was not the correct one though, as SNK higher-ups felt that the weapons dishing out such high damage values would be frustrating for first-time players to have to contend with. So they then urged Adachi to make appropriate changes to bring things more in line with other titles, a mandate he promptly ignored. Both he and his team strongly believe that a single powerful strike having the potential to end a match injected a sense of drama and tension into the gameplay that would have been lost if it had been toned down. And thus Team Samurai stuck to their guns, or swords. They named the final game Samurai Spirits, or Samurai Shodown, as per the suggestion of SNK's American marketing team, as it semi-incorporated the word shogun into it, which was more descriptive of there being a particular clash or conflict. It was a massive hit when it slashed into arcades worldwide in 1993, and positioned itself as one of SNK's hottest new franchises, proving that Adachi's initial design instincts were correct. Fans were immediately drawn to the weapon-on-weapon fighting concept, along with all the colorful and very distinct characters. So it's here where I would like to introduce the main cast, because many of them, barring one or two exceptions, would stick around for the entire series. First off, we have Haomaru, the wandering ronin who was, for a time at least, the central character, as he was loosely based on the legendary Miyamoto Musashi. Then we have Nakoruru, one of Shodown's more popular characters thanks to her personality and avian familiar, which tied into her origins of being an Ainu, the indigenous people of the Japanese islands who are usually depicted as being in tune with nature. Hanzo Hattori, who is based loosely on the real-life historical figure who lived during the Tokugawa period, was the series' resident ninja, although not the only one. That would be shared with Galford, an American based out of San Francisco who's never too far from his equally ninjutsu-skilled dog, Poppy. Earthquake was the only other American and one of the most impressive sprites you'll ever see, though that did make him a very big target for any sword or spear. Charlotte hailed from France and of course exudes class and elegance through her fencing-like fighting style, and of course her irritating laugh. Jubei Yagyu, again loosely based on the historical figure, fights with double katanas, but I guess that was offset by his lack of depth perception.
I guess you didn't see that, did you?
Wanfu represented China and specifically the Qing dynasty, and whose weapon drastically changed depending on what game he was in. Ukyo Tachibana, the other classic depiction of a samurai inspired by Sasaki Kojiro, fought with blinding speed and was originally set to be the rival to Haomaru, although that idea got dropped by the second game. Kiyoshiro Senryo, a flamboyant kabuki actor who wielded a spear, while maybe not having been the most popular fighter of the bunch, was nonetheless a memorable addition. Equally as memorable, though, was Tam Tam, a wild warrior that hailed from Brazil and was shredded as all hell. Like, dude, please, just cut out the dehydration stuff, yeah? Finally, rounding out the cast, we had Mr. Scissorhands himself, Gen-An Shiranui. This goblin-ass looking oddball was originally planned to be one of the playable heroes from when Samsho was a beat-em-up, yet somehow managed to survive during the transition to a one-on-one fighting game. And before you ask, no, he is not related to that other famous Shiranui. Shiro Tokusada Amakusa was the big bad you squared off against at the end of the game, and say it with me, was loosely based on the historical figure, and specifically his depiction in the 1981 film Makai Tensho. While certainly having a mean streak all his own, he's actually a puppet of Ambrosia, the underlying demonic force that plagued much of the series.
No one can resist the power of Ankokshin, not even a holy warrior such as I.
Endings were a very elaborate affair in the original Samurai Shodown, featuring a death scene for Amakusa and a satisfying conclusion for your chosen fighter that didn't rely on just text crawls or panels. These were full-on cutscenes with additional NPCs, scene changes, dialogue, the whole 9 yards. Hell, Team Samurai even snuck in a few cheeky cameos to boot. I think it would also be important to do a basic overview on how the general gameplay worked in Samsho 1, as there will be plenty of carryover into future sequels. Like almost all Neo Geo fighters, you had the 4 face buttons, and in Shodown they were separated between attacking with 2 strengths for both weapon strikes and kicking. All characters had both forward and backward dashes, which was useful to get out of harm's way of incoming attacks. Clashing with your opponent's weapon resulted in a power struggle where you had to pound the buttons to overwhelm the opposition, and doing so knocked their weapon out of their hand, at which point they needed to retrieve it if they wanted any chance to make a comeback. This meter here built up if you took any hits, and once full, increased the damage you dished out, but only for a short period of time. Adachi had explained in a 2017 interview that the team had decided to add this feature after a particularly heated session of playing Street Fighter II, for research purposes of course, where Adachi had gotten so angry after a loss that he just shouted out in a bout of frustration, which was why the gauge was eventually dubbed the Rage Meter. The last thing I wanted to touch on was Samsho's level of violence, which saw many interesting changes and evolutions throughout its history. During gameplay, you'd see clear instances of blood the moment steel would meet flesh, but whenever you'd finish off your foe with a hard slash or a specific special move, it would produce two distinct effects: a Kurosawa-esque arterial blood spray, and your opponent getting completely bisected. These wouldn't happen every match due to their nature, so they felt like somewhat of a taboo when they did occur. But of course, that meant they would prove controversial when it came to the home ports, of which Samurai Shodown had plenty of. Obviously, there's not much to say about the Neo Geo home conversions in terms of technical stuff, as they were essentially just the raw arcade game with a few options thrown in. So for each entry in the series, I'm going to be looking at the more notable versions, as some of them had some, let's just say, quirks. Starting off with the Sega Genesis. Well, it's a weird one, I can tell you that for free. While it certainly looked the part when it came to the in-game visuals, it had the least content and some truly baffling omissions. Haomaru was missing from the intro, there was no longer a zoom effect during the gameplay, the post-match taunt profiles were gone, a bunch of announcer voice samples were also missing, and biggest, literally of all, was the removal of Earthquake and his stage. No doubt this was due to technical reasons, but he was also MIA in the Sega CD version, which was handled by Funcom of all people, but it at least contained the full intro, the post-match visuals, and the high-quality soundtrack you'd expect. The blood and fatality effects were also 100% accurate to the arcade, but I will say that in terms of graphics, the Sega CD version is less colorful than what was on the Genesis, which was typical for the Sega CD. The Super Nintendo port, meanwhile, was a totally different beast, where it did have a lot of that missing content, but took some concessions to achieve it. It has the full intro, the post-match visuals, all the announcer voice samples, and even Earthquake. This was done via a specific choice made by Takara, where they used the zoomed out perspective from the arcade original as the default view, shrinking the sprites down so they would take up less memory on the cart. This meant that the sprites were less detailed and smaller, but the trade-off was that the game would run consistently and allow them to keep the sprite of the big ol' Texan. Takara even saw fit to add in an extra mode called Countdown, which was essentially a time attack that challenged the player to slash the entire cast as fast as they could. The soundtrack and effects were also very rich and bassy, and even had Dolby surround sound support, as was the case for a lot of versions worked on by Takara. This port wasn't without its faults though. The blood and fatality effects were completely removed in the versions sold outside Japan, along with some hilarious edits to the win quotes. These included such classics as Kiyoshiro's "Now, in this scene, I rip open your belly," being changed to "You cry like a baby," and Tam Tam's "My blood boils for battle," becoming "My sweat bubbles for battle." These changes were minor, however, when compared to the reduced sprite size, which sometimes did make getting a read on your opponent a little bit harder than it would have been otherwise. Now, there's not much to say about the handheld ports of Samsho other than what they were missing, so let's start there. The Game Gear held up fairly well in terms of graphics, if not a bit choppy, but it also saw even more cuts, namely Earthquake and Tam Tam, which resulted in a very svelte roster. Still though, it's a surprisingly decent effort for the Game Gear, which historically didn't have a great track record when it came to fighting games in the first place. The Game Boy obviously didn't have a great reputation here either, but thankfully there's a bit more to say about its version of Samsho 1, even if not all of it was great. The intro was recreated, the full 12-character roster was available, and starting up an arcade run rewarded you with a cute little intro screen that set up your fighter's backstory, as seen here. After that, though, you started a match and... Okay, yeah, so not every sprite was, accurate. I mean, it was the Game Boy after all, but, Okay, anyway, what was more annoying was the fact that whenever you won a single round, you'd get the victory notification, then a full win quote for some reason, then the results screen, then the second round would finally start. This happened every single time, so it took forever to get through a match, and unfortunately, the gameplay wasn't engaging enough to make up for this tedium. For further whatever reason though, Takara also decided to go the extra mile once again and managed to cram even more characters onto this tiny Game Boy cart, such as Hikyaku, the item-giving guy, Kuroko, the referee, and even Amakusa. They were all unlockable. Thanks, I think. Out of all the ports though, the most impressive just so happened to be developed by Crystal Dynamics. Yes, you heard that right. The 3DO version was marketed as the definitive one, and that wasn't hyperbole, outside of the Neo Geo of course. It contained every character, every drop of blood, the full intro, the camera zoom effect, and even the little animation of your foe being stretchered out of the screen, all straight from the arcade. It played great too, although there were some control concessions due to the 3DO's kinda crappy default controller. The only real knock you can levy against this port though was the fact that the sound effects had a scratchier, lower quality aspect to them that the arcade and even the SNES version didn't have, but that's a real nitpick from an otherwise amazing port. With Samurai Shodown having become such a success in arcades across the globe and at home, coupled with SNK's penchant for capitalizing on hot franchises, it was inevitable that Haomaru and friends would clash once again in an even more incredible sequel. Hitting arcades just a year after the first, Samurai Shodown 2 was, and still is, considered a series high point, so much so that it's still played competitively even to this day. It took place roughly a year after the events of the first Shodown, with Amakusa apparently dead, and the series' first female boss, Mizuki, taking his place, although she just happened to be another agent working at the behest of Ambrosia. None of this was really explained in the game's infamous intro, however, as it was more concerned with letting you know that someone somewhere got involved with the Troubles. There were a few new additions and a subtraction to the roster, totaling out to a much beefier 16 characters over the original's 12, with Tam Tam unfortunately being the only one not invited back. New to the series was Haomaru's eternal rival, the moody and bloodthirsty Genjuro Kibagami, who just so happens to be one of my personal favorites. Next up was Seeger from Prussia, who hit like an absolute tank via his historically accurate gauntlet arm. Then we had Cham Cham, who hailed from the same tribe as Tam Tam, and who injected a sense of fun into the proceedings. And finally, there was Nicotine, an elderly monk who bore more than a passing resemblance to Dakwon from Ninja Scroll, a film which Adachi did confirm was a source of inspiration to the team. Mizuki, the aforementioned final boss, didn't make many other appearances after this, but she at least made an impression with her canine companion, who also tended to get quite demonic in the heat of battle. The entire returning cast were also completely redrawn, although they were still pretty similar in both form and function, they just looked a little better doing it. The same went for stages, which were even more gorgeous than those seen from the first game, as they were bursting with additional animation, color, and detail. Gameplay-wise, there were also a few smart refinements. You can now roll backward or forward, which let you clear mid-range attacks, and also go into a prone state if you really wanted to get tricky. Whenever the rage meter had reached its maximum level, the game then helpfully showed you the command motion for your super attack, which was another new option for players to utilize. That, in addition to doing great damage, also broke your opponent's weapon if it hit. Yarna. Oddly, the pickings were rather slim when it came to the ports of Samsho 2, despite its sterling reputation. It didn't see release on any 16-bit consoles or handhelds, and aside from a rare Windows 95 version, there's not much else to point out, except for one. Samurai Spirit's Kenkaku Shinen Pack was a PlayStation 1 release that bundled together ports of both Samsho 1 and 2, and were really solid versions for the most part. I say most part because unlike the ports from 93 and 94, these were plagued by a ton of loading screens in both games, which obviously put a hamper on the action. While interesting, this Japan-only bundle was only released in 1998, and by that time, the franchise had long since moved on. So while it was not a massive step forward for the series, Samurai Shodown 2 didn't really need to be. It looked better, sounded better, played better, and diversified the cast even further, adding fighters, from that point on, who would become series mainstays. So, despite what Kuroko might say, Samsho 2 was anything but a horrible atmosphere. Samurai Shodown 3, also known as Samurai Shodown 3 Blades of Blood, but only according to the Western PlayStation front cover, was released in 1995 and was the first time SNK attempted to shake up the formula. One of the ways they attempted this was with a pretty drastic overhaul to the art style, which leaned into something darker yet more detailed, which extended over to the character designs as well. Because of this, it meant that the number of playable samurai shrunk back down to 12, and SNK certainly had made some bold, and some would say controversial choices about who didn't make it in. Charlotte, Jubei, Cham Cham, Earthquake, Genan, Seeger, Wanfu, and Nicotine were all MIA, while the newbies Basara, Rimururu, Gaira, and Shizumaru, the new main protagonist, were added to the lineup in their place. Amakusa makes somewhat of a confusing return too, because he was added to the default roster, was no longer an unplayable boss, a distinction that would go instead to Zankuro Minazuki. This beast of a man had been running roughshod across Japan just long enough that the 12 playable samurai finally decided it was time to put an end to his bloody ways. Taking him down played out much like it did in the previous games, them having a second more powerful form, but unfortunately the reward for doing so was a little less spectacular this time around. Endings were significantly scaled back in Samsho 3, as they had been reduced to a single screen of text rather than the cutscenes of the earlier games, which was a bit disappointing. If you carefully scanned the roster, you would have noticed that most of the wackier characters from the first two games were the ones left out, and that was intentional on Team Samurai's part, as they'd wanted to play with the concepts of good and evil, literally. After selecting your chosen warrior, you were given the choice of a slash or bust style, which would change their default moves rather significantly. These two sides were meant to represent both good and evil, with Slash being the more chivalrous of the two, while Bust was intended to be just the opposite, and was reflected even further with a darker color palette upon selection. SNK also saw fit to add another customizable feature on top of that, which was the blocking style, where beginner class initiated auto block, normal grade maintained the status quo, while upper grade did not allow for blocking at all, making it a very risky option, but you at least got unlimited rage meter to compensate. The intricacies of the fighting system saw some major changes too. Air blocking, a controversial one, was added in. A, B, and C were relegated exclusively to slash strength. D was just for kicking, B and C triggered a universal overhead, and A and B let players dodge into the background when at a distance, or quickly circle behind their opponent when they were at close range.
Nothing personal, kid.
Finally, you could manually charge your rage meter much like you could in the King of Fighters, instead of having it only build up through taking damage. Speaking of damage, that was something that increased quite a bit in Blades of Blood, and was a change that some found was a bit too harsh. Hard slashes now hit harder than ever, and was altered most likely due to the increased defensive options that Team Samurai had included. Hiroko and Hikyaku no longer appeared during the action either. Another change meant to hammer home the new style and atmosphere, which meant if you were hankering for some sushi or a slab of meat during a match, well, you were shit out of luck. Sam Show 3 was certainly a game of extremes, and it should be noted, much like Fatal Fury 3, that its development was negatively affected by the Great Henshin earthquake that disrupted many industries in the country when it hit in early 1995. Regardless, it still looked absolutely gorgeous, and the slash bust system would go on to become a fan favorite feature. But the huge cuts to the roster and the unhinged damage levels meant it also alienated a portion of that same fanbase. It also didn't help that the port situation was pretty dire when it came to the West, as outside of the Neo Geo, there was only one version made available in North America and Europe, and that was for the PlayStation. Unfortunately, this saw a huge number of animation frames cut from across the board, as well as numerous and long loading screens which made for an irritating play experience. If you were into the Saturn import scene though, you would have been able to enjoy far quicker load times and much more fluid animation, as was the usual case when it came to 2D fighters for the system. And while it wasn't released outside of Japan, there was also a pretty nifty Game Boy port that added Jubei back in as an additional hidden character, and went harder on the chibi art style that would later typify the Neo Geo Pocket. Fortunately, Team Samurai weren't ignorant of these issues, and thus they decided to focus on reiterating and improving what they had so they'd be able to blow fans away with their next effort. And that's exactly what happened with the fourth entry in this franchise that was already becoming legendary. Samurai Shodown 4: Amakusa's Revenge cut its way into arcades in 1996, and much like 2, is considered one of the best entries in the series, and also happens to be the last 2D installment developed by the original Team Samurai. There was, however, a slight changing of the guard, in that this was the first game that wasn't produced by Yasushi Adachi, as he was busy with another project we'll get to later on. Team Samurai looked at what worked in 3 and what didn't. Thus, the detailed character sprites from Blades of Blood were retained, but the general color palette was brightened up. The roster also saw a big increase as per the comments of fans who had played 3, which totaled to a mighty 17 characters, although some animation frames and special moves were sacrificed to squeeze them all in. The returning classics included Tam, Charlotte, and Jubei, with all 3 looking quite sharp in the new art style. In terms of new blood, 4 also introduced Kazuki and Sogetsu Kazama, a brother duo that specialized in the elements of fire and water respectively. Amakusa was once again kept in the default roster, which was a bit weird as it made the new boss situation even more awkward given this game's subtitle. Right, so you're calling this Amakusa's Revenge, you say? But he's just the sub-boss here because Zankuro has returned. And this big bastard was even harder to beat, and even if you managed to best him, you still had the final boss to contend with if you managed to get to Amakusa fast enough. Who was this final boss? Well, it depended on who you actually selected, as this final boss was always another character that had personal entanglements with your chosen samurai, much like in Street Fighter Alpha. Fortunately, this meant that the longer, more detailed endings from 1 and 2 also made a return, which was something that I was personally thankful for. But again, you could only achieve this special extended ending if you beat Amakusa in time. If you didn't, well, then you'd get something far less rewarding. As for gameplay innovations, 4's new contributions definitely made an impact. First of all, Slash Bust returned, and health was increased with double life bars to compensate for the traditional high damage. Air blocking was removed, as well as manually charging your rage, but pressing C and D together now gave you a multi-hitting combo slash, which was more of a band-aid style solution for those characters who already had low combo potential. holding down on the joystick and attacking above a fallen enemy OTG'd for additional damage, while unique throw animations were replaced with defense breaks, which were simple grabs that pushed your opponent back, allowing you to press the advantage. A new type of super move was also added to spice things up, and that was the lightning blade attack, or as it's sometimes known, the Isen. These were incredibly powerful single strikes that could quickly end the round once you popped your rage meter, sacrificing it in the process, but they were also fairly telegraphed, so they could be blocked and punished accordingly. Samsho 4 also had the distinction of being the first game in the series that featured unique post-match fatalities, or overkills, which are an even more decisive way to style on your opponent. These were obviously a response to Mortal Kombat, complete with a screen darkening effect, but they were still pretty in line with the level of violence that Samsho had traditionally exhibited up to that point. A lot of multi-hitting combo flurries or powered-up specials that ended with the same finishing effects players had seen before. SNK didn't stop there though, as they added one more match-ending maneuver which allowed players to end things on their own terms, if the fight didn't go their way. Honorable deaths, or forfeits, were a special command you could input at any time as long as you were armed that would cause your character to off themselves in a sometimes comedic and sometimes violent fashion. The only reason you would do this is if you were clearly going to lose the first round, because when you started the second, your rage meter would have been fully maxed out. Oddly, SNK made it so that these could be triggered during any round, even the very last one, but far be it from me to understand exactly why you'd do so. Unlike Samsho 3, when it came to ports, Amakusa's Revenge was a bit more interesting, but it's also a slightly more depressing situation in that, outside of the Neo Geo, it did not receive a single Western version at the time of its initial release. As you'd expect, the Japan-only Saturn port was extremely competent. Fast loading, good audio, fluid animation, and all the characters were there. The PlayStation version, once again, was technically inferior in a lot of ways, but it's still worth discussing for a few reasons. First of all, it was specifically dubbed Samurai Spirit's Amakusa's Descent Special, and had all the hallmarks of a late 90s PlayStation port of a 2D fighter. Muffled sound quality, lower res pixel effects for fire and blood, missing animation frames, and more annoying loading screens, which included a nasty 5-second delay before the start of every match. What made it special then? Well, for whatever reason, SNK included 2 extra characters, but if you started up either the arcade mode or training, you never would have guessed. Tucked away exclusively in the Versus mode was a playable Zankuro and Cham Cham, straight from Samsho 2. Literally. SNK just reused her old sprite, but at least gave her new portrait art as well as a bust variation that took away her monkey but added a variety of new special moves. This was the only version of 4 that had these 2 characters selectable, which made it one of the more unique but flawed curios in the franchise's history. Speaking of curios, there was also Samurai Shodown Pocket Fighting Series, for what else but the Neo Geo Pocket. This was a handheld monochrome conversion of 4 that did its best to emulate the arcade original, but unfortunately the jump to the NGP meant several characters had to be cut, including Tamtam, Gaira, Charlotte, Kiyoshiro, and Basara. To perhaps make up for that, Zankuro was made accessible via code, along with a brand new challenger, Shiki. Yes, Shiki was retroactively added into Samsho 4 in a roundabout way, but we're not ready to discuss Shiki quite yet. This was definitely a lighter take on the source material, evidenced by Haomaru shouting, "You tick me off, oozer of evil!" Goofiness aside, pocket fighting was solid stuff, but you could definitely feel there's a little bit of room for improvement, which SNK would eventually achieve on the Neo Geo Pocket Color later on. For a good percentage of fans, Samurai Shodown 4 is still considered the best of the classic 90s series, because after that point, the franchise started to take some very drastic turns, some for the better, and some for the not so better. Released in 1997 for SNK's ill-fated and expensive Hyper Neo Geo 64 arcade board, Samurai Shodown 64 was promoted as the company's premier 3D title. But sadly, despite some very cool and forward-thinking features, it didn't quite make the splash they had wanted, especially when compared to the newest arcade boards which were hitting the market. This established a new separate series of games that happened outside the main chronology, but they're not considered non-canon either, they're just different. 64 tells the tale of Yuga the Destroyer, another new villain who had cursed dozens of babies while they were in utero, and who, 20 years later, all fall under a sinister spell, which Yuga hoped would accomplish something. This new saga saw 9 classic warriors returning: Haomaru, Genjuro, Nakaruru, Rimururu, Ukyo, Hanzo, Galford, and fresh from Samsho 4, Sugetsu and Kazuki. Oh, and there was also Kuroko, who made a rare playable appearance, but only through the use of a code on the select screen. There were only 2 new playable warriors introduced, a metallic-armed strong-style fighter named Hanma, and finally the aforementioned Shiki, who is more or less the new main character. As you'd imagine, Yuga did the honors of being the final boss, but there were quite a few sub-bosses as well, as during the arcade ladder, you'd suddenly encounter a monstrous pile of stitched-together corpses known as Gandara. After that, you'd then face either Deku or Dekuina, 2 of Yuga's doll-like goons, but the ending you'd eventually get was a basic text scroll, which was a bummer because I had assumed that with the new 3D models, I was gonna get like Mortal Kombat 4 style hilarity. I can't lie to you though, the Hyper Neo Geo 64 wasn't exactly cutting edge, as it looked a generation behind both the latest Tekken and Virtua Fighter, although to be fair, it wasn't bad looking either. In terms of positives, the pulled back camera and full 3D movement did a lot to make this entry feel distinct and fresh, coupled with the fact that players could be ringed out or sent crashing through walls and floors and into different stages, beating dead or alive to the punch by several years. The slash bus system returned for the 3rd time, making it one of the series' most long-lasting gameplay elements, but that didn't mean a few new wrinkles weren't added as well. A and B were changed to be the only attack buttons, with C being used exclusively for throws, while D controlled all your 3D movement. There was also a stamina bar that drained whenever the player would run around the arena or get too offensive, but the rage meter could be used to make that bar unlimited whenever it was completely full. The lightning blade attacks, or Isens, also made a return, but were now simpler to perform and even more powerful, along with your standard set of multiple super attacks for every character. Samsho 64 did not, however, contain any overkills, and the general level of violence had also been toned down a bit from what was seen in Amakusa's Revenge. There were sadly no ports of this one, as SNK's initial plans to release a new CD-based console based on the technology were cancelled after the arcade version failed to do the business they were hoping for. And while the fan response to 64 hadn't been super positive to begin with many disliking the greater emphasis placed on combos, juggles, and movement, SNK wasn't ready to give up on the idea of 3D Samsho either. So they pushed forward with a sequel with the goal of trying to incorporate as much feedback as they could, and while certainly a noble goal, it unfortunately didn't help move the needle all that much. A follow-up to the first 3D Samurai Shodown arrived just 1 year later, and while SNK certainly made an attempt to address the complaints of fans, this meant they lost some of that early uniqueness they had started off with. First of all, Yuga the Destroyer was brought back, which meant the plot was largely the same as last time. Recruit more puppets to Yuga's cause to meld the underworld and Earth together to a giant demonic buffet table. Fortunately, Asura, a dark warrior who originally hailed from, down below, stepped up as the new central character to hopefully put an end to all these satanic shenanigans. Unfortunately, that didn't mean that the cast was gutted to make way for fresh faces, as SNK retained the 9 original samurai from the last game, Shiki and Henma included, and brought in 2 new slabs of meat as well. There's Asura, as previously discussed, but there was also Taizan Morozumi, a bit of an odd duck who battled with an oversized spear / calligraphy brush, which was okay. In addition to all that, Warrior's Rage went a bit harder on the evil bust versions of specific characters, giving them not just new colors, but completely new costumes and monikers altogether. During an arcade run, you'd encounter these evil variants leading up to the final showdown, most notably Shadow Asura and Half-Shaded Shiki, who were specific versions who happened to be under Yuga's direct influence. While those were the plot-related sub-bosses, there were also a few others outside of that, such as the robotic version of Hanma, a sinister and wild Haomaru, and more primal elemental versions of Sogetsu and Kazuki. Wondering where these evil variants originated from? Well, that would have been right here. Gandara also reappeared as a mid-boss, but the conditions to fight him were far more specific, and Yuga once again awaited players at the very end, but now shifted between a male and female form in between rounds. Endings were a bit nicer in this one too. I mean, they were still a wall of text, but you at least got a nice illustration of your character to go along with it. The switch over to new hardware also allowed for expanded audio capabilities, which meant that both games in the 64 lineup had absolutely stellar soundtracks. Naturally, some big changes were made to the gameplay as well. There are now 3 attack buttons, with D being used to do a quick dodge into the background / foreground, along with the stamina meter being eliminated, which, you know, good riddance. To maybe counteract that though, a nerf was introduced for those that played a little too defensively, and that if you backdash too many times, your character would bumble over themselves and fall over, so tripping before tripping. A full rage meter now allowed you to power up certain special moves, kinda like EXs, and the violence was increased significantly with more realistic blood spray, amputated arms, as well as a cinematic ending to any match that concluded with a decisive slash. But the main thing SNK did with this sequel was try and get it closer to the feel of the older titles, which they did by removing almost all of the major 3D elements. So no more free running, the fully modeled arenas, and the ring outs / stage transitions. Warrior's Rage instead adopted a more standard 2.5D style of fighting, only retaining that aforementioned quick dodge. The game was still very combo / juggle heavy, and while the changes SNK made were not necessarily bad ones, it didn't result in a vastly better playing fighter in the end. Personally, I really wish they had added some of the older fan favorite characters that had been MIA for a long time, Genan, as a brand new game only featuring 2 new characters over the last one seemed like quite the pittance. Thankfully, SNK did try to rectify this somewhat with Samurai Shodown 2 for the always charming Neo Geo Pocket Color. This was based on Warrior's Rage and contained the entire playable cast from the arcade except for one casualty, Hanma, which was most likely due to his sprite taking up too much memory thanks to the bus / system. SNK made up for this, however, by adding Charlotte and Jubei back into the main lineup, which I admit was a pretty fair trade. Yuga of course appeared as the final boss in this version, and they were even able to squeeze Gandara in there via a neat little gimmick fight. And while he wasn't nearly as big as he was in the arcade, his sprite was still impressive nonetheless. In terms of gameplay, this pocket-sized port retained the /bus system, supers, the lightning blade attacks, and was obviously in color. So out of all of the Sam Show handheld titles, this was absolutely the best one and totally worth owning today. The fact remained, though, that these 2 early 3D attempts were released in the wrong place and at the wrong time, as they didn't receive any mainstream ports whatsoever. This was a massive shame, because neither of them were bad. In fact, they were bursting with potential and introduced some cool new characters and interesting mechanics. But man, you're wrong, you say as you brandish your katana in a threatening manner. You forgot the PlayStation port of Warrior's Rage. What about that one? Oh, I am so disappointed you asked. For reasons I cannot fathom, SNK's American arm, or whomever, decided to add the subtitle Warrior's Rage to this 1999/2000 PlayStation exclusive, even though it had very little to do with Warrior's Rage. Until the widespread adoption of the internet, the situation most likely confused many a fan, as the only difference in the name was the lack of a 64, but that made all the difference, because this PlayStation exclusive took place 20 years after the events of the 64 duology. Because of that time jump, Haomaru was the sole returning fighter. Oh wait, Hanzo was there too. Never mind. Oh, but wait again! That was actually his son, who was just carrying on his father's legacy, so sorry, but that doesn't count. The rest of the cast was entirely new, as the plot revolved around this crime island that was run by 4 big bad bosses, which of course invited the need for a showdown. I would be remiss if I failed to mention, though, for all you rabid Nakaruru fans out there, that she and her sister did appear in some cutscenes, but I think they're dead or like spirits, perhaps due to the endings of Samsho 2, but I'm still not 100% sure. The new cast included Saishiro Kuki, Jin Amon Hanafusa, Jushiro Sakaki, Rinka Yoshino, Saya, Haito Kanakura, Yasi Izanagi, Gario the Whirlwind, and Ran Po, a literal unwashed child. And if you managed to beat the game with each and every single character, you unlocked a new one, but I'm not going to bother listing them here as they're all clones of the default cast, just with different costumes and other minute changes, so think Battle Arena Toshinden 3. There were also the 4 bosses, Oboro, Tomakuki, Mikoto, and the only interesting and playable one of the bunch, Yuda, who was the fusion of the evil and non-evil versions of Asura from the original Warrior's Rage. Now look, I'd hate to continue being negative here, but it's really hard not to be when it comes to this one, as it was simply worse than both 64 games in pretty much every way. The cast was quite dull in my opinion, as they lacked any real flair or aura, and compared really unfavorably with all the demons and other eccentric characters from the series' history. Graphically, it looked significantly worse too. The detail of the previous stages was gone, the UI and presentation were really boring, and it was overstuffed with ugly and super long, drawn-out CGI cutscenes. Gameplay-wise, well, it was pretty standard for the most part, but matches were super awkwardly broken up by this weird health/round setup. Each character's health bar was segmented into 3 sections, but invisibly, like these ridges here, they meant nothing. Once you depleted one though, your foes slowly got back up, but their health bar was then a bit smaller. If you did it again, your fighter would then do a brief victory pose, but the match still went on, with your opponent now having a single chunk left. Once that was depleted, you finally, mercifully won the match. There was no traditional best 2 out of 3 round option at all, so I think they were trying to emulate how Killer Instinct handled it, but they screwed it up somewhere along the way. Beyond that, the mechanics didn't do anything drastically different either. Esens were still there, as were rage explosions, supers, etc. So honestly, the only really distinct feature was the awful segmented life bars. On top of that, the violence was toned down once again for the West, because while the Japanese version had very visible red splashes of blood, the localized version colored them white with no option or cheat to change it back. Not sure why this was done, considering it was released for the PlayStation and in 2000, but chalk it up to SNK's wonky decision making around that time. Speaking of the Japanese version, it was titled something very, very different, as I guess the original development team didn't feel like needlessly confusing their audience. Its full title was Tale of Swordsmen: Revival of the Azure and Crimson Blades, New Chapter of Samurai Spirits. Now, as to why SNK North America didn't just call it Samurai Shodown Crimson Blades or Samurai Shodown We Gotta Stop Crime Island was, I don't know, you'd have to ask them. So, Warriors Rage PS1 or Warriors Rage 2, to help avoid confusion, to some is considered a low point of the series, and while far from a dreadful unplayable disaster, it did pale in comparison to pretty much everything that came before it. If this had been a more generic fighter that stripped out the very few references to Sam Sho's history and had just been called Crimson Blades, let's say, it probably wouldn't have gotten the backlash it had received. But its reception, coupled with SNK's major financial woes at the turn of the century, meant that it would be quite a while before we saw another Shodown. And when we finally did, it would no longer be developed by SNK. As the arcade industry fell into a deep decline across the globe in the late 90s, and with their expensive Hyper Neo Geo 64 technology failing to have made an impact, SNK had to look down the very real barrel of bankruptcy in 2001. At the last second, however, it was saved by its original founder, Eikichi Kawasaki, who had established another company that same year named Playmore, who was able to win back the rights to all of SNK's properties. After a brief reorganization, SNK Playmore rose from the ashes and started reconnecting with other studios and teams they had worked with in the past, such as ADK, Brezasoft, and more. Unfortunately, most of the original members of Team Samurai had left to join other companies. But since Kawasaki was looking to relaunch several of their fighting game series, Samurai Shodown included, he then turned to a relative unknown, Yuki Enterprise, to do just that. Obviously, this would have been quite the challenge if Yuki had to start completely from scratch, so SNK provided them with code based on Samurai Shodown 4 so they could hit the ground running. That move definitely came in clutch because at that time, Yuki had only experience working on simple 2000s releases, which really wouldn't have prepared them for the prospect of resurrecting a legendary 2D arcade fighter. Even working off the back of old code though, Yuki wasn't shy about implementing some changes, which was fair considering it had been 7 years since the last 2D Shodown. The slash bus system was removed and replaced with, well, nothing really, as 5 was mostly concerned with upping the speed, reiterating mechanics, and introducing a gang of fresh characters, including, yep, you guessed it, another new protagonist. Everyone who had been present in Sam Show 4 was obviously retained here, while the new faces included the likes of Yoshitora Tokugawa, Mina Magikina, Lu Yunfei, and finally the horribly stinky, monstrous meatbag that was Yukai Kusarageto. While the slash bus system was removed, as previously mentioned, Yuki and SNK did see fit to reuse a bit of the core concept in other ways, namely by introducing Rira, who had been built off a bust version of Nakaruru, and who fought with an equally evil wolf friend Shikiru. Rasetsu Maru was a fleshed out version of the possessed evil Haomaru we saw in Sam Show 64, and also inspired from that very same game, 5 properly introduced Enja and Suja, the primal elemental forces that the two brothers normally channeled. And finally, in the why the hell not category, Poppy was also made playable for the very first time, although she was pretty limited in terms of moveset. That's okay, girl, you're trying your best. Another part of the roster that saw a drastic overhaul was the bosses, and that they no longer contained any familiar faces this time around. There was a new mid-boss, the hammer-swinging Sankuro, not to be confused with Zankuro, along with a sorta unique, but not really sub-boss, Yumeji Kurokuchi, whose sprite and moveset was largely based on Ukyo, but who could also briefly turn into other fighters a la Shang Tsung. The new head of the table was the spear-wielding Gao, a rebellious warlord who Yoshitora was gunning to take down, which basically encompassed the main plotline of 5. And make no mistake, Gao was no pushover, as whenever you managed to get him into his final phase, he resorted to turning into a big bad Beetleborg. As I alluded to earlier, there wasn't a ton of brand new elements to the gameplay of Samurai Shodown 5, which I suppose was a way to welcome new players to the franchise without overwhelming them. The button configuration changed back to A and B for a strong slash, C for kicking, and D for defensive movement, which was technically a step back from what SNK had done before. Yuki did add short hops, rolls, and the quick dodge from Samsho 3, as well as a new sword meter that decreased your overall power the more you spammed attacks, which was at least an interesting attempt to try and mitigate the franchise's trademark high damage. There were some straight up omissions as well. The combo slash attack after pressing C and D together was removed, which was a bit of a shame, and overkills, which had made their debut in 4, were also nowhere to be found. Yuki did try to perhaps make up for this by adding a new state that players could trigger called Concentration 1. This briefly slowed down time and allowed you to connect a series of strikes together, much like Alpha 2's custom combos. This state also let players pull off the returning lightning blade attacks, which still ended the round decisively, although the usual blood sprays which followed them were toned down somewhat. In fact, the fatality effects like bisection and the arterial spray were also missing in 5, which was something that Yuki eventually would go on to rectify, perhaps a bit too much. Now, moving on to ports, many English-speaking fans were probably most familiar with the original Xbox version, which was released in early 2006, and which saw a number of small changes, like Senkuro and Yumeji being made playable, as well as something that had been missing from the arcade version that was distributed outside of Japan. Either because of time or budgetary reasons, a ton of pre-match cutscenes were just not included in the English arcade and Neo Geo versions, something that even extended over to character endings. After a long grueling match, if you happened to beat Gao, the game would just bam, hard cut to the end credits. That really sucked, because unlike the last few games in the series, endings in 5 were very similar to those in Samsho 1 and 2, complete with unique sprites and scene changes. Thankfully, that was all corrected and restored for both the Xbox and the Western PS2 port, which, wait, what Western PS2 port? Well, in the mid-2000s, Sony Computer Entertainment of America had a weird, massive hate boner for 2D fighters, so they blocked SNK Playmore from releasing 5 in North America. But fortunately, Sony Europe was far more accommodating. It should be noted as well that both Western versions, the Xbox and PS2, saw some pretty big changes when it came to the presentation, in that the opening intro had been changed to English, along with the round and winner announcements, which was a first for the franchise.
Destined to kill all who come before me. Samurai Shodown 5.
This might have had something to do with Ignition Entertainment's involvement, as they started localization services around this time, and would go on to help SNK publish KOF 12 a few years later. While certainly a decent debut for Yuki overall, the home ports of 5 didn't review very well in mainstream outlets and magazines, seeing low scores across the board, which wasn't too surprising, as 2D fighters were very much being ostracized by the games industry in and around that time. Samsho 5 would then be forgotten quite quickly due to another reason, which was the fact that Yuki immediately started work on an update that pretty much invalidated 5's existence from then on out. Samurai Shodown 5 Special was Yuki's attempt to polish, rebalance, and reiterate on what had come before, much like Fatal Fury did back in 1993. Changes were made to the UI, along with new key character art. There were various gameplay readjustments, new music and stages, along with some old returning ones, and finally a bunch of old bosses and way more violence. Let's start with those roster changes. Zenkuro, Amakusa, and Gao were now all playable straight out the gate. But an even more surprising move, Mizuki from Samsho 2 also made her return with a completely new sprite. Oddly though, both Sankuro and Yumeji were nowhere to be seen, which might have been a storage space issue. But the main thing Yuki implemented here was putting overkills back on the menu and made sure to go super hard on them. If you'll recall, the finishers SNK designed for 4 were mostly combo flurries, powered up specials, stuff like that. But in 5 Special, every character was given a unique, elaborate fatality sequence that pushed the limits of violence in a 2D Japanese arcade game. There were beheadings, explosions, heart rips, blood raves, and even a little cannibalism, as a treat. New gore effects were added too, like being divided into 4, bodies getting vaporized, and even split down the middle Kung Lao style. This uptick in violence actually got SNK into some hot water when it came to the home ports. And when I say home ports, I mean just the one. Samsho 5 Special for the Neo Geo, which happened to be the last commercially released game for the hardware, was slightly delayed and then hastily censored in the wake of a real-life violent crime incident which caused much concern in Japan when it occurred in 2004. Fans of Samsho, though, were not happy about the change, as the overkills and gory effects were toned down and or removed so quickly that it caused unintended side effects and bugs that SNK had to fix with later cart revisions, and even then, these versions still didn't properly restore everything. And unlike previous entries, the Neo Geo version was the only home port that was produced at that time, so fans just sorta had to deal with it. On the flip side though, there were some of the opinion that Yuki had taken the violence a bit too far, and that the new overkills felt more at home in Mortal Kombat than they did in Samsho. As an aside, it would take SNK a further 10 years to properly re-release Samsho 5 Special on modern systems. Anyway, I still have a little bit more on the overkills and their animations, as they did affect another area of the game, and that was the story sequences and endings. Since Neo Geo hardware had to use the same size carts to make upgrading easy and painless for arcade operators, Yuki couldn't keep shoving more and more stuff into each game without taking something out to compensate. So for Special, those pre-match dialogue scenes from 5 had to be removed. That couldn't have been an easy choice to make though, and one that Yuki would seek to rectify in the final revision of Samurai Shodown 5. Yuki Enterprise employee and the then series director Kuji Takaya had one final goal with Perfect: fix any bugs and issues that were left over from Special and add brand new story elements. These new story elements revolved around Kuroko setting off to find the best warriors he could to fight in a grand tournament that would be hosted by Yoshitaro Tokugawa, culminating in him handing a written invite to your chosen character once you completed the game. This new storyline was made in an attempt to tie it to the events of another then upcoming Samurai Shodown game, which of course fed into the rather unique situation about how Perfect came to be, or not to be in this case, kinda. As the story goes, SNK higher-ups were not told that Yuki were developing Perfect, and shortly after its first test location went down at a game center in Japan, those same SNK higher-ups decided to draw their own swords. They promptly cancelled Perfect's development because they themselves were finally working on their own new entry in the background, which Takaya had been aware of, and was why he wanted to craft a new story that would set the stage for it. But SNK were the rights holders at the end of the day, so they went forward with their project while Perfect would be relegated to the dustbin of history. That was until 2020, when it was finally included in the Neo Geo Samurai Shodown collection. Digital Eclipse, who were contracted to develop the collection, were able to locate an unfinished ROM of Perfect while in Japan, and after some bug fixes and an English translation, it was finally made available for fans to play. Now, even though it's largely the same experience as 5 Special, there were still some differences, namely a complete reversal of the story/violence conundrum from last time. To include the cutscenes and dialogue, the team had to make cuts somewhere, which meant a bunch of fatality effects needed to be removed, as every single frame of animation was precious. You could still perform overkills, mind you, but the bisectings, beheadings, and amount of blood was removed or greatly toned down. And while it wasn't as bad as the censored fatalities from the home ports of Special, it was still a letdown that the perfect version of 5 was still missing some elements. Now, in a classic case of good old monkey's paw, this was eventually 100% corrected in 2022, not with a patch, but with an EX Arcadia release of Perfect, which some of you may know meant that it was essentially useless to most of the world. Regardless, 5 Perfect remains one of the more interesting pieces of the franchise's history, as it came down to pure luck that it was unearthed and made playable 15 years after its initial creation / cancellation. But now we need to circle back around to the game it was originally sacrificed for, which just so happens to also be one of the most bizarre showdowns ever made. With 5 Special being the last commercially developed Neo Geo game, SNK had to find new hardware in which to power their future slate of titles, and eventually landed on Sammy's Atomus Wave arcade board. This gave us the likes of the not-so-good KOF Neowave and the very-so-good KOF 11, and so it was decided it was going to power the last 2D pixel-based entry in their premier weapon-based fighting series. Samurai Shodown 6 appeared in arcades in late 2005 and early 2006 for the PS2, but only in Japan. Yes, this didn't receive any sort of standalone English port until it was included in a collection a full 2 years later. Now, unlike all the games I've already covered, Samurai Shodown 6 was staunchly a non-canon dream match, as it collects every single playable samurai from every single 2D game and every single control configuration from said games. So try to think of 6 more like Hyper Street Fighter 2, which let fans mix and match playstyles from across a variety of different eras. Balance be damned. Now, that seems extremely not typical for a numbered sequel, right? Well, that's because this, much like most of the other games, was not a numbered sequel in Japan, but was actually called Samurai Spirits: Tale of the World's Greatest Swordsman, which is at least a bit more appropriate for a crazy, over-the-top dream match. Now, there's not much in the way of story for this one, outside its unhinged localization, but as hinted at in the cutscenes from 5 Perfect, Yoshitora decided to host a massive tournament or festival all across the world to crown its strongest fighter, and there were quite a few who were vying for that title. In total, there were 48 characters in which to choose from, with the home releases adding even more on top of the arcade original, like a bunch of playable animals such as Poppy, Mama Haha, and cheeky little Paku Paku. It wasn't only a bunch of sprite recycling though, as SNK had gone the extra mile by redrawing Cham Cham, Wanfu, Ziger, Genan, and also 4 completely new characters, and they're some of the craziest that the series has ever had. First up was Andrew, based loosely on the 7th President of the United States, and who of course fought with a gun. Iroha, a timid but deadly servant / crane spirit, who was decidedly less timid whenever she entered the ring. Then we had Suguroko, a comic relief style character who wielded a fireworks cannon of all things. And finally, there was perhaps the weirdest character in the entire series, Okamaro, a robot-like mecha doll who looked like they came straight out of Guilty Gear. There was one last new inclusion, and that was a special boss variant that wasn't even playable in the home ports, named Demon Gao, who, if you can believe it, is an even more pissed off version of Gao. While certainly containing a mammoth roster, the new fighters and backgrounds stood out, and not in a good way when compared to the older assets, especially since the stages now had some 3D elements which didn't mesh particularly well with the character sprites. Unfortunately, none of the old stages were reused here at all, which was a shame because they look better than what was newly created for this entry. The entire voice cast was also changed for the original arcade version, which displeased many fans, along with the game's soundtrack, which was also compared unfavorably when stacked up against the bangers of past entries. Although it should be noted that SNK did reinstate all the older voice actors in all their proper roles for the Japanese PS2 home port. And while it was fantastic that you could choose between the basic playstyles of Samsho 1 or 2 and apply those to any character, a lot of legacy system mechanics were removed because of it. One such example was the fact that 6 was, and still is, the least violent main game in the entire series, as not a single drop ever got spilt. There were no forfeits, no overkills, no amputations, dissections, or blood sprays, which was a bummer considering this release was all about paying homage to the past. Still though, despite the issues with the presentation, Samurai Shodown 6 was a pretty damn good value proposition. As I mentioned earlier, it was included in the Anthology release, which came out in 2008 on the PS2, PSP, and Nintendo Wii. And there's even been an unofficial Dreamcast Atomus Wave port that's easy to get working. But the fact remains, 6, or Tale of the World's Greatest Swordsman, didn't revive the series to any serious degree, as it represented the last time that 2D sprites would ever be used, as SNK would go back to polygons and a completely different developer moving forwards. As previously mentioned, the Anthology Collection was released in 2008, a year that also marked the 15th anniversary of Samurai Shodown itself, so not only were SNK celebrating the series' past, but they had also wanted to establish its future. That, unfortunately, turned out to be Samurai Shodown Sen, or as the arcade version was known as in much of the world, Samurai Shodown Edge of Destiny. Thanks, Tim Langdell. This was developed by K2, the studio behind Countdown Vampires and the Tenchu games starting from Wrath of Heaven, ran on the Taito Type X2 board, and is considered a non-canon side story. In terms of plot, to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure what it was actually about. An orphan girl from Europe, apparently washed ashore on the beaches of Japan, was raised by a local lord for 10 years, and then, I guess, a tournament breaks out. Regardless of the plot, or lack thereof, Sen was just an excuse to collect both old and new fighters and present them in full 3D, and I mean full 3D, as it played much closer to the likes of Soul Calibur, but without all the appealing good stuff. Before I get to that though, I'd like to break down the roster, as it was one of Sen's few redeeming qualities. Almost all of the fighters from the Samsho 4 era were back, but with one random outlier, that being Wan Fu, who returned using his traditional trusty Dao. The new characters were an eclectic bunch who mostly hailed from around the globe, starting with Susuhime, the adopted European nobility I mentioned earlier. She was presented as Sen's new protagonist, and, unlike the North American version, was prominently displayed on the Japanese box art. We then had Blackhawk, the first Native American to join the series, Walter, a traditional European knight, Angelica, a slender assassin from Istanbul, Kyrian, a swashbuckling Spaniard, Claude, the bodyguard of Susuhime, who washed ashore with her, Hae Ryong Kim, a spear fighter and the franchise's first representative from South Korea, Garos, a burly Viking from Norway, Takeshio, a 19-year-old sword fighter trained under the watchful eye of Haomaru, Jinbei Sugimata, a wise but retired old soul who was protecting Susuhime, and finally Jay, a sailor who wound up in Japan during his travels and who quickly adopted to the samurai lifestyle. There are also two brand new bosses, Draco, a gunfighting mercenary from the Old West and the murderer of Galford's father. And then we had Golba, a straight-laced soldier from the same fictional European country that Suzuhime had originally sailed from. Both these big bads were unplayable in the arcade version of Sen, but were made unlockable via code in the Xbox 360 port, which has to be one of the oddest facts about this particular entry. For whatever reason, this game was only ever ported to the Xbox 360 in both Japan and the rest of the world after the initial publishing deal fell apart with Ignition, and was then later picked up by Exceed in 2010. I'm not sure who was responsible for that decision, but a port to the PS Triple Ballin might have really helped, Sen actually sell decently in Japan. But what really didn't help it sell was the savage beating it took from pretty much every media outlet that reviewed it, as all of them heavily criticized the lengthy load times, the in-game visuals, clunky gameplay, and its ghost town of an online community. I do have to give it credit for 3 specific things though. The presentation leading up to the matches was absolutely outstanding, featuring stylized, colorful character art and flourishes that really made you feel like you were playing Samsho. The second thing was the soundtrack, which was both atmospheric and exhibited high production value. And the last notable thing, and forgive me for the pun here, was very much a double-edged sword. SNK and K2 had really upped the violence on this one, as it let you freely behead, amputate, and bisect your opponents in all kinds of gruesome ways. This is pretty funny, as it was the complete opposite situation on how the series had handled violence in the past, with the Western versions being the censored ones. But in Sen's case, it was reversed, with the Japanese version containing none of the aforementioned gore. I appreciated that they wanted to correct the mistakes made in 6, but I do feel like they once again went a bit overboard here, as geysers of Xbox 360 era red jelly made for a rather garish display, and it just felt a bit much. Worse than that though was the gameplay, as Sen bore very little resemblance to actual Samsho, leaning more into grounded, realistic combat over fantastical special moves and techniques. And yeah, that was the very brief attempt to try to rejuvenate Samurai Shodown for what was then the modern audience, as it spectacularly failed to accomplish that goal. For most fans, it's a toss-up between Sen and Warrior's Rage on the PS1 as to what the worst entry in the series actually is. But speaking for me personally, I believe that dubious honor still goes to the latter. At least Sen's new cast of characters were unique, represented far more countries than ever before, and had the potential to make a comeback down the line. Speaking of comebacks, it would be a long time before Samurai Shodown would get another one, as fans had to wait 11 more years for another. But thankfully, when they eventually did, it wound up being one well worth the wait. After the success of The King of Fighters 14, SNK were able to spread their wings a little bit more and start work on a brand new Samurai Shodown, which made sense considering it had always been one of the company's most prolific franchises. Directed by Nobuyuki Kuroki, a longtime SNK staff member from the 90s who primarily worked on the Fatal Fury series and Samsho 64, this Unreal-powered reboot released in 2019 on pretty much everything: PlayStation 4, Xbox One series, whatever, Steam, Nintendo Switch, a Japanese-only arcade version, Netflix, and even something called the Google Stadia. Now, while the term reboot might have given fans some initial pause, it really just plucked some of the most popular characters from all over the franchise's chronology, along with some fresh blood, and mixed that together with refined mechanics that were again culled from all the classic games. The plot didn't conflict with any particular entry, as it also worked as a prequel of sorts to much of the series' later events, and revolved around the rise of a new evil force that had possessed the spirit of Shizuka Gozen, a female figure from Japanese history. The initial default roster was a veritable who's who of Samsho: Haomaru, Genjuro, Galford, Hanzo, Nakaruru, Jubei, Charlotte, Tam Tam, Earthquake, Yukio, Kiroshiro, Yoshitora, and most likely due to the director's past work on Samsho 64, Shiki, which made this her first playable appearance since, to the best of my recollection, SVC Chaos. Battle Coliseum. 3 new characters joined the fray as well. A stealthy samurai with shadowy Tengu powers named Yashimaru Kurama, the clumsy shield/compass-wielding Ruri Sheng, and finally the surly booze-drinking, freewheeling, boat-sailing Darly Dagger. SNK went on to support this new Samsho with 3 seasons of DLC. Season 1 was composed of Basara, Kazuki, Rimururu, Shizumaru, and finally Wanfu, who went back to swinging around his big ol' weird column thing from Samsho 2. The second season brought back fan favorites like Sogetsu, Mina, Iroha, and introduced guest characters for the very first time, although they probably weren't what players had expected. Bunny-eared Gongsun Lee from the MOBA Honor of Kings, and very much to be outdone, the Warden from For Honor, which is... wow, I was just reminded that For Honor was a thing. Season 3 was the smallest one, but it packed quite a punch as it brought back Amakusa, Cham Cham, and 2 more very appropriate guests, Hibiki Takane from The Last Blade and Baiken from Guilty Gear, one of the more inspired fighting game crossovers in recent years. In total, the game packed in 30 characters, the second highest roster behind Samsho 6. Gameplay was elegant as it focused on dodging, defense-breaking push throws, counters, and utilizing the rage meter for supers and lightning blade attacks, which still did ridiculous amounts of damage. The flow of the moment-to-moment combat was very much in line with the classic Samsho feel, where it was more about footsies and the lethality of a well-timed special move, and less about lengthy combos, juggling, and throws. While overkills were not included, there was still plenty of bloodshed, as many super attacks, ESENs, and specials would produce similar gore effects to those from the classic games. It wasn't all perfect though, as upon launch, SNK did receive criticism for Samurai Shodown's lengthy load times during the single-player arcade ladder, as well as its very spotty performance during online play, which was eventually alleviated with the introduction of rollback netcode, although that did take 4 years to be implemented across all versions, and still not for the Switch. If you're looking for a particular place to jump into the franchise, you can't do much better than right here. It has a great selection of fighters from across the series' history, a colorful, appealing art style, system mechanics that aren't too overwhelming, and is pretty much available on anything, even the Google Stadia. And I mean, it also has Baiken. And that's where we currently stand with Samurai Shodown, at least when it comes to the main entries. But before I square off with the spin-offs and other media, there is one last aspect regarding the series' chronology I feel I should explain before we move on, because it would have been a bit confusing if I had peppered it in throughout this retrospective. So let me come right out and say it, the series timeline is totally, completely screwed up. You know how Tekken goes in a straight line? Yeah, Samurai Shodown doesn't do that. It's more like Street Fighter in that way, with several games taking place out of order when compared to their numbered sequel status. And that's due to 2 reasons. 1, storyline purposes, and 2, some poor decisions that were made during the localization process. So please allow me to make some sense of it for you now. The first Shodown that chronologically takes place at the start of the timeline was not in fact the first game, but the 5th. This is why Amakusa was not present and focuses on a completely different conflict. Another big hint was the fact that in Japan, Samurai Shodown 5 was not called 5, but 0, again much like the Street Fighter Alpha series being the localized name. There's problems with this, of course, as Shizumaru, Kazuki, and Sogetsu appear, and 3 and 4 were the games that introduced them as the new central characters, but yeah, you better start getting used to those kind of plot holes now. Following that, we have the events of 1, which are pretty self-explanatory, but that doesn't last for too long because Samurai Shodown 3 was the one that directly follows it. This was because Amakusa was demoted to the main roster, which gave Zankuro a chance to slip in as the new final boss. I guess Kuza was pretty salty about that though, and that's why the next game was Samurai Shodown 4 Amakusa's Revenge, despite him being on the main roster again and not even the final boss, which was a bit confusing in and of itself. Then finally, after that, we have 2, where Mizuki took charge, because as far as we know, both Amakusa and Zankuro were dead by that time, never to return. But return they did! As stated earlier, Samurai Shodown 6 was a non-canon dream match and featured every single character and boss, so it doesn't really matter where you place this one. Now, the Samsho 64 series is kinda considered an outlier, and while there's debate whether it's canon or not, you can at least say they simply work as their own separate thing. You got Samsho 64, Samsho 64 Warriors Rage, and then lastly, and also leastly, Samsho Warriors Rage PlayStation Edition. Now, I've seen some speculation online that Samurai Shodown Sen also fits in between there, but I'm fine leaving it by itself. Finally, there's Samsho 2019. It's possibly the start of a new timeline, so that can work just by itself, but it's also been said that it's technically a prequel, so you can even put that at the very start of the main chronology. But really, that's up for the viewer to decide. And there you have it, the complete chronology. However, there are 2 more non-fighting games that I haven't placed yet, but I would be remiss if I didn't give them their just due. Remember when I mentioned that the series creator Yasushi Adachi was busy with another title around 1996? Well, that was because he was developing Shinsetsu Samurai Spirit's Bushido Retsuden, or as it was more commonly known in gaming magazines back in the 90s, Samurai Shodown RPG. This was released on the Neo Geo CD, PlayStation, and Saturn in 1997, and originally was going to have a very bizarre model where different chapters that covered the events of the first 3 Samurai Shodown games would be exclusive to certain platforms, forcing players to have to buy 2 different copies to get the full experience. The Samsho 3 chapter was eventually cut due to the development dragging on, while the backlash from players in regards to the news that SNK was planning to double dip thankfully caused them to cancel those poorly laid plans. Sadly, despite some teases on SNK's part, Samsho RPG was never officially localized and brought over to the West. It's a game that took from the newer, more detailed art style that they were exploring with Samurai Shodown 3, but expanded things out and all over Japan, where you experience an unfolding story through the eyes of several playable characters you chose at the outset. While the main plot thread and progression remain largely the same, you got completely new dialogue, attacks, and special events depending on who you selected, leading to plenty of replay value as you engaged in turn-based random battles, visiting towns, and slash through bandit-filled dungeons, meeting tons of familiar samurai along the way. Now, despite the long delays the project saw, Adachi stated that its development was quite arduous. It's actually a really impressive spin-off that totally feels like a legit RPG from the mid to late 90s. And I know this because I enjoyed it myself via an incredible fan translation that was headed up by The Price of Reason, which was dubbed Samurai Shodown Tales of the Bushido, and is well worthy of that lofty title. I strongly suggest if you are a fan of the series, RPGs, or both, to check it out via the links in the description box below. It shouldn't be too surprising then that if a gorgeous, detailed, action-packed RPG wasn't being brought over to the West, then an early 2000s visual novel wasn't going to be either. Nakaruru, the gift that came from that person, was a Windows-based Japanese-only VM that focused on who else but the spiritualistic nature girl herself. There was an obscure Dreamcast port that was released in 2002 that I didn't even know existed until making this video, which was rather weird considering Samsho fighting games never officially made their way to Sega's final console before or after, but this somehow did. Anyway, there's not much to say about it. You click around Nakaruru's village, converse with a bunch of characters, and try to find that person that gave you a gift, I'm assuming. This also got an English fan translation back in 2023, which truly shows the dedication of the Shodown fanbase, especially since they translated the subtitle to "The Gift She Gave Me," which makes a bit more sense. But if you truly call yourself dedicated, then you must be familiar with Samurai Shodown the motion picture, which was released in 1994 and was spectacularly, unsurprisingly bad. Of course, anime based on fighting games didn't really have the best track record, but even then, considering this was marketed as a movie, in the West at least, it's way below the expected level of quality. Say what you will about Fatal Fury the motion picture, but that at least had some great scope and some really impressive shots and fighting choreography. Sam Show, on the other hand, feels like a random low-budget 3-episode series cobbled together and padded out to 68 minutes, which it actually was. It originally aired on the Fuji TV network, and thus never technically made it to theaters. Its general quality and refusal to follow the game's story can be chalked up to the fact that SNK gave the animation studio and producers free rein to just do whatever, which is why character personalities and allegiances were all over the place, and some were just relegated to super brief cameos. Fortunately, SNK gave dramatization a second shot with Samurai Spirits 2 Asura Zanmaden, which was a 2-episode OVA that was released in 1999 on a Laserdisc, and eventually DVD, but unfortunately only in Japan. While the animations and designs certainly looked the part this time around, this was more or less made as marketing fluff for the launch of Samurai Shodown 64 Warrior's Rage, the arcade one, and didn't take any time to set up the characters or world, as it's pretty much a glorified cutscene setting up the game's events. And finally, there was an anime based on Nakaruru because of course there was. It was originally slated to be 13 episodes long, then had that number cut down to 2, and then had that number cut down to 1, resulting in a single 28-minute episode simply because they ran out of money. This essentially was just going to be an anime retelling of the visual novel's plot, and if these designs looked a little bit familiar, it's because they were overseen by Yasuomi Umetsu, the guy who created and wrote Kite and Mezzo Forte. I hope that this didn't have a scene where and that concludes the spin-off/other media section of this retrospective. Before you mention it, yeah, I know there was like a pachinko game or two, but who the hell cares? All told, Samurai Shodown is in a pretty good place right now. SNK has indicated that the 2019 reboot did pretty good business, thanks Baiken, Iroha, and Shiki, with the series even crossing over to other games, such as Haomaru slashing his way into Soul Calibur 6, and Team Samurai making an appearance in KOF 15. And while SNK has said that a new fighting game isn't currently in development, that doesn't mean that they're done with samurais having showdowns, as they did confirm that a new action RPG based on the series has entered production, which to me, personally, is really exciting. Because as we've seen, the series has dozens upon dozens of exotic, interesting characters of which to pull from and expand on. From honorable swordsmen to shadowy ninjas, bloodthirsty lunatics, mysterious assassins, and even a hefty helping of the supernatural and the bizarre. And as we've explored each and every game, I expect some of you to have grown to appreciate just how well the series represented the majesty of feudal Japan through the magic of pixel graphics and even the occasional polygon. The cherry blossoms, the foaming seas, the shafts of light peeking through thick bamboo. SNK made sure to perfectly capture that same natural beauty along with the sudden violent juxtaposition of blood filling the air. I sincerely hoped you enjoyed this retrospective. Thanks to all the editors and the Price of Reason for helping with this video. And if you'd like me to take a look back at any other series of games, do let me know in the comments below or over on my social media. I'm McMuscles, and I'll see you next time. Since we are 41 years into it now, it's safe to say that turtle power will never die, but In the late 90s, we did see a huge drop-off in TMNT merchandising, and while everything was down across the board, it was turtle-based video games that saw the biggest fall. In case you never realized, there were precisely 0 games released about teenage ninjas of the mutated variety on either the Nintendo 64, PlayStation, or Saturn. But thankfully, ever since the mid-2000s, Mikey, Leo, Donnie, and Raph have been consistently represented on pretty much every hardware generation thereafter. And as a fan of all things mutant and green and bodacious, I've been pretty happy with this ever since. Because when you look back at the gaming history of the heroes in the half-shell, especially starting from the 2000s, you saw a good amount of variety, as there were games based on whatever was happening on TV or in the theaters, old school throwbacks, or unique pocket universes, and that's a tradition that still continues to this day. There's been a ton of great TMNT projects over the last few years, with many of them hearkening to the past, unafraid to embrace new styles of gameplay today, and future projects we're all dying to see. But for this video, I just want to turtle wax poetic about the beginning, the origins of these fearsome fighting teens in video games, which of course starts with Konami and their 4 distinct arcade and home console smash hits. You know, these radical dudes. So pull up a comfy chair, grab a slice of pizza, and let's party. As you can imagine, getting the rights to develop and publish video games based on the hottest IP in the world in the late 80s was a massive get, and Konami made sure to have all their bases covered, because they knew they were going to make some paper and it was going to be green. 2 projects were put into production at the same time, one for the arcades and the other for the Nintendo Entertainment System, but both simply called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now, since the cartoon was the most popular form of turtle media at the time, Konami smartly decided to base their arcade game off of that, lifting pretty much every character you'd see on any given Saturday morning, not to mention recreating the intro, using the same theme music, and so on. The plot of the arcade game, such as it is, revolved around Splinter and April having been kidnapped by Shredder and Krang. And yeah, that's it. I mean, it really didn't have to be any more complex than that, because at the time, the plot could have been about the turtles having to deep clean their entire sewer den, and kids still would have played the crap out of it. This is because Konami absolutely nailed the show's vibes and energy, which is what still makes it fun to this day, along with the lovingly animated sprites, colorful stages, and infectious music that just makes you want to kick foot butt with your feet. In fact, the only instance where Konami took some liberties from the cartoon was in fact with Shredder's gang of mechanical ninjas. While the 1987 show mostly highlighted the mass-produced purple variety of foot, the game smartly expanded upon them with every color of the ninja rainbow, with each one being adept at a specific weapon style, which would slightly change your approach to taking them all down. Even more smartly than that, though, was Konami's decision to support 4-player turtle simultaneous play, which, given how popular TMNT was at the time, most likely tripled their potential earnings, making it one of, if not the most successful arcade machine that year. Playing it now in 2025, TMNT Arcade still holds up incredibly well and remains immensely fun whether you're playing solo or with your fellow 40-something-year-old turtle-obsessed buddies. With all that said, there are a few tiny issues with the game that I think bears mentioning. All the in-game sprites look great and accurate to the show designs, all except for one. Like, I know she's always in the background somewhat, but why did they draw April like this? In the cutscenes, she's perfect, but here we got the incredible crash dummy version of her. It's not a big deal, of course, but in an otherwise stellar-looking game, this type of stuff does tend to stand out. Now, when it comes to the stages themselves, Scene 3, Let's Get to That Secret Factory, doesn't have much going for it, as the entire first half is a very basic walk to the right on a really boring, nondescript highway, and lacks any sort of set pieces or unique enemies. Compared to the rest of the adventure, this is probably the least interesting bit. Not to say it's bad, it's just not very memorable. And finally, speaking of not so memorable, we have the game's ending. The Technodrome blows up, we're given some text, and yeah. No victory screen, no kiss from April, or Splinter for that matter. Hell, the Turtles don't even get to celebrate with a pizza party. Not gonna lie, but that's pretty depressing. Now, if you were a game-loving kid in 1989, you were most likely super hyped, but then maybe disappointed somewhat when you finally played Ninja Turtles for the NES, as it was a very different and much harder experience, but still remains an integral part of any good 8-bit library. This was developed by a completely separate team at Konami, which to this day has not been fully credited, but if I were to hazard a guess, I'd like to think some of the development team must have crossed over with the previous year's Bayou Billy. Now, I know it said Ultra Games on the packaging, but as most of you should know by now, this was just another label Konami sold under to get around Nintendo's publishing limits, cause make no mistake, this was still Konami hard. As has been said over the decades, TMNT NES can get frustrating because while the first few action stages and the fun of driving the turtle van around lured kids into thinking they'd have an easy breezy time, completing it was anything but. The later levels hid tons of respawning enemies that could deal lots of damage, the turtle van's life bar was shared with your own, there were some very hard to make jumps, and the final couple of bosses were a true test of your mettle. And while all of that remains true, looking back at the many other action games released on the system, TMNT is not too out of line. It's just that this level of challenge wasn't typically associated with a kid-friendly Saturday morning cartoon show. In fact, because of this, TMNT NES feels like it leans a bit more into comic book territory, as evidenced by the darker visual style, the portrait illustrations for the Turtles, April, Splinter, and Shredder, the main box art of course, and the vicious army of enemies you had to face along the way, which were way more intense than anything seen on the show. Dudes with chainsaws, bizarre human torches, massive armored guys, weird Lovecraftian things. It's a threatening menagerie that feels much more at home in the black and white pages of the early comics. Hell, if it wasn't for the in-game color-coded bandanas and the party van, of course, I would think this wasn't based on the cartoon at all. So yes, while it is a tough-ass game, there are some things you simply can't deny about TMNT NES, such as its absolutely killer soundtrack, satisfying sound effects, the immense amount of gameplay variety, or cheesing out Rocksteady with Donatello's staff. If you've ever wanted to challenge yourself and beat this one legit without the use of Game Genie, like I did, there's plenty of online guides out there, but if I was to recommend one, that would be You Can Beat Video Games. And yes, it'll help you navigate through the underwater stage. Moving on, because of the popularity of both the arcade and the first NES game, Konami knew they had to keep this turtle hype train a-rollin', and perhaps realizing that tons of NES-owning fans wanted something closer to the arcade experience, they immediately started work on just that, although it meant it pretty much had to be made from scratch. The slightly confusingly titled Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game, leaped onto the NES at the tail end of 1990. And while a lot had to be changed or taken out during the conversion, like the 4-player co-op, voice samples, authentic intro, and tons of animation frames and colors, what remained was still a fantastic NES beat-em-up that retained the spirit of its big arcade brother. For me, this was the definitive 8-bit Turtles game, as the graphics, gameplay, and especially the music still occupy an entire hallway within my mind palace. Aside from my own personal nostalgia though, Konami made the wait worth it, as they added even more content to the NES version, which made it a bit longer to complete overall. And you guys know me, I always appreciate extra length. So 2 new levels were squeezed right into the middle, missions 3 and 6 respectively, and thankfully for NES only having kids, both were fantastic additions. So, in this version, after clearing the sewer stage, the Turtles had to face the most evil plot of all, which was screwing with NYC's weather, as the Big Apple suddenly turned into an Arctic wasteland, complete with swarms of robots, spiked snowblowers, and probably the coolest, pun very intended, boss in TMNT history. Tora, who as far as I know made their debut here, is a bounty-hunting polar bear from a frozen planet that chucks hail at the Turtles to protect his weather-screwing-up machine. Now, I gotta say, this guy is super cash. Just a husky bear man with a leather jacket and a bad attitude? Ugh, daddy likes! As for how he fits into the story, well, it turns out Shredder hired both Tora and the new level 6 boss to take out the Turtles in a bit of extra insurance. The other new stage is appropriately Japanese themed, sliding paper doors, bamboo traps, and a tense duel with the big bad himself, the Shogun, who I also believe made his debut here, after which the rest of the arcade's levels play out as normal. The only disappointing thing about the NES version is that despite Konami going to the trouble of adding 2 excellent new levels, the ending remains exactly the same. Again, could we not have gotten a pizza celebration or even a single cowabunga? Like, they even retained the weird vaporized into milkshake thing. Vaporized into milkshake. Like, what the hell does that mean? Our next game is, of course, the direct NES sequel, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, The Manhattan Project. Another nostalgic memory, but one that has aged slightly worse than the arcade game, in my personal opinion. In this one, the Turtles have decided to go on a vacation in Florida, just totally out there in broad daylight, right on the beach, but I guess 4 mutated creatures that make pop culture references wouldn't be the weirdest thing you'd see in the Sunshine State. The Turtles then get ambushed by the Foot Clan, whereupon the Shredder reveals his new evil plot, which involves levitating the entire island of Manhattan, which he hoped would do something. Anyway, it was just an excuse for our heroes to kick shell through a new assortment of various baddies and bosses, of which this game had many that I'll get to in a sec. Firstly though, the gameplay is pretty identical to what came before, but Konami did include some unique special moves that each turtle can perform. Leo has Endless Screw, Raph has Power Drill, Donnie does a awkward staff flip, while Mikey makes do with a kangaroo kick. It doesn't change the moment-to-moment fighting all that much, but hey, at least it's something. Graphics and sound are top-notch for the NES, as Manhattan Project features yet again another bangin'-ass soundtrack that's just as good as anything else you'd hear on the system. Now, as for the bosses, there's a great selection, including expected mutants like Bebop and Rocksteady, but you also get Toka, Razor, and even Dirtbag and Groundchuck. Now, as fun as the game still is, I do have a few gripes, but before you raise your sighs in anger, they're all minor things. Manhattan Project is absolutely a tougher challenge overall, even playing in co-op, and that's mostly because the levels are so much longer. So by the time you get to any of the bosses, you're already beat to hell, so expect to lose a lot of lives. Secondly, as I alluded to before, TMNT 3 really doesn't do enough to set itself apart from the many other action beat-em-ups of the day, and just feels like more of the same because of it. And finally, I have to address the flagrant lies that adorn the box art. As a kid, I thought Triceratons were some of the coolest bad guys ever, so you can imagine my immense disappointment when I realized they don't appear in Manhattan Project, like, at all. What's up with that? Who signed off on a box art image that prominently shows a character that never ever appears? Well, whoever they are, I sure hope they got fired. Anyway, let's move on to what I assume most of you consider to be the main event. Knowing full well they had a golden goose or turtle on their hands, Konami got their arcade division cracking on a sequel toot sweet, and not wanting to retread too much ground by having them just save New York City again, the fearsome foursome now had to save history itself. TMNT Turtles in Time ate up hoarders across the world in 1991, and while it didn't do anything drastically new, it upped the ante with bigger set pieces, richer sound and music, and more detailed animation, levels, and bosses. However, it's hard to talk about the arcade version of Turtles in Time without immediately comparing it to the SNES port, which, while again having to axe the 4-player co-op, added a lot, and I mean a lot of extra stuff that to many make it the better experience. So let me set the stage. In the arcade original, after fighting waves of legally distinct pizza xenomorph monsters in the sewers, Shredder's head suddenly teleports in and just decides to throw the boys into the past. How far, you ask? Well, all the way back to
prehistoric Turtlesaurus.
In the SNES version, though, the sewers are instead capped off by taking on Rat King atop the patented footski, featuring eel-biting action and comes with all you see here. Then you are whisked away to an exclusive battle through the Technodrome, a boss fight with Tokka and Razar, and then a showdown with Shredder from a very unique perspective, which eventually sends you hurtling into Krang's portal, which then brings you to
prehistoric Turtlesaurus.
This level has one big difference too, because in the SNES port, you have a tough tussle with the ever-awesome Slash, while the arcade version pits you against some kind of pile of goo. If this is a TMNT character, please let me know in the comments below. The arcade's next stage, Skull and Crossbones, has you fight against Tokka and Razar here instead of in the Technodrome, which is fine in and of itself, but the SNES version again does something a bit more fun and appropriate, as Bebop and Rocksteady slide in wearing their finest pirate regalia. Now, if you don't recall this, and I sure didn't, our favorite Rhino and Warthog actually don't appear in the arcade version at all, which is a bit crazy to think about in retrospect. The rest of the game is exactly the same, thankfully, with both versions having no other changes at all, which is something I would be saying to you if it weren't for the final battle with Shredder. In the arcade, he has this very impressive sprite, and he attacks with a green lightsaber, I think. I mean, it's completely serviceable, but I was shocked when I noticed something that was missing from this last fight. I went back and played through the SNES version again, and yeah, he freaking turns into Super Shredder like right away, throwing fireballs and teleporting around the room like he was Akuma. Now, listen, if you're like me, and I know I am, you were always disappointed that the Turtles never got to properly square off with Kevin Nash at the end of Secret of the Ooze.
Oh yeah, I got this! What a pittance!
TMNT 4, Turtles in Time for the SNES, though, finally allows you to live out that fantasy. Wait, actually, come to think of it, I think he also appears at the very end of Manhattan Project 2. His sprite wasn't as recognizable, but he was still all extra spiky and stuff. So, yeah, I guess the home versions sure like their Super Shredder. In summation, all of that, coupled with the better than it should be versus mode, and the fact that attacking enemies in the home port actually feels and sounds a good deal more impactful, to me, the SNES version is my preferred way to play. Yeah, there's no 4-player co-op, its graphics are a bit less colorful, there's less animation, and there's reduced voice samples, but the tighter gameplay, extra levels, and bosses more than makes up for that. At the end of the day, though, there's no real loser here. I mean, it's Turtles in Time. It's as goated as a beat-em-up can get. Now, I know what like 12 of you are going to ask me next. What about Hyperstone Heist? Well, honestly, I have zero nostalgia for that one, and even though it's a neat version, and I'm glad Genesis/Mega Drive kids got a facsimile of the greatness that was Turtles in Time, I don't really have all that much to say about it. And to be fair to myself, I wanted to keep this video focused on the numbered Konami quadrilogy, as all of them played a very big part in my early video game memories. And of course, while I appreciated the fact that Konami stepped in once again to develop games based on the 2003 TMNT series, which revived the whole IP, I do feel like those 3D games failed to capture the same magic that made the 2D ones special. But if you'd like to champion a particular game from that era of Konami, either on consoles or handhelds, let me know in the comments below and maybe I'll check them out over on my second gameplay channel. So, with all that said, I hope you enjoyed this little jaunt down the early video game history of our favorite radical reptiles, and as a big fan of them and beat 'em ups myself, it's been so energizing to see that these two fabulous pizza toppings still go great together. Oh, and speaking of pizza, whoever has the least amount of life gets first dibs. This is non-negotiable. So until then, I'm Matt McMuscles, and I'll see you next time, dudes. Rampage! One of my favorite nostalgic series as a kid, and kinda a gateway drug into the world of giant monsters. Yeah, you'd think Godzilla would be my obvious first foray into the genre, but no. I first played Rampage at some kid's house on the Sega Master System, no less, and I distinctly remember thinking, oh, this is like about King Godzilla Dong or something. I hadn't seen any of the movies the game took obvious inspiration from at that point because I was like 8. All I knew was that it was fun. Giant monsters, who couldn't love that? Now, with Rampage making its silver screen debut, I thought it would be fun to do a mini retrospective for the actually pretty prolific series, which had a lot more releases than most people probably realize. So grab a scum soda and join me, George, Lizzie, and Ralph, and way more others than necessary as we wreck through the Rampage games. The first title released in arcades in 1986 by Midway, and was designed by Brian Collin and Jeff Noman, and proved to be an absolute monster in the arcades. A smashing success for the company. A towering giant amongst his peers. Okay, I'll stop. But it legit proved to be a quarter muncher for Midway alongside its other successes at the time, like Spy Hunter and arch rivals. So, with that, Rampage found its way onto every console imaginable at the time, with notable ports on the NES, the aforementioned Master System, the Atari 2600 and 5200, and even a curious version that released late onto the illest fated of portables, the Atari Lynx, which oddly enough included a fourth playable monster, Larry the Rat. Huh, neat. Like I said, I first played the Master System version, which was a fairly accurate port of the arcade original, with the NES version obviously coming up incredibly short in this regard. Still though, this is the version I could play the most, since I own an NES and rented it all the fucking time. I remember staring at the glorious box art at my local rental store like a lot. I even tried drawing it a bunch of times. I have the rosiest of rose-tinted glasses for Rampage NES, despite it being a less than stellar port. The graphics obviously took a big hit. 3 players was not possible, but worst of all, choosing between 3 monsters was even less possible, since this version axed Ralph completely. Now, I prefer both George and Lizzie to the furry guy, but it sucks he was left out for whatever reason. The story is almost non-existent as well, as it takes a wreck things to take your anger out on the world sort of tact, and doesn't go into the reasons why 3 tiny naked humans were turned into kaiju. It was designed to be an arcade game and did exactly that very well. Plunk in some cash, smash some shit, and just walk away. It fared less well on consoles because its literal hundreds of levels got old after extended play sessions. Still though, Rampage NES, precious memories. Now let's fast forward a number of years to the magical time period of 1997. Midway had changed considerably in the 90s as Mortal Kombat and violent game fare in general was in vogue, and they still occasionally dipped into their back catalog to bring some old classics out. Fortunately, Rampage was among them. World Tour was a sequel reboot of sorts, which was developed by the original's designers and surprisingly stuck to its 2D roots in the age of 3D taking the video game industry by storm, although in the arcades 3D was a bit slower to catch on. World Tour did adopt a rendered look for most of its characters, and even more cartoony art style was used where everything just got turned up to 11 in the wacky department. There's a sexy scientist lady. I assume she's a sexy scientist because who else would own a science coat like that? I did play the N64 version a lot at sleepovers, since it could now support up to 3 players, which was always good fun, and I distinctly remember destroying the levels as fast as possible would always give way to smacking each other around a bunch. Midway unfortunately did not bring this game to the home with any meaningful changes that facilitated non-arcade play. There were no extra minigames or modes or anything, so it was a very bare bones port, and what they did add was, no challenge. Yeah, in lieu of quarters, you now have unlimited lives. Once your cool monster eats shit and turns into a gross human, just press that big red start button and you'll just keep playing forever. This sounds fine because it basically lets you complete the game at your leisure, but again, with over 100 levels that required more patience than I had when I was 15, and more patience than I have now. But it's an arcade port, how could I really complain? And oddly enough, despite all these flaws, World Tour did phenomenally well on consoles, and Midway transitioned the series into being a console exclusive. No more arcades. Rampage 2 Universal Tour released in 1999, this time under the developer of Avalanche Software. A Flophouse favorite dev, as they're responsible for the port of Prince of Persia 3D, 25 to Life, and DBZ Saga. So there's definitely a different feel here. The game doesn't play as fast or as loose as the original World Tour, and has a darker and less saturated color palette that I don't think really works. It plays a bit differently too. As you destroy shit, you power up a special move meter that's unique to each monster, which really lets you cause some havoc. Honestly, it plays fine, but it's barely an upgrade over its predecessor. The sequel did add a couple of weirdo monsters that are initially the replacements for our 3 original Leviathans, and you choose which one of the OGs to bust out of monster jail. There's a mouse, Dr. Zoidberg, and Rambi. Sure. Level progression is about the same. You just need to decide who to save first, and they are thankfully added to your roster once you save them. This doesn't really, though, improve or change anything, except maybe it pushes you to play harder and faster because you just want the original trio as soon as possible, due to the new monsters basically being jars of hot mayonnaise. Like, ew, no. Once you've got your full monster squad together, you can then lay waste to the universe at large and fight some alien goofballs, and the cosmic ballet goes on. So, that's the basic gist of the Rampage game. So thanks for... wait, there's more. In 2000, 1 year later, Rampage Through Time was released as a PlayStation exclusive, and I don't think that many people out there remember this one. It features a few new monsters like a lame warthog and cyclops things, and I think they were not all that necessary. I guess they felt they needed to, but if all the characters play almost exactly the same, what's the point? Maybe make a blob-like enemy that can stick to surfaces, or more flying types. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. You then travel to the past, as the title kind of infers, because of several reasons I don't even care to know, and the backgrounds change. That's it. they did attempt to change up the formula a little bit by having 3 city stages followed by a competitive minigame between the monsters that's just okay. The graphics look even worse this time around, and in the year 2000, 1 year before MGS2 comes out, this just wasn't cutting it. Rampage would then go on an extended hiatus, and Avalanche Software would be out of the picture. Thank God, because I don't think I could take another glacially paced, unfunny news segment intro a third time.
Good evening. In tonight's top story... Okay... In tonight's top story, the capstone of the Empire State Building was set today. Reconstruction of the world's major cities has now been completed.
I think they carried that torch of having to make basic bitch Rampage games into the new millennium long enough. But that extended hiatus would be cut short because a year later, Rampage Puzzle Attack was released for the GBA in 2001. I didn't even know about this until I decided to make this video, and it was brought to us by Nanai Games, a Finnish developer best known for Rampage Puzzle Attack. Seriously, that's the only thing they ever did. So why did Midway decide that an arcade action game featuring giant monsters needed a puzzle spin-off? Because fuck you. As for the game itself, it's an average puzzle game. So then, in 2006, kaiju started thundering back into the video game industry in lots of little ways, most notably with the Godzilla fighting games by Pipeworks and, of course, War of the Monsters on the PS2. It was then that Midway decided to pull George, Lizzie, and Ralph out of retirement for a third time with Rampage Total Destruction, which is probably one of the most crushing disappointments for a comeback I can think of right now. Coming to us from Pipeworks, this seemed like a slam dunk. Give a new 3D Rampage to the folks that cut their teeth on the successful Godzilla games? How could it go wrong? Let's find out. Now, as a package, I'm going to be upfront here. Total Destruction is a Rampage fan's dream, as it also comes with arcade-perfect ports of the 1986 original, as well as World Tour, so you are getting 3 games in one here. That's a good deal. The game visually looks great, and there's a lot of new stuff going on, considering the fact that there's now, 483 monster characters. I'm not even shitting you. Well, I am, but there's a lot more than you need. I will admit, there are some cool little guys in there, like Marco the Shark, but man, I wish they had just cut down on the characters and maybe focused on other stuff, like the gameplay. That gameplay. For my money, and this is sad to say, this is the worst controlling Rampage by far, like the size of George's hairy dick. I can't think of any games that are this awkward to do the most basic shit in. It's a weird 2D, 3D hybrid, and not in the cool Klonoa way, but in the bad Rampage Total Destruction way. Grappling onto buildings takes about 3 seconds to start up. You can also bumble your way onto the front of buildings to smash them, making the process feel a lot slower than it should be. You have a variety of attacks, but also kinda too many again. More than you need. The attacks themselves have long, exaggerated animations, and it just doesn't feel like a quick, snappy arcade experience like every game before it did. You now have this little tiny 3D space to explore where it's not all that interesting, and it just has multiple buildings on different 3D planes. The game doesn't know what it wants to be at all, and just feels like a bunch of ideas thrown together without a lot of cohesive design. Also, for reasons I can't understand, Midway decided to release this on the PS2 and the GameCube in 2006, the year where the PS3 and the Wii had been out for months. There was no Xbox version, 360 or otherwise, and what's more, they did release a Wii version just a few months after that featured more monsters, levels, and controlled far, far worse. Yes, it's a worse version of the game. This, again, is that magical time where Midway was hilariously good at making big, dumb, hilarious mistakes. Now, where does that leave us? For the last 12 years, there's been little to no news on the Rampage front, but I guess Warner Brothers picked up the license for the franchise when Midway was selling franchises out of the back of their car back in 2009. Instead of making a game out of it, however, they decided to make a movie, and then make a game based on the movie. Yes, there is a brand new Rampage game out right now, exclusively at Dave & Buster's. I got a chance to play it recently with Liam Chan while we were in Boston for PAX East, and it's okay. It looks the part using the movie designs and plays very fast, as you simply need to smash buildings with one big red button and everyone just fucking super jumps to the next block and recommence the destruction. You are supposed to be collecting canisters to evolve your monster and get bigger, but it's hard to keep playing as it's intended to be one of those more exploitative ticket machine things, so gameplay is kind of secondary to taking money away from you. Still though, it was nice to see the game even existing, and if it got retooled slightly and sold on digital stores for a small price, I might be tempted to buy that. Especially if they had unlockable skins that harken back to their 1986 roots. We'll see how the movie performs at the box office, and maybe WB might revisit again down the road. Time will tell. So there you actually have it. Rampage is a series near and dear to my heart, and while I don't absolutely adore any one game in the franchise, I still love it as a concept and hope it somehow finds a way to exist in the years to come. Next up, I'll be reviewing the Rampage movie itself. Fingers crossed it's just a big, dumb, entertaining popcorn flick and not some huge, monstrous train wreck. Oh, okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. The annals of fighting game history are filled with legendary games, awe-inspiring moves, and iconic characters that made button bashers beloved the world over. I could spend hours examining any one of these games that made up the very bedrock of the fighting genre, but instead, I'm just gonna blab about Toshinden. Battle Arena Toshinden was marketed as a big PlayStation exclusive, as Sony needed a hot new fighter to usher in their first console, and to that effect, even co-published it in the West, while Takara held it down in Japan. Now yes, Tekken was obviously there as well, but that was wholly owned by Namco. Sony positioned Toshinden as a virtual fighter killer, which is a tactic we all know works out really well. It did so by touting itself as the first true 3D fighting game, which was about as legit a claim as blast processing was, and something we'll get into a bit later on. It was developed by Tamsoft, a company, if you are a fan of the greatest combination of objects, swords, and titties, you should recognize. With Toshinden as a base for three-dimensional fighting, they would then go on to make 1,456 games in the Simple 2000 series, including One-Chanbara. After that, they would give Ikki Tousen a go, and then most famously of all, the Senran Kagura series. If you look carefully, well actually you don't even really need to look carefully, you can definitely see some parallels between all four. Now, marketing jargon aside, Toshinden was indeed the first 3D weapons-based fighter ever, beating out Soul Edge to the punch, or blade, by a few months to a year. It told a simple story about 8 warriors drawn into an underground fighting tournament, each with their own goals and motivations. These included Eiji Shinjo, Keian Amoa, Sophia, Rungo Iron, Mondo, Fo-Fi, Ellis, And finally, Duke B. Rambert. Such a great porn name there. Since this was a 90s fighting game though, there were of course two unlockable bosses, Gaia and Sho Shinjo, EG's edgy brother. While other 3D fighters offered dozens or even hundreds of moves and techniques, Toshinden basically just replicated the 2D games of the day when it came to complexity. You had basic punches and kicks, massive moon jumps, and a few flashy special moves, all of which stuck closely to Street Fighter's established repertoire. One thing that slightly set it apart from its contemporaries was in its supers. If your life was low, you could perform a powerful maneuver that could win you the match, called a desperation. But each fighter was also equipped with a secret super that, while you didn't need to be low on health to perform, was usually an insane command to pull off in the heat of battle.
Like really, bro?
Now, as to how Sony and Takara got away with calling it the first true 3D fighting game was with its dodge mechanic. This would just cause you to leap in a circular path around your opponent, beating Midway's War Gods and its iconic 3D button by a good few years. In terms of getting the game out there, Sony's famous marketing mascot Polygon Man heavily promoted it in magazines and comics, as well as the whip-toting blonde bombshell Sophia, who was always front and center in any campaign. I can't imagine why. Toshinden's flashy graphics and weapons helped it stand out, even if everything it was doing was neither new or very deep at all. Where it did excel was with its cast of colorful characters, buoyed by some fun voice acting, and an amazing OST, chock full of some bombastic and catchy tunes. I distinctly remember using a cassette player to record the game's music off my TV. It wasn't the best, most high-quality recording, but then again, technology has always limited me. Toshinden also managed to garner a good number of positive reviews, especially from EGM, who labeled it their fighting game of the year in 1995. Only for them to then label it as one of the most overrated games of all time about 10 years later. So, coupled with those strong reviews and even stronger marketing, resulted in Toshinden becoming a pretty big hit for all involved, easily selling over 1 million copies worldwide and leading to a direct sequel. However, this is where the history of Toshinden gets needlessly complicated. We're going to be entering a world filled with random ports, enhancements, confusing releases, one-offs, spin-offs, and rotating publishers. Fortunately, the series would only get better from here quality-wise before it gets slightly worse. In a stark contrast to Sony's claims of it being a PlayStation exclusive and that it would kill the Sega Saturn, the next year Toshinden arrived on the Sega Saturn in Japan in the guise of Toshinden S, I assume for Special, and Toshinden Remix for North America, and it was even published by Sega themselves. It's a remix via some brand new additions. There's a fresh, more elaborate intro, Cupido joins the roster as the game's true final boss, but who cares about that? They added a bollock story mode that fleshes out the character backstories. Now, as to why fleshes out is in quotes, well...
Look at this youngster!
I know you, Fo-Fi. Magician. Killer.
Finally, we have the Game Boy version, which is one of those rare Game Boy versions that very much recognizes the limits of being the Game Boy version. Fortunately, what that means is that they scaled it down appropriately, as the fighters are all super deformed, but still brimming with charm. To this day, it remains very playable and also looks quite good when played via the Super Game Boy. It also has its own exclusive character, Uranus. No, Uranus! Yeah, there, that's the one. Oh wait, I forgot, there's still yet another version. Despite Sony's flex about PS1 exclusivity, as we can see, it was anything but, pretty much the RE4 of its day. This leads us to the Windows 95 port, which is just so weird. A PC port of a 3D Japanese fighting game in the 90s? The only other game I could think of that did that was, oh, yeah, right. Now, this version was largely the same as the PlayStation original. It swapped out the music and voiceovers for the Japanese version one, runs at a higher frame rate, but because it was published by Playmates Interactive, Earthworm fucking Jim is playable in Japanese fighting game. Wow, anyway, that concludes Toshinden 1. Things start to make even less sense from here. For whatever reason, Sony dropped Toshinden cold turkey, but who should step in but Capcom themselves? They distributed the arcade version, yes, the arcade version of Toshinden 2 worldwide, and that just blows my mind for a litany of reasons. One, Capcom, and two, this Toshinden was an arcade game first. How often does that happen, that a series which was exclusive to consoles then gets a sequel in the arcades? Well, that's just what happened here. What's even weirder is that Capcom didn't publish the home ports, as that would fall again to Playmates, but no Earthworm Jim this time. Even stranger than that, Playmates didn't publish the PC version anymore for North America, because that would default to THQ. Well, what's going on? Anyway, Toshinden 2 was an improved sequel in every way. The problem was that it wasn't a much more improved sequel. It had slightly better graphics, was faster overall, and an overdrive meter now powered multiple supers. 3 new characters also joined the fray, and thankfully, they're all pretty dope. Tracy was a 90s as hell cop caricature, armed with tonfas, whereas Chaos was a crazy scythe-wielding madman, and both were great additions to the lineup. Gaia was also now a selectable regular fighter, and got some new samurai-esque threads. Secret characters were still very much a thing, as Uranus and Sho both returned, but Cupido was MIA. The 2 new big bads were Master, the head of the evil generic-as-hell syndicate that runs the tournament, and then we have Vermilion. Verm was and still is a cool-as-hell character, but he was always incredibly unbalanced. Also, it bears mentioning that Toshinden 2 has one of the greatest intros of all time. If you want to see more, then check out the inaugural episode of Fighting Game Theater. Also, and get used to this, a greatest hits version of the PlayStation Edition was released and saw a significant amount of improvements to the graphics, controls, AI, and a fighter-wide rebalancing. Unfortunately, this release, which was under the best line and officially titled Toshinden 2 Plus, never made its way outside of Japan. That is the part you're going to need to get used to. So while it's a better game than 1, it unfortunately lacked the hype and backing by Sony, and critically, it was received slightly worse. This is because both Tekken 2 and VF2 saw massive improvements and were released around the same time, so Toshinden 2 was often unfavorably compared to them. It also sold worse than the original, but that still amounted to 500,000 copies sold worldwide, and thus Tamsoft just kept churning out more. That's the thing about Toshinden though. During the course of just one short console generation, there were 5 distinct entries, which, when you aren't an especially deep or groundbreaking game, that type of release schedule can result in burnout and apathy. This was then exemplified by the fact that Tamsoft didn't directly follow up on 3, at least not right away. Unlike the Saturn's Toshinden remix, they went in a different direction this time and instead made Battle Arena Toshinden URA, which awesomely stood for Ultimate Revenge Attack, and wasn't a port of 2, but rather an all-new game. It was a Saturn exclusive that not only had new story, moves, characters, and gameplay tweaks, but a fairly different art style and graphical fidelity. It's not bad per se, just different, I guess. It's choppier with an altered color palette that's just a little less visually appealing. timeline-wise, it fancies itself as an alternate sequel or side story from what was established in Toshinden Remix. It's focused around Replicant, a robotic version of Sho Shinjo who has gone rogue, killing off various fighters. Now, Replicant's creator, the scientist Ron, gets mixed up in all this mess, so both of them were added to the roster. That's not all though, as a dude by the name of Ripper also shows up from out of nowhere and is kind of the new protag, I think? Finally, there's Wolf, the new antag, who is the one who had captured Replicant as part of his plot to do something. These 4 new fighters replace characters from the PlayStation version of 2, so if you're a fan of Master, Sho, Uranus, and Chaos, well, find a new main, I guess. Ura feels noticeably different than Toshinden 2, definitely a bit slower maybe. I personally think it's a neat version with some cool new characters, but it was absolutely savaged in reviews, with many magazines citing it as a low point for the series. Because of this and the Saturn's general unpopularity, it only sold an estimated 13,000 copies in Japan, which, considering that the PlayStation version sold hundreds of thousands of copies, Ura was kind of a tiny, massive failure. It's then no surprise that this was the last Toshinden game released on Sega hardware. Now, the next game we're going to touch upon in the franchise is the one that I've played not a lot ever at all. Toshinden Nitoshinden, roughly translated to a benevolent true story, is much like the Game Boy version that we talked about earlier. More accurately, it's just a lot like Virtua Fighter Kids. Nitoshinden trades in the serious martial arts death tournament for a more light-hearted school-based affair. The gameplay is also simplified, and considering we're talking about fucking Toshinden here, that's not exactly a good thing. You now have 4 normal attacks, only 1 special attack, and 1 desperation. That's it. Combined with the odd low-to-the-floor camera angle and its already stripped-down mechanics, it's barely worth tracking down unless you're a completionist. The roster in general is very gutted, taking out any character that doesn't quite fit what they were going for, so no Fo-Fi, Gaia, Rungo, or etc. At some point, the game was being considered for an international release, but was cancelled for reasons unknown. Since it was clear that Takara and Tamsoft were closely monitoring whatever Virtua Fighter was doing, that the low sales of VF Kids probably contributed to the lack of a Western release. So, let's just move on. 1997's Battle Arena Toshinden 3 was Tamsoft really trying to shake the franchise up, and they certainly succeeded. The big change here was twofold: a massive increase in characters and placing said characters in caged arenas, eschewing the ring-outs of the previous games. It wasn't just for show though. Fighters would bounce off the walls or even the roof, leading to more combo opportunities. In fact, the game was more focused on speed and combos than ever, leading to a very rush-down style of gameplay. More supers were thrown in, specifically soul bombs, which were a kind of AoE explosion that you had a limited stock of. Toshinden 2's modest roster of 15 fighters more than doubled here to 32, which was probably the biggest scene in a 3D game at the time that— oh wait, no, actually Megamix beat it. This huge increase was achieved rather sneakily by Tamsoft, I might add, as all the extra fighters were built off the main cast, featuring reskinned weapons, some animations, and special moves. Now, they all had their own distinct costumes, names, and some supers, but there's a whole lot of recycling going on here. Think Smash's Echo Fighters. The entire new cast included David, Judgment, 10 Count, Leon, Zola, Kulin, Tujin, Balga, Atuhua, Adam, Tao, Rachel, Schultz, Miss Till, Abel, Vale, Beihu, Shizuka, Nagisa, and finally, Naru. Reviews for Toshinden 3 were generally stronger overall, citing how the game was a much bigger jump over its predecessor, although the increased speed to the gameplay caused the graphics to take a noticeable hit, to keep things fluid. Even with these changes though, outlets were still critical about the lack of depth, and once again compared it to the competitors we've mentioned so many times already. It always seemed that despite a strong start, Toshinden was always living in Tekken and VF's shadow, and that shadow would only get bigger from here on out. 1999's Toshinden 4, no Battle Arena this time, was released only in Europe and Japan, where it was simply called Toshinden Subaru. Why did Playmates not publish this time? Well, that's due to them being really busy going out of business, which happened in 1998. I guess with them out of the picture, there were no other US publishers willing to give the series another chance, especially since each entry was giving diminishing returns. Taking place 10 years after Toshinden 3, it places this in the new generation template of character rosters, which means, with history as our guide, that the game will either be super awesome or just kind of awkward. Toshinden 4 lands squarely in the latter. Everyone is kind of loosely grouped together in teams for some reason, so Team 1, Subaru Shinjo, Naru Amoa, Rook Castle. Team 2, Puella Marionetta, Lancelot Lake Knight, and Fan Barefoot. Team 3, Genma Miyabi and Bang Boo. Then we have the unlockable boss characters Eiji Shinjo and Eos. But then there's also Team 5 all by himself, the mighty Vermilion. So that's exactly 2 original characters from the previous game surrounded by a bunch of babies. Toshinden 4 is different, but not like Toshinden 3 good different, the bad kind of different. It goes back to the much slower gameplay of the first 2 games and gets rid of the caged arenas. I don't know why. The art style has also changed, and in my opinion, for the worst. It's adopted a much younger, almost SD look, looking a lot like the shonen animes which were all the rage at the time. This looks really odd when applied to Eiji or Vermilion, and honestly, it's not too far away from how Toshinden looked. Aside from that, I don't really have much to say about Toshinden 4. There's more anime-esque story sequences for the main mode, supers are more cinematic, but there's really nothing much here improved over Toshinden 3. In fact, it's regressed in a lot of key ways. There's little to zero information on how it performed sales-wise, but I can't imagine it did very well, as Takara didn't pursue any more sequels afterwards, especially after they merged with Tommy Toys in 2005. I suppose it bears mentioning, but there's technically, very technically, one more Toshinden, 2009's Wii exclusive, Toshinden! That's just what it was called. Published by Takara Tomy, it's a completely different game with zero connections to the previous titles, outside of the generic main hero having the last name of Shinjo. If I hadn't included it in this video though, I'm sure some of you would have let me know about it. At its core, it's an arena-based fighter where you have free movement and features a brand new cast of fighters, playing a lot like Castlevania Judgment, if you wanted a parallel. It was developed by Dream Factory, the makers of which it shares some similarities with. It features a mix of projectile-based, weapon-based, and melee fighters, but none of them particularly stand out. I would have personally appreciated a boss or unlockable character from the old games, because what was even the point of this? Calling it Toshinden, but having nothing to do with Toshinden. I mean, I suppose Tamsoft were busy in the Onichambara mines at the time, and maybe they would have done that, but, well, I digress. While certainly not a bad game, it just fails to make much of an impression, and gameplay-wise, it doesn't do anything all that interesting. It's functional, and that's the best thing I can say about it. And with that, we conclude on the mainline fighting games of the venerated Toshinden franchise. There were, of course, other bits and bobs. There was a Toshinden puzzle game, if you can believe it. Well, I mean, Street Fighter had a puzzle game, so yeah, why not? It was another PlayStation and Japanese exclusive, though, so let me know in the comments if you've played it. I have not. You could also do much of the same if you were one of the few that has played Toshinden Card Quest, an even more obscure board card game. What is this? Moving right along, E.G. also appeared as an unlockable character in D-Exard? Die-Exard.
D-Third.
It's a Saturn exclusive fighter that, say it with me, was never released outside of Japan. Honestly though, it doesn't look too bad. I do wish this had come over. And finally, there was Masami Obari's legendary anime adaptation, which we'll talk about in a future episode of the Fighting Game Theater, I think. Oh yes, we will indeed talk about it.
I wonder what's going to appear next.
Battle Arena Toshinden is by no means a legendary series, but it certainly had its place for a few years in the greater fighting game ecosystem. It has some great characters, simple pick-up-and-play mechanics, and a memorable soundtrack. If I was to suggest a particular one, I think Toshinden 3 is the most playable, still pretty fun to this day, and has the most characters to chew through. Lots of fun memories playing it against friends on a lazy summer weekend. Will the franchise ever return? Well, the last official release the series ever got was being included on the PlayStation Classic. Probably not the best form to showcase it, but hey, it was there. At the very least, Sony still remembers the game, and Takara Tomy and Tamsoft are all still in business, so there's always the chance we might enter the battle arena one more time. If you enjoyed this retrospective, let me know if there's a franchise you'd like to see get the same treatment. I already did Bloody Roar, or hit up the Flophouse VIP Patreon, become a big boss to officially nominate the one you want to see next. Thanks for watching, Warriors, and I'll see you next time.